What is up? It is Saturday night, and I'm sitting here working. As you can tell, I got the glasses on. These are the tape grinding glasses. So, that's how you guys know I mean business tonight. And I figured it'd be cool to hop on if there's anything that anybody wants to talk about. If you have questions, if there's topics that you want to talk about that haven't been discussed enough, anything that I can help out with or you want to hear talked about, please send them through the comments. I just figured we'd kind of keep this open. Try to keep it as fun as possible and get as much feedback from what you guys want to talk about. So, thanks for everybody who's popping by. I hope everybody's having a good weekend, good Saturday night. So let's jump right in. My guy JC's here. If you guys don't know, JC spits crazy bars. He is a master on the microphone, so I appreciate him stopping by. He has a question about the O-line. A couple questions about free agency, some other stuff. So I'll start with the O-line. I talked about this a bit with Brad Graham last night. I personally think that having Trent Williams on any line, having him there makes me feel better no matter who the other four guys are. So knowing that Trent Williams is going to anchor that left side already gives me a little bit of confidence that whoever ends up slotted next to him will probably look better just based on the fact they're lining up next to Trent Williams. So right now, I think this is where I'm at with the offensive line. We haven't gotten a firm commitment that Alex Mack will be back. It sounds like he probably will be, but again, things change and, the guy's in his late 30s. He might not come back. We don't know for sure, but let's just go off the basis that he will be back. Immediately, having Williams at left tackle and Mack at center automatically makes me feel confident no matter what they do at that left guard spot, whoever ends up getting put there is going to be in such a position to succeed that I don't see it being a scenario where it's such a bad, fit or such a bad player in that spot where they're going to be exposed. So my thinking is that Aaron Banks is going to get put back at that left guard spot. That's where Aaron Banks played at college. And if anybody had the pleasure of watching him play at Notre Dame or were able to watch his tape, he looked pretty good as a left guard. And I just think that sometimes we tend to overlook how difficult it is to move from the left side back over to the right side. So my thinking is that they put Aaron Banks back at that left guard spot. And again, this comes back to, sure, there's going to be growing pains. He's going to have to adjust. Didn't get on the field much as a rookie. But when you have Trent Williams to the left of you and Alex Mack to the right of you, it's going to mask a lot of the growing pains we might see. I would like to see Daniel Brunskill back at that right guard spot. I think Daniel Brunskill is much better than he gets credit for. And I think that for the value that you get, considering he's coming in at such a low cap number, I think that he's a good player. And he's somebody that, again, he has familiarity with the scheme. He's comfortable in that position. And I think he's much better, again, than he gets credit for. So to me, the only real concern that I have with this offensive line, what's going on with Mike McGlinchey's quad? Is he coming back and rehabbing well? Is he running yet? How's that process going? And even if it looks good now, there's just so many question marks surrounding that injury. It's so hard to, think about what could happen 5 months from now because it's just such an anomaly of an injury. And so many instances we've seen guys come back from that and not be at 100%. So Mike McGlinchey and what they do at that right tackle spot for me, JC, is the only area where I don't really have confidence in the offensive line. So to answer that, I'm feeling pretty good. If it was a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say like 6.5, like 7, which to me, like that's, pretty good considering where it's been in past years. It's been more of like a 2 or a 3 for me. So I would say that's where my confidence is. Free agent that will make the biggest impact. I think it's going to be Travarius Ward just based on the fact that I think he's a really good player. He's entering what are generally the prime years for a player at that position. And I think the 49ers clearly coveted his traits and what they think he can do when they went out and spent that money on him. So that would be, I hate if that's an obvious answer. I'm sorry, but that's probably who I'm going to go with. And then for the last one, I think Trey is going to have bumps and he's going to have growing pains. He's going to throw interceptions. He's probably going to get strip sacked a couple times. It happens to very good quarterbacks and it happens to very bad quarterbacks. To me, it's just a matter of how much does the good outweigh the bad. And I expect the good to I'm expecting like a 65, 70%, 30% split when it comes to that stuff. Because again, He still has to adjust to the speed of the NFL game. There's going to be coverage rotations and things he hasn't seen. He's going to throw interceptions. And I can already tell you, for any of you guys who are on Twitter or social media, the second he throws interceptions, you're going to have people freaking out and talking about, oh, they could have just kept Jimmy if they were going to throw picks and all this stuff. None of that matters if he's still out there going through his progressions, growing each week, and we can see a tangible improvement for him going forward. And that's where I'm at, where I see the physical gifts that he has. And I also, based on everything I've heard from people who are in the know and people who have much better access than myself, they say mentally he's there. And that to me is the biggest thing, is he's had a year to absorb the install, see how they go about things, get that cadence down, really understand what they're trying to do. So I think as long as Trey's able to execute in an offense that's very quarterback friendly, and, again, I think he's going to throw interceptions, but if you go back and you watch his game at the college level where we have the majority of reps, he's played 2 games in the NFL, but if you go back to his time at NDSU, he really didn't put the ball in harm's way very often. It wasn't a situation where he just got lucky and some picks were dropped. Like, he generally wasn't putting the ball in a position where defensive backs were able to make plays on it. So obviously there's going to be a little bit of a difference from FCS ball to the NFL, but I think Trey's a guy where he doesn't really have that propensity to turn the ball over and put the ball in harm's way. So I think you're going to get a guy that's going to hit the reads he's supposed to. He's going to execute the way that the offense needs it to stay moving. And he's going to be a guy that you're going to get those plus throws like we saw on that corner post he threw to Deebo Samuel against Houston. So it's an open-ended thing. Like, there's going to be both, but I think there will be more good than bad. And I just think, for the sake of everybody, you're going to want to tune out the negativity that will come, because he's going to throw interceptions. There's going to be turnovers. There's going to be incompletions and misreads. It happens. But as long as, it's not a thing that's happening, in week 1 and we're sitting there in week 13 and we're seeing the same mistakes, I don't think it matters at all. Everybody makes mistakes in the NFL. Trey Lance probably will too, but there's a lot of upside, and I'm banking on that upside and Kyle Shanahan together producing, I don't think he's going to come out and win MVP year 1, but I think you're definitely going to see an explosive offense and a downfield passing attack that we haven't really seen since Kyle Shanahan's been the coach in San Francisco. So I hope I answered those enough for you, my friend. I'm going to go up and see if there was another one. I'm trying to do these in order. So this is a great question. All due respect to the gentlemen who are populating the tight end room now, I just think that there is room to upgrade. And I think that, Charlie Warner is really good at blocking. I think he's been a great blocking specialist tight end, which is basically what he was at Georgia. And I think that that's translated well. And I think Ross Dwelley has the best hands on the team. If you isolate just the hands, I think Ross Dwelley has the most reliable pair of them on the entire team. I just think that there is also a clear lack of explosiveness and athleticism that I'd like to see. From what I saw watching tape, there were games where the blocking wasn't as consistent and wasn't as properly executed as I would like it to be. So it's kind of a bummer, because if you took Ross Dwelley and Charlie Warner and you merged them into one player, that'd be a really solid tight end too. Unfortunately, they're 2 separate human beings and you can't do that. So I think that they should upgrade the tight end 2 spot. I really like Dulcich. I like the tight end from Maryland. I really like Jelani Woods out of Virginia. My dream scenario, and it's probably not going to happen, is somehow Trey McBride falls to 61 and the 49ers just go tight end there, and you have these 2 tight end sets with Kittle and Trey McBride. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be really cool. So, yeah, Justin, I think that's a great point, and it's something that doesn't get talked about enough, that the tight end 2 spot hasn't really been, it hasn't been detrimental, and it hasn't really been a liability, but there's certainly room to upgrade considering how frequently the 49ers are going to be in those 2 tight end sets and how often they want to run the ball. You can really get creative. Think back to those New England Patriots teams when they had Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez on the same team. They were able to do some really creative stuff out of 2 tight end sets, and I think the 49ers with George Kittle have the luxury of this superstar player that you can add somebody in who may not be the complete tight end Kittle is, but they might offer something a little different. You might get a guy who's crazy athletic that you can split out wide and have, feasting one-on-one against corners. You might have somebody that has that same yak ability as Kittle. So I think that there's a lot of options there. And I do think that that's something that they should look at. So that's a great question, Justin. I did touch on the offensive line. For the Tart question, I don't think he will, but I wish that he would, because I think that would alleviate a lot of concerns, and it would make projecting how this defense is going to pan out in the next season much easier. Anybody who knows me knows my feelings about Jaquiski Tartt. I think he's a phenomenal player. I think that he's somebody who doesn't really make these splash plays on a regular basis that are like highlight worthy. Like, he makes impact plays every game. I want to make that clear. He makes plays that change the outcome of a game every week, but people want interceptions. They want sacks. And a lot of times I think people derive too much value from what you see on a highlight reel rather than what you see breaking down the full 60 minutes of game tape. And for me, Jaquiski Tartt's been a 49er for, it was 8 seasons now, for a reason. He's a very good player. I also think it's getting to the point where maybe the 49ers want to get a bit younger, and maybe Jaquiski Tartt himself wants to change the scenery. So if I had to guess right now, I would say no, but I don't think that's something that should be celebrated or, oh, we're getting someone different. Like, there's not many options out there on the market where I'm looking at where I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's a clear upgrade over what Tartt brings. He's a very, very good player, and especially what he does in the run game and his ability to get near the line of scrimmage and do what he does, fitting run gaps. That's really hard to find in a guy that can also rotate back, take the deep third as the deep safety, cover guys in space. He's a really good player, and I think the 49ers are going to miss him a lot. This is a great question from Mark. How much of an impact will Anthony Lynn have on the run game? So I did a piece for Niners Nation about Anthony Lynn a couple months ago, and it was pretty much, maybe it was about a month ago. Sorry, these days are running into each other. It was talking about what he's done and his track record of success as an NFL coach. And if you go back over the last 20 years, Lynn has been with a handful of different teams at different junctures. So, you're taking the scope of not, it's not like he's just walking into a good situation after a good situation. He was in Jacksonville for a while when they weren't very good. He was in Cleveland. He came to New York with Rex Ryan when they were kind of revamping that Jets team. And every single place that Anthony Lynn has been, he's had either a top 5 rushing offense or a 1,000-yard rusher, or both, as either the offensive coordinator or running backs coach. Sorry. So every time Anthony Lynn has had an opportunity to have a direct role overseeing the running backs and overseeing that position group, they've had tremendous success. So yes, I think Anthony Lynn will have a pretty substantial impact on what this 49ers run game will do. I think that he is somebody that's been around for a long time, who's familiar. For those who don't know, he did play with the 49ers, and he played for Kyle Shanahan's dad, Mike Shanahan, in Denver in the late 90s. So he's very familiar with that Alex Gibbs outside zone kind of Shanahan scheme. Kyle's obviously evolved. It's not the same thing now as it was 25 years ago. But he does have a lot of familiarity with the base concepts of what Kyle likes to do and what has made this team so successful. But he also has incorporated other concepts along the way with all these other stops he's made. And I think having that fresh voice in the locker room and having that respected mind who's been around for quite some time and has had success at the NFL level is really good for Kyle Shanahan to have to sound off of. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do, because to be honest, when it became pretty clear Mike McDaniel was going to be gone, I was concerned that was going to be a big void left behind. And Anthony Lynn was about the best hire that was on the market that I think they could have made to kind of alleviate any concerns that would have been there from losing Mike McDaniel. So I think it's going to be a big impact, and I think it's going to be a positive impact. And I think on top of just the running game, having a guy like Anthony Lynn that's very respected around the league, who's been a head coach, who has that pedigree, it can never hurt to have too many respected voices in the same room. And I think that that's something that's going to be really good for not only Kyle, but for the organization and the players as well. So for whatever it's worth, I think that is a great, great hire. And I'm really, really excited to see what kind of effect it has on these guys like Trey Lance and Trey Sermon that just came in. Like, are they going to be running more gap concepts? Are they going to be running more power? How does this factor in with the read option stuff they might be doing? So, I think it's going to be a big impact, and I like the hire a lot. This is a good question too. I don't think that there's going to be very many big signings left, and there's only a handful of players, I think, who will be getting big money for any team. I think the 49ers kind of made their big splash when they brought in Travarius Ward. And the way I kind of like to equate it is it's kind of like, I know some people where their families, like their kids want them to open presents on Christmas Eve. And like, it's kind of like the Niners opened their big free agency present on Christmas Eve, and then Christmas came around, and the big present was what happened on Christmas Eve. So yeah, you're still bringing guys in that are going to make an impact, but it's kind of like not the same feeling. So my apologies if that's a terrible analogy, but that's kind of what it reminds me of. The 49ers pretty much had their Christmas present on Christmas Eve when they were in the legal tampering period, when they brought in Charvarius Ward. So I do think that there is room to add some depth pieces. We've obviously seen this week guys like Jeff Wilson. Love them bringing Jeff Wilson back. He's been my favorite running back on the team for a couple seasons now. I think so much of what he does is really underrated. Darqueze Dennard got brought back. He's somebody that filled in and played a pivotal part in that Week 18 win. I think he's a great depth piece in the secondary, veteran who's been around. They brought Jordan Willis back. Obviously, Jordan Willis etched himself into 49ers lore forever with that punt block in Lambeau, and he's another guy who has that athletic ability to be a really good rotational pass rusher for them. So I'd expect a lot more moves like that. Maybe they surprise us and they're able to bring in a big name that's out there. I know a lot of people really want to see Tyrann Mathieu. Funny enough, Tyrann Mathieu, when he was asked about before the draft, before he was drafted, 2013, I believe, he was asked, if you could play for any team in the NFL, like what's your dream? If you, as a fan, who would you want to play for? And he said the 49ers. And I wonder sometimes, if stuff like that kind of lingers. And, we saw Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams was born and raised in the Bay Area, and he wanted to go to the Raiders. He grew up a Raiders fan, and that's something that even into adulthood and through his time in the NFL stayed with him. So maybe there's a guy like Tyrann Mathieu out there where they're willing to, work a little bit on the financial side to come and play for the 49ers. I just wouldn't count on it. And that's the thing, is I don't think people should feel, I don't want to tell people how to feel, but I personally wouldn't feel disappointed if there aren't any big moves left, because I don't see a big name out there that really is, the difference between the 49ers being contenders or not this season. And obviously, hey, if you can add another guy like Stephon Gilmore to the secondary, or you can add an edge rusher like Clowney, or you can add a safety like Mathieu, absolutely. But I don't think them not doing it is ultimately what would prevent them from being contenders next season. And I just think right now, they're kind of in this weird pickle with Jimmy Garoppolo and that money. And they've made it kind of clear they're just going to kind of wait to do whatever they're going to do with him. So I don't see how they're going to be able to eat that cap hit they have now and make all these moves they want to make. Like, they've kind of made it pretty clear that they're content staying with where they're at now. And I don't think it's a terrible place to be. I just wouldn't expect it to change too much would be my answer. So expect some things, just don't expect the big names is what I'm saying. Let's see, try to get to some other ones. And thank you for everybody who's tuned in. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Saturday night. Thank you for stopping by. For those of you who don't know, I'm just getting this channel up and going. So if you could like the video, subscribe, tell your friends, anybody, it is all greatly appreciated. While I get to this next question, here's a good one. I don't know too much about Brian Griese other than the fact that he played in that Shanahan system and he definitely has familiarity with the offense. I can't sit here and say that I think he's going to be great for Trey Lance, but I'm also not sitting here concerned that he's going to be bad for Trey Lance. I think ultimately the most important thing that a quarterback's coach can do is get a guy prepared week in and week out and get them that game plan, get them ready for their opponent, get them ready for just what they're dealing with on a week-to-week basis. I think too often we equate these position coaching like changes to like a mechanic. Like, people think that like Brian Griese is going to come in and like work on his mechanics a bunch and this stuff. And sure, there'll be little stuff that they'll work on here and there, but that's not at all to me what this hire is about. This hire is about, to me, bringing in somebody who played the position, who knows what it takes week in and week out, and who also has a familiarity with the offense. And at this point, while he's not perfect, Kyle Shanahan has been pretty good. For all his faults as a coach that he may have, his best strength might be filling out his staff. When you look at the guys he's brought in, Mike McDaniel's a head coach. Scangarello's gotten multiple promotions under him. Obviously, Robert Saleh is a head coach now. DeMeco Ryans is getting attention, and deservedly so, as a guy that should be a head coach. So I just think Kyle Shanahan's kind of earned the benefit of the doubt. And until we see otherwise, I'm just kind of neutral on it. But I also am not sitting here. I know people were kind of freaking out about, hey, he's a Monday Night Football guy. He hasn't coached and all that stuff. Kyle Shanahan sees something that he likes, and Kyle Shanahan's whole reputation is staked on the success of Trey Lance. So if he thinks Brian Griese is the guy, until I can see otherwise, I have no reason to doubt it. So I would definitely reserve judgment for now and focus on, again, like, he's familiar with the system and he's played the position at a relatively high level at the NFL. So, I mean, there's if you want to look at the glass half full, there's a lot of room to do so. But I also understand why people might be a little pessimistic. It's honestly a matter of whatever you prefer personally and whatever your outlook is. But there's two sides to it that I can understand people getting to certain conclusions at this point. My guy Tony, thank you for stopping by. He had a good question about any draft sleepers. I mean, it's a relative term because there's a lot of people who have been far more deep into this draft process than I am. You know, like in terms of sleepers, like if we're talking like smaller school guys, I haven't gotten that far into my evals. I can talk about a lot of the guys that I like, and maybe for some people they'll, come across as a sleeper because I don't know where everybody's at with their evaluations. I've talked a bunch. Brad and I talked about Cam Jurgens from Nebraska, the center. I really like him a lot. He's a guy who I think right now isn't getting as much buzz from like media and fans. I think Brad's in something along the lines of this too. He's not getting as much buzz amongst fans and people doing mock drafts and stuff than he might be with teams doing media stuff. His Nebraska teammate, JoJo Demand's another guy who I'm really interested to see because he's technically a linebacker, but somebody who basically played the slot corner position in college. So I'm really interested to see how teams kind of value him. It's kind of like the whole scenario you had with JOK in Cleveland last year, where it's like you don't really know what position to slot this guy into. And as a result, the value is going to be a little bit distorted. I really like Leon O'Neal Jr. I've said that for a while. He's somebody who I think is going to be a really good player, and I'm seeing him mocked right now in the 4th round, 5th round even. If the 49ers could get him in round 4, I think that would be a steal. He's a guy who I think could be a day one starter if he comes in and he's able to pick up the defense. Running back wise, I don't know if it counts as a sleeper because he played for Michigan and he got a lot of attention, but Hassan Haskins is another guy who I really like, who I think they could get in that, late day 3, somewhere in the 5th, 6th round, and I think would supplement the running back room really well. Tony, to his credit, has a find that he found that was really good. Ezra Gray from Alabama State. It's a really shifty, speedy back who could fit into a one-cut scheme, so I want to give him some credit. He probably has a better sleeper than I have. To be honest with you guys, I am still kind of going through who I'm looking at in the 2nd, 3rd round range right now, those picks at 61, 93, 105. So I don't know if those really count as sleepers, but other guys I like Donovan West. I like, he's a center out of Arizona State. I like Max Mitchell, tackle out of Louisiana. I like Emerson, the corner out of Mississippi State. Like there's a lot of guys who I like who are in that range. And there's some players who I really like who probably won't be there. Like, I don't know if Lee's watching, but Lee is really good. If you guys don't know Lee, he's great with draft stuff. I know he really likes Jaquan Brisker. Steph Sanchez was also really big on him. He looked great in Indianapolis. So I'll have to come back to that to get you some more day 3 guys that are kind of flying under the radar. But, there's a lot of players who I really like that are there in that, 2 to 3 range. This is a good question from Aldara. Thank you, Aldara. I expect the 49ers to continue to add pieces to the secondary. I think that they probably have to see what they have in players like Ambry Thomas, especially. He was a little bit more of an investment than Diamador Lenore. They want to see what they have there, but I also think they would be wise to insulate that position group with a couple more veterans. So I expect them to do that as well. They still need to figure out what they're going to do at safety, because if they, I do like the Odom signing, but if they go into the draft as things stand right now at the safety position, you almost have to feel like they have somebody in their sights that they like at 61 or at 93, because you're basically counting on somebody to come in right away and make an impact, unless they really feel like Odom is that guy that can come in and be an every down safety. I don't know that I see that playing out that way, but I also, have seen enough from him where in the limited duty he got at safety, because he's an ace special teamer, all pro as a special teamer, but he looked pretty good in his limited reps at safety. So maybe the 49ers are in a spot where they're going to bank on what he potentially could do with a bigger role. But that's the biggest thing for me. Like, what I expect with movement is just to continue to work on that secondary. And I think that they still have room to add on the offensive line. I think that they could still add somebody to kind of be insurance in case McGlinchey doesn't come back. They might bring in a veteran center or guard, depending on what happens with Alex Mack. But I don't expect there to be big movement anymore. Like, they've kind of made the moves I expected them to make. I think they addressed the receiver position. They addressed the return specialist position. They brought back another veteran who's familiar in the system with Jeff Wilson. So I'm kind of at the point now where everything from here on out is probably just going to be depth signings. Like, there's not going to be anything that's like a big splash, in my opinion. That's going to be something where you're getting a notification on your phone. You're like, oh, wow, the 49ers signed this player. I think that's kind of come and gone, but I've been wrong before. I'll probably be wrong again. Maybe I will be about this. This is I always butcher the pronunciation of the name, but this was that tight end from Maryland I was mentioning. Thank you so much, Tony. I agree. And I think that given the fact that you have a guy like Juszczyk, and we've seen what happens when he goes out, that the offense loses a really dynamic element, it would be really good to have not only insurance at the tight end position, but also that fullback / offensive weapon position that Kyle Juszczyk takes on. So I think that that's something to keep an eye on, and I think he's a pretty good player. Connor Hayward from Michigan State's another guy who I really like in that mold. I have a hard time saying that I think he's going to be able to do what he did in college at the NFL level, just based on the size. But you can't measure heart. I think the guy has a lot of it. So he's somebody I'm really interested to see where he goes. But thank you, Tony, for pointing out the name. I will always take Dante Pettis questions on this channel. I am still a Dante Pettis truther. I still believe Dante Pettis can be a serviceable NFL receiver on the right team, in the right system. Having said that, 200 million is a little steep, man. I'd probably have to cap it at like $175 because, at a certain point, you got to save money for these other playmakers. So just know, guys, Dante Pettis questions are always welcome on the channel. Dante Pettis support is always welcome on this channel. I would love to see a Dante Pettis redemption arc. So just throwing that out there. If anybody else feels that way too, just know you're not alone. Paulo has a great point. If I was John, I'd simply draft a good player, never miss on a pick. That's just me, though. You're just built different. Unfortunately, we can't all be built that way, but I love the energy and I love the enthusiasm. I said earlier this offseason, I'm like, hey, if it was just me, I would sign every single available player and then get them in the building and then worry about all the cap stuff later and just let future Jordan deal with that. That's tomorrow's problem, not today's problem. So I totally get where you're coming from there. Oh, man, Tony with a great one for Tommy Tremble. I love Tommy Tremble last year, and I'm surprised the 49ers didn't end up with him because they seem to really love these Notre Dame guys. So Tommy Tremble would have been fantastic. I always thought that he was a great kind of player in the mold of what Kyle Juszczyk does, where he can line up at fullback. He can play tight end, great downhill blocker, really good in the run game, soft hands, good receiver. So I definitely am with you there, Tony. If the Panthers were willing to do that, I would probably jump on that for a second. Thank you to my guy, JC. Definitely, you guys, please like, subscribe, share, whatever. This is just the beginning. I'm still getting used to this whole YouTube thing. So any help getting this channel, getting the word out, getting subscriptions up, it's going to help me with the algorithm, help these videos get out. My plan is to do a live pretty much every day for, varying times, but I'm going to try to get something out every day. I'm also cutting up videos I have from the Combine on my channel too. So if you guys are interested in any of that, please go check it out. And again, like, subscribe, any of that stuff. It is so appreciated. I don't want to sound like a broken record saying thank you 15 times every time I stream, but I really do appreciate you guys coming by to watch because I couldn't do this without you. Mark has another really good point here. I wouldn't say that they were all flops. I get where you're coming from when it comes with, some of these big money signings hadn't worked out. I do think that like some of these like Garcon and McKinnon early on, the 49ers were at a point where it was like, hey, we have money to spend. This isn't really an ideal destination. Guys aren't going to be jumping to take pay cuts to come and play for a 2-14 team. The McKinnon signing is a little different because they had some of that momentum with Jimmy G at the end of 2017. But like especially the Garcons, the Juszczyks, the Kalen Williams and stuff, like they had money to spend. They had positions they needed to address. And it's kind of like money's burning a hole in your pocket. Like they had to spend some of that money, it felt like. So I don't think it's really changed their approach. I think, to be honest, the 49ers are at a spot where they have a really good problem. And their problem is they've drafted a lot of good players on their own, and they've had to take care of their own. We've seen them give big money recently to Fred Warner, to George Kittle, to Eric Armstead. We know Bosa and Debo are probably due for extension soon too. So I don't think it's as much, Mark, that they are, having second, guesses or regrets about those signings. I think it's more so that they just are kind of like, hey, we have to prioritize our own guys that we drafted and developed and who are already in the building. And they just don't really feel like a team that's in a position to be making those big splash signings right now. I'd like to point out, too, people talk about how the Rams went and got Allen Robinson and they're super aggressive. The Rams also lost Von Miller and didn't pay a bunch of money to Von Miller. And they really tried to keep Von Miller. Sean McVay was there at the 11th hour trying to bring him back. So I think it's all relative. And when you break down who's making big money for the Rams and who's making big money for the 49ers, even though the Rams are the ones with the Lombardi trophy, and I get it, that's what the ultimate goal is. But if we're just talking about roster construction and breaking it down, the 49ers arguably have a better top 7 to 8 players than the Rams do. The Rams just happen to have a really good quarterback, a generational player in Aaron Donald, who's one of the best defensive players of all time, and Jalen Ramsey. But when you get beyond that and you start looking at it, the 49ers, in my opinion, actually have that better, again, top-heavy part of their roster. And that's already guys on the roster they have to retain. So I don't think it's a, reaction to how things have gone in the past. I just think they're at a spot now where I would much rather see them spend the money to keep Deebo Samuel and get Nick Bosa locked up than go out and get a, JC Jackson or Chandler Jones or Stephon Gilmore, somebody like that. And in their defense, again, they made a pretty substantial investment into Tarvarius Ward. And I think that that's a guy they identified for the system who they really like and they think can, not only that has been good for the Chiefs, but they also, I think, are that kind of signing is where they're banking on getting the best years out of Ward now that he's 26 and they have him locked up through, I believe, year 28. So that's kind of, again, the prime for these guys where you have that, the few years of experience under your belt, and you also are still young enough that you haven't lost that step and you have the physical ability to press guys at the line and run with them. So maybe it factored in a little bit, Mark. I think it's a really good question. I just think personally it's more so like, hey, we have our own guys we have to take care of. And I think that sends a strong message. Again, the human element really does come into play. And while the 49ers front office isn't perfect, I do think credit is due for the fact that they're sending a clear message to players like, hey, if you come here, we draft you and you pan out and you put in the work, we're going to take care of you. Obviously, there's, the DeForest Buckner thing that people always point to. And I get it. That's something that can't really be defended or lumped in with the other ones. But maybe, again, that's a situation where maybe that's what they learned from really. And they're like, hey, maybe we're better off retaining our own talent than shipping guys off for draft picks or signing these big free agents elsewhere. So it's a good question. I just think it's, again, more so about their own talent rather than them being unwilling to spend the money. So very good question, though, Mark. Let me see if there's anything else. Ellis, what is going on? Thank you for coming by, dude. Always a pleasure to see you. So I still think that Edge is going to be the first player taken. I think that the 49ers are going to have people on Twitter or whatever, texting their friends, you got to be kidding me. They took a defensive lineman again. And I personally don't have an issue with it. I think that this draft is loaded with defensive linemen. And I think that the 49ers have a proven track record of success having the defensive line propel this team, right? Think back to 2019. Sure, the offense was really good for stretches. The running game was explosive. Jimmy Garoppolo had some really good games that year. But all season and throughout the playoffs, what really drove that team was this ferocious, dominant pass rush that was just eating opposing offensive lines and quarterbacks alive week after week. And if we go back to this past season, what really got that team going was the defensive line generating some pressure, kicking Arden Key and Eric Armstead inside, really wreaking havoc from those interior pass rushing positions. Samson Ebukam really hitting his stride. So I think the 49ers front office has made it very clear that their formula for success is relying on a pass rush that's going to disrupt the opposing team's quarterback, and that's a philosophy that they're willing to live and die by. And I think that it's hard to argue with that given the results they've gotten. So my first guess would be Edge. As of now, I have to believe they're going to take a safety or some kind of defensive back. Maybe they take a guy they think can play slot corner right away. So I'm going to cheat a little bit and say defensive back so I can fall back if it's a safety or a corner and still be correct. And then I still think they have to take some kind of offensive lineman, whether it's a center to sit behind Mac for a year and really learn the offense and then be able to take the reins if Mac is to hang it up next offseason, which seems kind of likely given that he's still as undecided about playing this year. Maybe it's a swing tackle. Maybe it's a tackle they feel can sit and develop for a year. And if McGlinchey isn't back from that injury, or he ends up coming back, but he's pricing himself out, given the fact that it's a contract year and he'll be due for an extension, that just makes the most sense to me. So I would go edge, defensive back, offensive line would be the three that I would bank on. But that is a fantastic question. And then if this is tied into the original question, Aldar, my apologies if I misinterpreted it. I think their next move, and they might sign a couple guys here and there, but their next big move is I think they're going to extend Deebo Samuel. I think that getting his deal done is going to be a little bit easier than Nick Bosa's, because I think Nick Bosa's in line to get the biggest payday that a non-quarterback has ever received in the NFL. And I just think the negotiation that comes with that makes it a little bit more difficult, even though Deebo Samuel is going to get broken off a hefty amount of money as well. I think the 49ers understand what they have in Deebo Samuel. Not only do they have a transcendent talent on the field, they have a guy who is every bit of what they preach that they want in a player. Somebody that's going to come in, work hard, has that physicality, has worked to get better year in and year out. And I think, frankly, at the end of the day, he's a guy that Kyle Shanahan loves and has gotten tremendous results from. So I don't see a scenario where they, let this get to a point where he's getting tagged, or they're getting to a point where it's, trade rumors and all that stuff comes out. And for the few that I've seen already, I would have to point this out too. So for anybody who thinks trading Deebo Samuel is a good idea, maybe I can shift your thinking on this, right? This is how I look at it. Let's say you get 2 first-round picks for Deebo Samuel right now. If you were to trade 2 first-round picks for Deebo Samuel, as the team giving up the picks, you're getting back a proven superstar. If you're the 49ers getting back these draft picks, your hope is that one of those 2 draft picks you're getting back turns into a player that's maybe a fraction of what Deebo Samuel is and what he brings to your team. And if you look at the success rate of not only just first round picks, but draft picks in general, like 50% is a generous hit rate. So saying that you might hit on one of those 2 picks is a pretty generous, optimistic outlook. And what are the odds that the player you're getting back is going to be an impact player on the level Deebo Samuel is? Because we've seen, not only as a receiver, we've seen him literally carry this offense through stretches of an entire season. Like, that's something that you can't really just box in and label as, oh, he's a receiver. There's plenty of receivers coming in and out. You can replace these guys. For a guy like Deebo Samuel, these are the guys you pay. And hey, he's a guy that doesn't get a 3rd contract as he's getting some miles and he's getting older. Right now, going into the season he's going into, I would give him that extension. I would give him that money. I would give him that big signing bonus up front and maybe protect yourself on the years on the back end. But I just don't see any scenario where it makes sense. I mean, if a team offers like 7 first-round picks or something ridiculous, I don't want to say there's no scenario, because obviously people will throw out some, ridiculous scenario that's probably never going to happen. But realistically and plausibly, I don't think it is. So I think that's the next thing on the, if we're looking at a whiteboard in the 49ers, headquarters right now, their number one thing on that list right now is getting Deebo Samuel taken care of. And I actually expect it to happen relatively soon. And I say soon as a pretty broad word, but I don't think this is going to be a situation where it's getting dragged into training camp and into the regular season and we're getting into next season. I think they know what they need to do, and I think it's going to happen kind of soon. So if Deebo Samuel does get extended soon, remember, you heard it here first. And if he doesn't, just remember that sometimes I'm wrong. But that's a great question. So I'll go on to something else. Let's see. Do you think it would be good to draft another receiver early in case Ayuk has had a huge season with Lance? Is up for a big extension? This is my thinking, Justin. You can never have too many wide receivers. You can never have too many cornerbacks, and you can never have too many edge rushers. So I think it's a good idea to draft any of those 3 positions every single year. I'm of the mindset where if you have a big hole you need to fill on your roster, or you have a spot that really needs addressing, you do it in free agency. I don't like drafting for need. And I think that those 3 positions are so important that you should look at those players no matter who you have. Like, if you look at the Cowboys, the Cowboys had an embarrassment of riches to the point where they had Cedric Wilson as their number 4 receiver. They had a really, really good receiving core. And their biggest problem was that they had too many good players and not enough footballs to go around. I think that's a situation that most teams would like to be in. So yes, I think that it's a good idea, but I don't think it's just, the way you mentioned is a very, good point. That's not why I would do it. I would just do it because I think it's good business to draft a receiver, draft a corner, draft an edge guy, like draft those players every single year. Because again, you're going to have guys that price themselves out. You're going to have guys that age, and you're going to have guys that get hurt. It's a really tough, nasty business at times. And the more and more you insulate yourself with options at those three positions, the better off you'll be. So I think that it's a good idea for them to look at some receivers in this class. I think they'll draft at least one receiver in this class too, for whatever it's worth. I do believe they need to open up more to sign the rookies. Yes, because as I believe right now they're at $2 million in cap space, so they're definitely going to need to get up higher to sign the rookies. They'll probably give themselves some breathing room too. They like to have breathing room within season to operate. That's historically how they've done things. So I expect them to clear at least $10 million in cap space so that they can get the rookies signed. And can they do that? As of right now, the best options are really just contract restructures, but they can also they have ways to work around some of the stuff. They can add void years to things. They can do stuff. I will never pretend to be an expert on the salary cap. I'm also of the belief that it isn't just this like joke that can be written off and nobody has to abide by it, but it's pliable. There's ways that you can work around it. So I'm sure they have a plan. Like, we're not going to get to a point where it's like, oh, the 49ers drafted guys and they literally can't sign them because Jimmy's on the roster. It's not going to get to that point. Again, there'll be restructures. There'll be stuff they'll work on, or he'll frankly not be there anymore. Like, there's not going to be anything that prevents them from bringing in their own guys once they're drafted. But as of right now, it's a great question because technically, yes, like right now they don't have enough cap space to do it. I have zero doubt in my mind they'll end up doing it. Thank you so much, Mariah. I really appreciate it. If you guys haven't checked out Mariah's podcast, she does with Tron, it is fantastic. I had the pleasure of joining them last week and had a great time. It's the Faithful Lee podcast, so please go check out her channel as well. Thank you so much for the support. It is always appreciated. Ellis as well. Liam, this is a great question. I think Bosa is going to get north of $30 million a year. I think Nick Bosa right now, if I had to guess, Nick Bosa is going to get the highest contract and probably the most guaranteed money ever for a non-quarterback. And if we're talking about like average annual value, I'd guess it's somewhere in the ballpark of 31, 32 million. I think it'll just get over that 30 mark. And, you know, like, it's hard to argue that he's not worth it, especially if the cap jumps even further. It's hard for me to sit here after seeing the impact he's had on this team when healthy and say that Nick Bosa isn't worth that. Debo, that's interesting because I don't think Debo is going to get paid what Devontae Adams or Hopkins or some of these other guys got, just based on the fact that I think that those markets are a little skewed just based on the different skill sets guys have. But I still think Debo has the negotiating power to come to the table and say, well, I also do things that those guys can't do. I just see it being a little bit less than that. Like, my projection for Debo for average annual value is around 23, 24, and there'll be lower cap hits. These won't be the cap hits they get, but if we're talking about like the average value and stuff like that, again, the 49ers do a really good job loading up on signing bonuses and guaranteed money at signing. But if we're talking strictly off of average value, I'm going to go 24.5 for Debo and 31.5 for Bosa. And I'm probably not going to nail those, but those would be what my guess would be in that ballpark. And again, I think Nick Bosa is going to break a record with his contract. So I will throw that out there. That's something I firmly believe. Chris had a great question. What do I expect from Trey Sermon this year? It's hard, man. Anybody who watched Trey Sermon's tape, watched him in college, saw a guy who had really good vision, really good balance through contact. He had a big-time game in the Big Ten championship game against Northwestern, who had a really good defense. I just don't know what to expect at this point, dude. What I personally expect is just somebody that can be a contributor in that running back group. I'm not expecting him to be running back one. I'm not expecting him to run for 1,000 yards. I do expect him to be a guy that can average more than 4 yards a carry and give them some kind of supplemental impact in that running back room. Because I still believe in the evaluation I had of him coming out, where I did see the really good balance through contact, the vision, the ability to cut back. Like, he does a lot of things really well that I think will translate into this offense. It's really hard for me to say that with any confidence, considering the fact he couldn't get on the field. And I'll be completely honest with you guys too. I don't like the fact that the 49ers traded up for a running back. It has absolutely nothing to do with Trey Sermon, the player, and it's not an indictment on him. I don't like moving up for a running back in the third round in the top 100 picks, especially when there were a lot of players still on the board who I liked. And it's easy for me to sit here and say that I'm not making these decisions. I understand that. But there's a lot of guys who I like that I think would be impact players on this team had they made those picks. So I didn't feel great about it then, and I haven't really been alleviated with my concerns now because a lot of the guys that I would have taken ended up being impact players elsewhere, and Trey Sermon couldn't get on the field. So my reluctance to have heavy expectations isn't necessarily on Trey Sermon, the individual. It's on, like, why didn't he get on the field this past season? And when the 49ers needed to run Elijah Mitchell 20 times a game and they needed to give Deebo Samuel 10 carries a game, why wasn't Trey Sermon able to get out there? And I know he was hurt at different times. I totally get that. I'm talking about when he was healthy and he was able to play, because the injury stuff does matter, and that did happen towards that back end of the season. But even just coming in, it didn't feel like there was a lot of confidence in him early on when he was healthy. So I would say that Javi Vega is Javi Vega now, because we are only taking W's from this man. This is the best take that I have seen all day. Leon Neal's fantastic, man. I texted Javi about this last night, and I don't want to put like unrealistic expectations on players. And I try to be pretty, conservative with my player comps and stuff, because I don't think it's fair to see a guy do one thing and be like, oh, he reminds me of this player who's an all-pro, and expect a guy coming into the league to play like an all-pro. But I'll be honest with you guys, when I watch the explosiveness that Leon O'Neal has to the football, the angles he takes, the just electric kind of attitude he brings to the game, and the explosiveness that I see him possess, he reminds me a lot of Jamal Adams. And I'm not saying that I think he's going to be an all-pro safety right away, or that I think that he's going to be a guy that, is going to live up to what a top 5 pick has done. But I see a lot of traits in him that I see from a guy like Jamal Adams, and a lot of the things that I think Jamal Adams does really well. And to me, he just jumps out where it's like a lot of stuff has been made. He ran a 4.63 40 at his pro day. And a lot of people are, expect every single player nowadays to run in the 4.4s. I personally don't care what you do when you're running in shorts in a straight line with guys holding stopwatches. To me, that doesn't matter if what I see on tape shows you being a guy who's going to attack the football, understand angles, have great pursuit, play with a high motor. And everything that I've watched from Leon O'Neal so far shows me a player that just further solidifies my stance that this testing stuff is super overblown and doesn't matter. Because when I watch the tape, I see a guy who does all those things and checks all those boxes. So the 49ers not only should consider Leon O'Neal, they should draft Leon O'Neal. And I think Leon O'Neal would be a fantastic 49er, and he's going to be a player 3 or 4 years from now. You guys come back and you guys are like, damn, Javier and Jordan knew what they were talking about with this Leon O'Neal guy when he's out there accepting awards at the NFL honors. So that's definitely somebody that I like. Let's see. Tony has another good question. I have watched Deesh. I have watched Lucas. I have not watched Rasheed Walker. I can tell you this. At the Combine, Abraham Lucas moved more fluidly and more explosively than I've ever seen a college player coming out move like that. Like, I don't want to say I've never seen a big guy move like that, because Trent Williams is probably one of the most special athletes I've ever seen. Trent Williams is in a league of his own, and I want Trent Williams to get the respect he deserves. But, like, if we're talking guys just coming out from college to the NFL, I can't remember the last time I saw a guy that was that big move the way that Abraham Lucas did. Brad Graham is the offensive line guru. He's who I lean on for a lot of stuff. And when we were talking about Abraham Lucas, he did mention that there is, a little bit of rawness there, but the physical traits are just like, there's a lot to work with there. So he's another guy who I'd really like, that maybe they don't put him into a starting role right away, but he gets a year to sit. And then maybe if McGlinchey prices himself out and gets paid elsewhere, you can slot right in. Kellen Deesh is another guy I really like. Trying to watch as much Arizona State as possible for him. Donovan West, Rashad White, and these guys. I think Deesh would be a fantastic player as well, that you could have in that mold of not having the pressure of starting right away, but maybe taking that role in year 2. And then Rasheed Walker, I'm going to have to do a little bit more of a deep dive on. I haven't gone to yet, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Tony and everybody else watching. But those first 2 are fantastic. And again, I have to give Abraham Lucas his flowers, because this dude was moving for a big guy. Like, it was ridiculous how fast he was moving. Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State, he was fantastic. Javi, admittedly, guys, is a Penn State fan, so he has a little bit of bias, but I don't think the bias matters because not only is Ebiketie a really good player, their other edge coming out, Jesse Luketa, is a really good player. And I actually had the pleasure of talking with Jesse Luketa for a little bit when I was sitting at the combine. I was in the bleachers watching drills. The defensive line wasn't going till the next day. So he was actually just sitting right next to where I was charging my phone and ended up talking to him for a little bit. Super cool guy. For any of you guys who are Warriors fans in here, I know he's been upsetting everybody lately, but Luketa is a big Wiggins guy. He's from Canada. So I talked to him a little bit about what it meant to see a Canadian All-Star again. He's like, man, it's big for the culture. Just seems like a really good dude. So Ebiketie or Luketa, either of the Penn State guys, I would love. Jaquan Brisker, I would love. Dotson, I would love. Like, honestly, I'm sorry. I hope you're not still in here, Hob, because I don't want to make you feel bad. But honestly, Penn State has all these guys coming out. Like, what the heck, man? How come they're not winning the Big Ten? Like, they have all these guys who are going to be great NFL players. Like, what's going on? I need some answers from you. So you respond in the chat. You can text me, but I'm gonna press you on that because I'm a little now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of, the gears are working here. I'm like, how are they not winning the Big Ten every year with this? So just want to throw that out there. Yes, hey, if you get Javier Vega and JC and Tony in the comments, that's something to be celebrated. So running back or your defensive line pick went different. Hey man, I like Fedarian Mathis a lot out of Alabama. I think he's a phenomenal player, and I think he's somebody that could be really good. Maybe the 49ers wouldn't, invest in that because they have Kinlaw, they brought in Ridgeway, they have Kevin Givens. Armstead's playing on the inside now, but it'd be really funny. I'm not going to lie. Like, hey, I'd have to produce content. I have to have things to talk about. And the 49ers taking a running back with pick 61 would make people lose their minds probably. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it would be super funny. Sean Ryan out of UCLA is another guy. I know Javi's going to have him on his podcast. So guys, definitely go and follow 4th and Gold podcast if you aren't already. That should be a phenomenal interview. I heard you have Khalil Shakir out of Boise State coming on as well. So big things coming. We got some Sean Ryan love in the chat. So Sean Ryan, if you ever see this video, you're a friend of the channel, bud. Even if you don't know me and I don't know you, you are now officially a friend of the channel. So let's see if we got some other questions. And again, if you guys have any questions about anything 49ers related, even if it's, another question about the NFL, QB carousel, anything, we're in here, we're vibing. For those of you who joined late, I got the tape grinding glasses on. So, this is business tonight. We're out here working. So any questions you have, anything I can help out with or answer, I would be happy to do so. Let's see if we have any other questions. Oh, this is a great question from Ashley. Kyle will be the person who gets the blame for this. And the reason why is Kyle Shanahan is like a very polarizing figure in the sense that you get people like me who get very wrapped up in what he does from an X's and O's standpoint as a play designer, as a play caller. And we're like, all right, this guy's just incredible, like blank check, keep him around forever. I don't, let him run the show. And you get people who look at some of the shortcomings that he's had and some of the mistakes and the fact that they have gotten close to the Super Bowl and not won. So he's already a really polarizing figure. And I think that being his 6th year as an NFL head coach versus Trey Lance's first full year starting, I think people are going to be more upset with Kyle. And honestly, I don't think that's a far-fetched scenario, Ashley. I think that that's something that could genuinely happen because I think the Dolphins have talent. I admittedly am somebody who has taken a lot of heat as somebody who believes in Tua. I think Tua in the right system with the right weapons can be a good NFL quarterback and operate an offense that's efficient enough to win games. I don't think he's going to go out and be an all-pro, but I think that he has the processing ability and he has the ball placement and accuracy to be a really good player. And when you start thinking about what this 49ers offense was able to do, getting guys the ball in space, I'm thinking about how are you going to, as a defense, deal with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill running drift 15 times a game. Like there's a scenario where this Dolphins offense is really good. And I think they still have a pretty formidable defense as well. They have a good secondary. They have playmakers. And I really believe in Mike McDaniel. I'll be honest with you. Like if I'm rooting for any individual in the NFL right now, Mike McDaniel might be number 1 on that list. He is just such a, his personality is so genuine and he's somebody who's so outgoing. I had the pleasure of talking to him. It was really funny. They have you go through these metal detectors when you're going into the media room where they do all the interviews at the combine. And I was walking in at the same time as Mike McDaniel and got to talk to him for a couple minutes. He was like the night dude. I'm some random guy who works for SB Nation who he's never met in his life. And he treated me as if I was a friend of his for 10 years. Like that kind of genuineness to me is really going to go well for him because I think he's the same way with players. Everything I've heard is he's the same way with players, the same way with coaches, front office people, and that kind of energy is infectious. So I think when you look at this Dolphins team, they're kind of in this weird transition where they had a lot of stuff they were dealing with that, the whole scenario with Brian Flores and the owner. And I think a guy like Mike McDaniel is the perfect kind of buffer for that stuff, where they're going to see this guy and they're going to want to run through a wall for him. And it's not just the motivational stuff. He's extremely gifted and extremely brilliant. So I just want to throw that out there. I think that's a great question. And I think that the Dolphins winning more games with the 49ers this year, I'm not saying I think it's going to happen, but it's certainly worth discussing. And it's definitely something that I think is in the realm of possibility. I thought that, I think that's a good point. Like it's always going to come down to people blaming certain stuff. Like if you like the perfect example, right? The Super Bowl, the 49ers lost. Like some people blame Jimmy Garoppolo. Some people blame Kyle Shanahan. Some people blame the defense for, collapsing, as they put it, or some people blame, the offensive, like everybody's going to be a little tilted and biased in where they like to place blame and where they like to point the finger. So I think that like, it's really going to be a case-by-case thing. But if I had to pick one or the other, I'm 100% going with Kyle Shanahan, because I hate to make it so like, black and white, but you have people on Twitter that are pretty much like pro Jimmy and pro Trey Lance, and they fight every single day. We all see it. We all know it's there. But I think that a lot of the pro Jimmy and pro Trey Lance people also share this like anti-Kyle sentiment at times, if it makes sense. Like there's enough people, like it's like a Venn diagram, right? Like you have the pro Jimmy people, the pro Trey Lance people, but in the middle, you have the like, well, let's blame Kyle Shanahan. Like there's enough from both sides that I think would place the blame at Kyle Shanahan rather than everybody pointing the finger at Trey Lance, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, but I think that's a great question. That's something I hadn't really thought about, and I think that's a fantastic question. So thank you so much for that, Ashley. Let's see. Tony's got a great question. Yes, Tony, I am actually doing draft stuff this week. I'm going to hopefully get big guy Brad, the A-list celebrity, to do some stuff with me as well. But I will be doing something, I believe, on Tuesday night. I'm going to be doing a stream talking prospects, and maybe I can work in a mock draft with that as well. I'm going to be doing it with Lee, who is fantastic. I believe his @ is Lethal49 on Twitter, but he is really, really well-versed with prospects. He's much farther along in the evaluation process than myself. So I'm going to kind of give him the platform and let him cook a little bit, because he can tell you guys some really interesting stuff about a lot of these prospects, really goes in depth and does a great job articulating why he values certain guys somewhere. So I can promise you this, Tony, I will not do one. I will do a bunch of them. I will do a lot. It's probably not going to be as much as last year. Last year, I'm telling you guys, this isn't even an exaggeration. I did probably 1,000 mock drafts last year when the 49ers moved up to 3, because I would be sitting around, if I was waiting at the grocery store or pumping gas or something, I'd literally pull out my phone and use PFF or PFN and do a mock draft. So I did literally hundreds, if not thousands of them. I don't think I'm going to get to that point this year, but I will try to do as many as possible. And as free agency kind of winds down, if you are looking for draft content and stuff that will be who might the 49ers take, who fits in, I'm going to do my best to do that and get content out, not only here every day, but also on Niners Nation as well and through my Twitter and stuff. So yes, Tony, I can promise you I will do that. It's a great question for 49ers throwback. Marcus Jones, for those of you who don't know, is cornerback from Houston. I haven't had a chance to really go too deep into his tape, but some people who I greatly respect have. I've seen Karan do it, and I have seen Brad go through his tape a little bit, and I know they think very highly of him. From what I've seen from the all 22 clips they've posted, yeah, there's a lot to like. I can't give you an educated answer right now because I personally haven't done it, but I have the utmost respect for those gentlemen and their evaluation process, and I know they like them a lot. So for whatever it's worth, some people who I hold in very high regard, and I'm sure a lot of you guys do too who know them, they are very high on Marcus Jones, so I think he could be a player who's very good at the next level. Let's see. Oh, this is a good question. Yes, because I think there's no reason to feel unconfident. I think that Juwan Jennings had just a knack for the big moment. And I think that that's something that's so hard to quantify at times, but it felt like a lot of these receptions that he was making and a lot of these plays that he ultimately ended up making were happening on 4th downs, big 3rd downs, 2-minute drives. Like he caught that tying touchdown in week 18 in Los Angeles. I think he's shown that he's a guy that has the knack for a big moment. And the biggest thing for me too, that kind of doesn't get talked about a lot because it's not very exciting to some people. And especially if we're talking about receivers, they want to see touchdowns and catches and all that. He's really good at run blocking, and he's not only good at run blocking, he's a very willing run blocker. And I think that that's a situation where you're already putting yourself in Kyle Shanahan's good graces by making the plays you're making, receiving, catching the football. When you're going to go out there and drive guys into the ground as a run blocker as well, you're going to end up as Kyle Shanahan's favorite player, man. You're going to be getting FaceTime Kyle hitting you up 3 times a week just to see what's going on because he's so infatuated with what you're giving him on the football field. And I think Jauan Jennings has a chance to be that guy. I think they should still add because, again, injuries happen. It's always good to have depth, and it's always good. It's never a problem to have too many good wide receivers. But I think Jauan Jennings has proven that he's a guy who belongs in the NFL, and he did very well in the amount of, the volume that he was given last year. And I have no reason to believe right now that he can't continue that level of success if that volume were to increase and he's the full-time wide receiver 3. So that's a great question. This one is a tough question because the answer is no. I don't think they will because I think that he will be drafted before pick 61 comes around. I think Christian Watson's a really good player. It's so funny. Last year when I was doing my, all 22 and my film breakdowns and stuff for my own evaluations of Trey Lance, I'm watching these NDSU games and I'm like, dude, this guy number 1 is like really good. Like, who is this guy? He's making plays all over. They're using him as a gadget player. He's a deep threat. He's quick. He's got good hands. He's tall. Like, who is this guy? And I put out a tweet like a year ago and I was like, hey, this is a name to watch in the next draft. This guy is really good. And so it made me feel very vindicated to see that he's getting all this steam and all this publicity and that 49ers fans really want him. I mean, maybe they can trade up if there's a chance that they really identify that that's going to be the position that puts them over the top. I just think that they're set when it comes to you always have to remember George Kittle is going to factor into the passing game and the pecking order in the passing game. And you have Deebo Samuel, you have Brandon Ayuk. We just talked about how Jennings was a good player in the role he was given. I would have a hard time seeing the 49ers prioritizing moving up to get Watson or even taking him at 61. So I would say no as of right now, but I understand why a lot of 49ers fans like him a lot. I think he's a really good player, and I think that he's somebody that is going to be a solid player at the NFL level, regardless of where he ends up. So unfortunately, no, but I wish I could give you more optimism on that. So, Rich, I actually moved. So that's why I have a blank wall behind me. I moved, and like 3 days after I moved, I hopped on a red eye to go to Indianapolis for a week. And then after I was in Indianapolis for a week, I went to Denver to go visit my mom and brother who moved out there a while ago. So I have been traveling all over the place. I finally made it back to the Bay Area. I still have to unpack a bunch of boxes and a bunch of stuff. So I am literally in the corner in my living room. I don't know if you can see the corner of the wall behind me here, but I am still kind of figuring things out at my new place and getting adjusted. So I promise I will bring back not only my 49er stuff, but I also, I have my Michael Vick picture, my Ricky Williams picture, all the stuff I had in my background before. We'll be back, but that's why, unfortunately, for now, it's a very blank and bland background. I apologize. I also have to figure out the banners and the backgrounds and all this stuff. I'm terrible at this YouTube stuff, guys, to be honest. Like, this is all a learning process for me. So I will hopefully add a little bit more flair as I get into this a little bit more. But for now, unfortunately, you just get me and a blank wall behind me. So my apologies. David Ojabo at 61 because of the injury. So David Ojabo tore his Achilles at his pro day, unfortunately. Wishing him the speediest recovery possible. It's just terrible. You hate to see anybody get hurt, but especially just before they're, entering, a draft process that's changing their life as they get brought into the NFL. So, wishing the speedy recovery to David. I would. I mean, I think he's a good player. I don't think that the 49ers necessarily have to take a guy at 61 that has to contribute right away. So you could kind of redshirt him for a year. I know 49ers fans are probably a little, they don't want to take guys who are injured and sit them for a year. They sat through years of Trent Baalke doing that, and I don't blame them for saying, no, I don't want to do that. But Ojabo was probably going to go in the first round. And if he was still sitting there at 61 and the 49ers are sitting there, man, he was so high on our board and he's just falling and falling because of this injury, I would do it. And I would have to imagine that he's relatively high on most teams' draft boards at that position. So, yes, I would say yes, but I understand if it, I like how you worded that. Is it too bulky? Like, I could understand why some people might have reservations about that. I just think that it's a case-by-case basis, and sometimes it's worth it to take a player who may not have that impact year one or is coming into the league with a little bit of a clouded injury situation where you're banking on their rehab going well and getting a phenomenal player after. So I would say yes. Let me see if we have anything else. This is a great question because I really like Javon Kinlaw. I think Javon Kinlaw is a player who is just, so like, this is why I always say, right? NFL players are all pretty big for the most part. That's why they're playing in the NFL. They're physically imposing, they're large human beings, and they're great athletes. If you see Javon Kinlaw on a football field next to all these other players who are in the NFL for a reason, it's ridiculous how much he stands out because of just how massive he is. My thinking with Javon Kinlaw was always, you get a guy who has that size. You can't teach a guy to be 6'5", 6'6", 330 and move like that. Like, yeah, you can get better with some, you can fine tune your process and your, fundamentals and how you're rushing the passer and how you're fitting your run gaps. Like, you can work on all that stuff, but you can't teach somebody to be that big. So my whole thinking is that the 49ers banked on their own ability to develop him into a player that takes all those physical gifts and really manifests that into this impact player that's going to have a substantial role in this team. And I liked what I saw from him before he got hurt. And I think he's a guy where he was kind of still adjusting to the NFL level. And I don't want to say figuring out how to play the game, because that's not, that's not what I'm trying to convey, but trying to figure out how to adapt at the NFL level and make an impact at this level. And I think we saw it happen over time with him. It just unfortunately didn't get to come full circle because he did get hurt. So my confidence level, if I'm giving you a number, it's probably like a 7 out of 10. I think Kinlaw is going to be a really good player. And I think he's going to be somebody that kind of people are, I don't want to say eating crow about, but a lot of people were quick to write him off as a bust because of injuries. And I think once we see a fully healthy Javon Kinlaw, you're going to see a lot of people backtracking that statement a bit. And it will be a great reminder for all of us, myself included, to wait to rush to judgment for some of these guys until they get a couple seasons under their belt. Unfortunately, I have not watched Cordell Volson. When I go back and watch some more Christian Watson stuff, I'll definitely check it out. My apologies. Again, I'm pretty far behind on where I'm normally at with my draft process stuff. So I've been traveling a bit, and it's made it a little bit more difficult to sit down and grind tape as much as I can, but I'll probably watch some stuff tonight. So maybe if I have time, I'll pop on an NDSU game or two. So thank you for the suggestion. Let's see if there's another question. Would you rather have a slasher, Matt Breida type back, or a jitterbug, do it all like Darren Sproles? I mean, if we're removing the name and just doing the prototype player, like I would still probably take the latter. Darren Sproles to me is one of like my favorite players I've ever got to watch in the NFL, because you see a guy like that's that size, and what he was able to do on a football field is phenomenal. And I think for so long, like what he was able to do as a receiver out of the backfield in New Orleans was very special. And I think that's where one of the greatest mismatches still exists in the NFL, is if you can get these guys that are running backs, you can split out wide, who can run routes like that out of the backfield. And even a guy like Darren Sproles, for his stature, he was pretty good in pass protection as well, given how, small he was relative to the other players on the field. So I would go with the latter, Tony. I just think that just kind of do it all, the ability to be a jack of all trades. And again, having that ability, like if we think about it, the 49ers haven't really had that explosive receiving threat out of the backfield. And I think that's what they haven't had it consistently. Raheem Mostert was that when he was healthy. I think that unfortunately injuries derailed what we could have seen on a consistent basis for Raheem. And I wish him the best in Miami. I think that's going to be a great marriage for him and that Dolphins team. But I think that's part of the reason why the Niners spent so much money on Jerick McKinnon when they did, because they saw a guy that they could really use in the passing game. As much as he was explosive for a lot of the outside zone stuff they wanted to do, I think what he was going to bring in as a third down back, as a weapon, as a receiver out of the backfield would have been special. So I'm going to go with the latter. That's a really good question. Unfortunately, I can relate to that. That's kind of how it's felt watching Cal for a few years. No offense to Chase Garbers, but that's kind of how it's felt for a long time, watching them play. So I'm a Cal fan myself, so I can relate to that. It definitely is a bummer. Let's see if there's anything else. He's running gap and a half, man. Come on. Gap and a half over there. So do you think the insurance? I was impressed with Troy Anderson a lot. It's so funny to me. at the combine, they have some of these guys at like the big podiums you see, if anybody saw the videos that get posted. And then they have these side tables, and at these tables, the players do their, give their questions give their answers to questions and whatnot. But it's like off to the side in like the corner. And it's like the guys from smaller schools or the less heralded prospects. And that's where Troy Anderson was. That's where Boye Mafe was. There's a couple players that I really liked that I'm like, this is going to be a really good player. How did they end up getting kind of like pushed aside to the side podium? So I think that they're just kind of covering all their bases. I think Troy Anderson he tested really well. And I guarantee you the 49ers had some level of scouting or somebody there from the front office that watched him test at the combine. And they're like, this is a player worth meeting with. This is a player who's going to be an NFL player. And he's somebody that we need to check. I think they'll meet with everybody. And it was something that was really cool. So I'll tell you guys really quickly. I talked with a scout for a team for a little bit, and I asked him about like, hey, like, this team already has a young franchise quarterback that's probably not going anywhere anytime soon. And you would assume they're pretty set at the position. So I'm like, hey, how does this, when you're out on the road, how much time do you guys put into scouting quarterbacks? How much time do you put into you have your franchise quarterback pretty much. How much do you really invest doing that once that already happens? And he said pretty much that a lot of these teams do it regardless, so that they can collect databases on these players so that when they're playing them in the future, maybe that player becomes available in free agency, they have a reference point to fall back on. So as much as there probably is interest just to see how Troy Anderson would fit as a player, they're also stacking a massive database of all these players coming into the league so that they have some sort of data point and reference point to fall back on where, this is how we had our evaluation of him. This is how we had this and this. Like, right now, I'm sure that, even though it's been years, like Atlanta just signed Marcus Mariota, right? Marcus Mariota went second overall in 2015. Like, Atlanta probably wasn't going to pick Marcus Mariota, but I would imagine had some level of data on him that even though it's now been 7 years since he was drafted, that they have something to fall back on. So that's one thing that was a cool learning process for me, that a lot of these meetings aren't just about them getting drafted to a specific team. It's just really building an information, and they're basically building a Rolodex of all these players coming into the league so they have something to fall back on. So it could be that they're just, they're concerned that they're going to have some turnover at the linebacker position, but it also could just be that they're, again, recognizing a player who I think a lot of teams, from what I'm hearing, think are going to be pretty good, and they want to gather as much information as possible about these players that they're going to have. This is going to be crazy too. We have to, maybe we'll talk about this sometime in the future, how the Dolphins turned into like 49ers South, and now they have like the fastest team we've ever seen with Waddle and Tyreek and Raheem Mostert. So it's going to be fun to watching them run around together. That's a great point, Chris. I've never really been a big Saquon Barkley guy, to be honest. I'm sorry if Javi's still watching. Admittedly, one of the funnest times I've ever had watching college football was watching Iowa and Penn State a few years ago, and I thought Barkley did as much as a running back could do to keep that team in that game. I just don't I see a guy that has all this athletic ability and breaks off these big explosive runs, but he doesn't really have like the track record of staying healthy. And I see a lot of, a lot of gains for nothing, or you're going backwards, or you're getting a little bits here and there, and then a big explosive run. So the yards per carry average gets distorted. People see these big breakaway runs. I just am not I don't think Saquon Barkley is worth the cap hit he would accrue on the Niners. I don't think that he is worth what the Niners would have to pay. And you also have to give draft compensation on top of it. So I personally don't really like that idea. But I can see how it's appealing to people. He was a second overall pick in the draft. He was touted as I saw people saying things like he was going to be the next Barry Sanders. He had all these, great physical comps coming out. And he's a tremendous athlete. Like, if you just break the guy down as an athlete, he's phenomenal. I just don't think the Niners need a back like that. And I just don't think that if you're going to make a play for a back like that, I don't think Saquon's the guy personally. So I'm out on it. Let's see what else. Not right now, and here's why. And I hope Karan's still in here, because we all know about Fred Warner. Everybody kind of jumped on the Azeez train, which I love to see, because it was a tough discussion last year talking about how Azeez Al-Shaair was the second best linebacker on the team, and at times he looked like he was one of the best defensive players on the field. That wasn't a very popular opinion for a while, and I got a lot of pushback on that. So I'm happy to see people giving him the credit he deserves. Like, even if you go back, I was watching that Lions game for week 1 last year. He's everywhere making plays all over the field. He's a really good player. So you have them. And then you also have Dre Greenlaw, who's shown that he has this explosive ability, the ability to move east to west. And on top of that, you have Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. I am still a proud member of, the DFF truthers. If Perron's still in here, I know he's driving that train too. I think DFF's great for a 4th linebacker. I thought when he had to fill in that, I think it was the Vikings game, when he came in, he was great. So I don't really see it as like a, jumping out on the page, like, oh, this is a need they have to fill. It probably couldn't hurt if you see a player that you think is an upgrade, that's okay. But like, they were pretty set at the position last year, and they were so set they were able to trade off a player who I thought was pretty good in Jonas Griffith to the Denver Broncos and get a 6th-round pick back in return. So I would say not really, JR, but I think it's, never a bad idea to continue to look. I just think that they're not in a position where they have to like pounce on a guy in free agency or, be hitting up other GMs and, working the phones for a linebacker. I think they have 4 really good ones. And I think in a pinch, Oren Burks would be decent if he has to fill in a bit. So I would say probably no. Yes. Thank you. My guy Niner by nature in here. Please, yes, smash the like button, subscribe, send to your friends. The more likes and subscriptions that I get as I'm starting this, the more it gets out into the YouTube algorithm. I'm still a very small fish swimming in a very big pond, so I'm just trying to get as much outreach as possible. So if you guys are enjoying the video, please like it. I definitely appreciate that. Fighting the like button, that's up to you. I'm not going to encourage that, but if you'd like to do that, you're more than welcome to. Let's see. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be very nice, man. I would like to see the 49ers win a Super Bowl. I'm not complaining. I am very blessed for a lot of reasons, so I don't want to be crying too much about that. But yeah, it's been pretty hard, man. I was born 6 months after the 49ers won their last Super Bowl. So I have never gotten to see that, obviously, and they've come pretty close on a couple occasions. So thank you so much, Emiliano. I really appreciate it. Real quick, I'll get to this one too. It's AK-47 always. I am a big believer in him. I don't think he's going to be there when the Niners pick, but I would love to have it. So funny enough, I only have 3 49ers jerseys, I think, and I haven't bought one in like years. I have 2 Patrick Willis jerseys. I have a Patrick Willis jersey I've had for like 12 years, right? Patrick Willis is my favorite 49er of all time. He's probably my favorite football player of all time. I bought a Patrick Willis jersey with like allowance money that I got from like mowing lawns when I was in like 7th grade, I think, his rookie year, or 6th grade or something like that. That one's floating around somewhere, but I have another one that I got a couple years later. And then I have a Kittle jersey that I think I got a few years back, but no Jerry Rice jersey, unfortunately. The first 49ers jersey I actually had that was my own was a Terrell Owens jersey. And I loved it, dude. I still wore it to school all the time. I remember one of my friend's dads when I was like, this was like 2006, 2007. He's like with the Cowboys by then. And they're like, oh, who's this poor kid walking around in the Terrell Owens jersey? And I was wearing it like proudly. I loved it. So never had the Jerry jersey. I think my brother did, and I got it like handed down to me. But I did have a Terrell Owens jersey. T.O. was one of my favorite players ever. So I'm sorry if that disappoints you guys. That's a little I unfortunately never really got to see Jerry in his heyday. I was too young for all that. Actually, there's another question. Let's see. Yes, I get very sick of it, but I also participate in it, and I try not to ever come across as a hypocrite if I can help it. So I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, all people ever talk about is QBs, and I'm in like a Twitter space for like 3 hours where they're just arguing about Jimmy. Because I'll be honest with you, it's extremely entertaining at times, and it's so interesting to hear people's different points of view on it. I did a live with Brad yesterday for like an hour, and I specifically did not bring up Jimmy as a talking point or the quarterback position, really. And I was very proud of that because it's really hard to do in this day and age. I'll be honest, I do get annoyed with it at times because I think there's just a lot of other things to talk about. But at the same time, too, I am complicit and involved in it as well. So I also take some blame. So if I'm going to be annoyed, I need to be annoyed with myself, too, for being a part of it. But there's also times where I'm like, come on, dude, like there's something else to talk about. I just think what it comes back to is that, like, I have the utmost respect for 49ers content creators, and they have to put out content that people want to consume. People want to consume quarterback content. And if you talk about the quarterback position, you talk about Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance, people are going to read your stuff, watch your stuff, listen to your stuff. So it's kind of like, I don't blame them for doing it. I can't sit here and be like, oh, how are you guys doing this again? But I'm not going to lie. When I like log on to Twitter and there's like 7 Twitter spaces all about like Jimmy Garoppolo at the same time, I'm just kind of like, wow, like it's like mind blowing. It's like, it's not even upsetting. It's impressive that we're still talking about this man this much. So that would be my like long-winded answer on that. Let's see. Is there anything else? So I did mention the O-line a little bit earlier. Just to re-summarize for those of you who might not have been in here, I am only really concerned at what they do at right tackle right now. I think that as of now, where it stands, they are good with where Trent Williams is. If Alex Mack comes back, they'll be okay. I like Dan Brunskill a lot more than I think the common perception of him has him, rated. So I think that they'll do okay. I do think that Aaron Banks is a player that I still believe in too. I will always come and admit when I'm wrong. I'm happy to admit that I missed on a player, but I do trust my own evaluation of my own eyes. And I saw a good player when I saw Aaron Banks coming out. So I still believe in him. So I think that he will be good. Alberto has a good question. Do you think there's a chance Debo Bosa don't both get extended? I think it's going to be really hard. I actually asked John Lynch at the scouting combine if he thought that if he was confident he would get a deal done for both. And he basically said that like, oh, they're both guys who want around for a really long time, but it's, the logistics of it are really difficult. So I think he did a pretty good job positioning himself to not be like held to like a standard where like, yes, like I said, I was going to get both done and we're backtracking. It's in their best interest to do so. So again, to me, it's more so like if Bosa gets extended and Debo doesn't, I think that's far more of something that I would be concerned about there being some sort of, I don't want to say hurt feelings, but kind of, resentment building. I think Debo's the one that is first in line to get it just based on the fact he doesn't have the 5th-year option at a high number that Bosa does. I think that his market also being something that's not as record breaking is what I project Bosa's to be factors in. So I think if Debo doesn't get his first, then yes, there might be a slight bit of resentment and turmoil as a result. But I think that they know what they need to do, and I think that they will figure it out. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to get to as many of these as possible. I know we've been running for a bit. I was only going to do this for like 30 minutes, but I'm so appreciative of how many of you guys came in and are asking questions. So I'm going to try to get to all of them. I don't know where I'm at. I'm trying to scroll through the comments and do them one by one, so I'm not missing any. So I apologize if you've been waiting, but I promise you I will get to as many as possible. I would love this. Anybody who knows me, I'm a big Vic Fangio fan, and I think that he's brilliant. He's a brilliant defensive mind. And I think the fact that they discussed him coming in as like a consultant was super interesting to me. Maybe, I would have never thought that was a possibility given, what happened and how it felt like kind of they chose Jim Tomsula over him, essentially. I'm not saying that's what happened because I don't know the full facts, but that's kind of the picture that was painted to all of us. So I would have been surprised, but that would be a really positive outcome if that's the way it were to go. So yes, I think that it's something to watch for. I can't say that that's definitively the plan or I have like a strong hunch that's going to happen, but it's definitely something to monitor. And if they go from Robert Saleh to D'Amico Ryans to Vic Fangio, like I will be blown away, and they definitely deserve a round of applause for being able to do that. Jay, what is going on, dude? Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. My apologies. I thought Reuben Foster was going to be a really good player. I think the ability was always there, so I don't blame you for getting one as well. Maybe you can throw some like duct tape over it and put Quan Alexander's name or something. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Maybe Ebukam now. You can kind of have a versatile number 56 now. Just spitballing here. Yes, please go check out the Jimmy G therapy spaces. These guys are out here doing some great work in the community, trying to get everybody feeling good about the quarterback situation as a whole. We got a couple more. Do you like the Hyder something? I like it that he's going to be a depth guy. I think Kerry Hyder is somebody that the biggest thing that stood out to me going back and watching him in 2020 when he led the team in sacks. Obviously, Nick Bosa wasn't there, so it's not like, oh, he was just, getting all these sacks because Bosa was out. It was the motor. It wasn't that I thought that he was this player that was blowing guys away with what he was doing off his get off or, some crazy pass rushing move that he was going to over and over again. It was the fact that he had a tremendously high motor and he was never giving up on plays. And so many of his plays were hustle plays. And the fact that he wasn't, they got him for a really, really team friendly deal. And having guys like that on your team, it's infectious. It's going to make other guys play with that kind of enthusiasm and energy over and over again. So I like it. And again, I don't want to take anything away from him by saying that I felt like the majority of his sacks were just kind of hustle sacks where he just kept going. Because a lot of guys will kind of, phase out over the course of a play and the 3 or 4 seconds it takes to develop when the quarterback's holding the ball. He didn't, and he had a very high motor. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out. I will add this too. I had the pleasure of hanging out with Nate Atkins, who writes for the Indy Star in Indianapolis. And Nate used to cover the Detroit Lions and was on the Lions beat. And he talked a bunch about that Kerry Hyder, Chris Kocurek connection and how much these guys really fed into Chris Kocurek. I think Chris Kocurek gets the best out of everyone. One of my favorite interactions I had at the Combine was when I got in a little early because I wanted to sit down, do some work. And, I always like to be in a professional setting, be early rather than late to watch the Combine drills. And I walk up and John Randall's sitting there. John Randall, a Hall of Famer, like one of the best defensive linemen of all time. So I start talking to him a little bit and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I'm out there working, trying to get content. And I asked him about the 49ers and what he saw from the pass rush, what he thinks about a guy like Nick Bosa. And he immediately pivoted to Chris Kocurek. And I didn't ask about Chris Kocurek. I asked about the 49ers defensive line. He and Kocurek spent some time together on the Seahawks 20 years ago or so. But I thought it was so cool that this Hall of Fame player immediately pivoted to Chris Kocurek. And it's like, man, anytime you have Chris Kocurek coaching these guys, you're going to get the most out of them. And these guys are going to respond to him. And when you're hearing that from one of the best defensive linemen of all time, I think that holds a lot of merit, especially when this guy has no reason to, falsely pump up Kocurek or the Niners. So I thought that was a cool little story for anyone who might not have heard that or read about that. I think I have that video on my YouTube. If you guys go to the channel, I uploaded it last night. You can see, and he was such a nice guy too, man. John Randall, what a guy. I can't say enough nice things about him. So I'm excited. And I think, honestly, the 49ers could sign my next door neighbor to the defensive line. And I would believe Chris Kocurek is going to turn them into somebody that's going to produce 4 or 5 sacks in a season. Like, his credibility with me is at an all-time high because he just gets results year after year after year. So it's a great question. I like the signing. And I think that having guys with a high motor like that always are going to be guys that when you get them on that team friendly deal like that, like, you're getting your money's worth, not necessarily from just the production, but the energy and the tenacity that they play with really is where you're getting the value, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's a fair point, Emiliano. I think that it's really hard. I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody that, Aaron Banks is going to be good. And how dare you question Aaron Banks when he wasn't on the field last year? I'm just falling back on the tape that I watched. I will say this too. I hate talking about it so much. I'm sorry if I'm boring people with this, but I had such a fun time in Indianapolis because I got to talk to so many people that I respect in this NFL community, players, coaches, scouts. And during one of the drills, I'm on the field and I'm talking to a former All-Pro player, never played for the 49ers, never coached for them. So he had no reason, again, to lie or give me any kind of false information. And I asked him about a player on the 49ers. We talked about it for a little bit. I won't get into it. And he goes, oh, by the way, who I really like over there is that guard Banks. And we started talking a little bit about Aaron Banks. He offered that up on his own. And I thought that was pretty telling that this guy wasn't a Notre Dame alum, had zero ties to Aaron Banks in college or the 49ers, wasn't, an alumni that's just building up a former, fellow player. So for whatever it's worth, he seems to think he's going to be a pretty good player too. The couple people I did have a chance to ask felt the same way. So if that does give you a little bit of optimism, cool. I understand people not wanting to jump into every season, just thinking that every player is going to be good. Like, there has to be some realistic expectations, and I totally respect that. But I have heard some good things about Banks, and from what I saw with my own eyes, I trust that he has the talent to develop into a good player. But that's a great point, Emiliano. It's totally justifiable and understandable to think why fans would be anxious. I'm 26, man. I'll be 27 in a few months, so I'm still pretty young. I can't speak on the what ifs. There's the big ones, obviously. Like, I can talk about they probably three-peat if Joe Montana doesn't get hurt in that game against the Giants in the NFC Championship game. For me, it's 3 things always. Everybody blames Kyle Williams, right? I get it. Like, he fumbled. I was at that game, right? I was at the game where Kyle Williams fumbled. I understand. Everybody blames Kyle Williams. There's 2 things that when the Giants had the ball that I always go back to what ifs. Number 1, the Ahmad Bradshaw play that just, I don't even want to get into it. You guys know what I'm talking about. But the Ahmad Bradshaw play made no sense. That should have been 49ers football. They're getting the ball on the Giants side of the field. Like, that to me is game probably doesn't get to overtime if that doesn't happen. After the second Kyle Williams fumble, on the field goal that the Giants kicked to win that game and go to the Super Bowl, the snap was actually mishandled by the holder and bobbled a little bit. And I've always wondered what would have happened if they didn't get that snap off cleanly. Because if you remember correctly, they had a similar problem about 8 years earlier, 7 years earlier. I forget what the exact years. I think it was 2003, 2004. Against the Giants in that wild card game where the Niners came roaring back with Garcia and they have this big comeback and the Giants go to kick that last field goal and they mishandled the snap and the hold. So I've always kind of wondered what would happen then. And then the other one too is that last sequence in the Super Bowl against the Ravens where I'm like, I just felt like they had so much momentum. They had so much going. And I understand pulling a guy after a big run, but it felt like that play calling sequence. That's not what I would have lost the Super Bowl on. There's certain plays I think you can go into and, hey, if you call them, the defense outplays you, they scheme up better than you do, you can live with it. I'll always wonder what if they had handled the play calling a little bit better towards the end there. So for me as a young guy, those are the ones that I always fall back on. Beyond that, I think the biggest what if right now, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is what if they drafted Aaron Rodgers? I'm a Cal guy, so I'm biased. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area. I'm biased. I get it. The pick didn't make sense to me then as a 10-year-old. It doesn't make sense to me now as an adult. I think that's kind of what I would settle on, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. If you want game examples, those are the games. But if we're talking just in general, the biggest what if for me is what if Aaron Rodgers is wearing a 49ers uniform? So I would throw that out there. It's a great question, though, and I think that's definitely one. Maybe when I have somebody on who's been around for much longer than myself and got to see the full scope of 49ers football over the last 40, 50 years or so, that'd be a great question for them because they could probably give you but they probably will give you better insight than I can, having watched much more 49ers football than me going back into those glory years. What's going on, Derek? Appreciate it, dude. Thank you for coming by. I talked about Watson a bit. I really like him. I like Wilson too. I think Wilson's a guy that's getting slept on a ton. I think he's going to be a guy similar, like in the mold of like Justin Jefferson, where teams kind of just like overthink it and they outthink themselves, where it's like you get these guys that are producing at such a high rate in college for a reason because they're very talented. So I think Garrett Wilson has the potential to fall into that range where I think Jefferson went 22nd overall. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I know it was in the low 20s. I think Wilson has the same potential to slide and end up in that spot and end up being one of the better receivers in this draft. I hope for everybody's sake he doesn't end up in Kansas City. I know you definitely would like to see that happen, but I would be terrified if Patrick Mahomes is throwing the ball to him because I think that would be a very deadly combination, and any team having to deal with that would have a headache. So I like both of them a lot. I think they're both going to be solid players. Watson, I think, is a little bit more dependent on situation. I think Wilson is a little bit more versatile in terms of I think he can be a good player. Like he's scheme proof to me, where I think Watson really will be dependent on scheme and quarterback play a little bit more. So that would kind of be my outlook on that. Shardall, how's it going? Thanks for coming by, dude. I admittedly, I'm not like the biggest Foo Fighters guy. I used to like them a lot more when I was younger. I definitely think it's tragic though that Taylor Hawkins passed. My thoughts are with him and his family. It's always tragic to lose somebody who's such a big figure in music. That meant so much to so many people. And it's been really heartwarming to see the amount of support giving out for him. So my thoughts are with him and anybody else who's struggling with, him passing away. So my thoughts are with everybody on that. And thank you for coming by, Shardall. Always happy to have you around, dude. I do like Kingsley. I think he's interesting. And this is my thing is I know the Niners for a while, they had this like pipeline from South Carolina to the 49ers. And I think a lot of it had to do with, they had a lot of trust with what Will Muschamp was doing. Now that he's not the coach there anymore, I don't know if that same kind of continuity is there where they still have that same level of belief. So I like the player, like the players fitting in. I think that would be really cool. But I'm wondering how much of that was the program that Will Muschamp was running, or if it just was a coincidence. I do think there is a lot to be said, though, that there seemed to be some kind of connection there. So Bobby has a good one. Yes, if Hurst never gets hurt, maybe they win in 98. That's a really good one. I was 3 years old, so I'm not going to pretend like I was up freaking out watching my TV as it happened because I barely remember those games, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm back. Sorry, again, I'm trying to catch up to these. it's funny. Tony was in a space and he was giving player comps, and he was like, I'd compare myself to kind of like a Patrick Mahomes, and Vish was giving him a little bit of a hard time. And I totally understood where Tony was coming from, because I was at the beach. For those of you guys who are from the Bay Area, I was in Half Moon Bay at Poplar Beach a few years back, hanging out, having beers with friends, and we're playing on the beach. We're playing just, two-hand touch on the beach. And I went up to catch a ball. This was before Jimmy Graham, or sorry, not Jimmy Graham. This was before Odell Beckham made that like one-handed catch over the head. And the person who, in my opinion, was kind of famous for doing that was the Saints tight end, Jimmy Graham, when they were using him as this big slot guy. And I went up and I caught a ball that I had no business catching with one hand, falling backwards after slamming, more Coors Light than I probably should have, and landed on my back and caught a touchdown. And I immediately, from that point on, my player comp was always Jimmy Graham. So I'm just saying, maybe I still have it in me to play that like big slot role and go up and make these one-handed catches. So just throwing that out there, for any NFL teams watching, if you're looking to replicate that prime Jimmy Graham, hit my line, hit my agent up, and we'll figure something out. This is a really good one as well. Jed York choosing Harbaugh over Balky. I'm a big Jim Harbaugh guy. This channel, for those of you who don't know, on this channel, we stay up late at night thinking about Jim Harbaugh. We always have Harbaugh on our minds. And if you are ever in a spot where you are up late at night staring at the ceiling thinking of Jim Harbaugh, you are not alone. We are with you. You will always be a friend of the channel. Jim Harbaugh, always a friend of the channel as well. Emiliana points out, yep, and Emiliana saw it then too. How can you pass on Aaron Rodgers, man? Aaron Rodgers is that dude. How do you pass on that? Tony with a good one too, because I've talked about this a bunch with a few people. If one of those two don't get hurt, I think the 49ers still win the Super Bowl. And it's crazy to me because I admittedly take the L on this, because when they both got hurt week one, I was like, it sucks, but they have built such good depth that I don't think that it's, going to cost them the season. And sure enough, they ended up in the playoffs. They made a nice run. But I think if either one of them just was healthy throughout the playoffs, they win the Super Bowl. And that's tough to talk about, because, it's always, oh, what if, we'll never know. And it's tough for me to talk about because I was completely wrong week one when I'm like, oh, everybody needs to calm down. They have good depth. They'll be able to absorb this. I was wrong on that one, so I own that. This is a good question. I mean, I don't want to get like boring and into specifics, but I think the thing is with him is that he's so innovative, and I think he's so good. My favorite part about what Kyle Shanahan does, and sometimes it ends up being his own biggest flaw too, is that he's so good at repeatedly getting a defense to bite on something and then completely like flipping it into a shot play or flipping it into something else or throwing a screen back across the formation, like just little things like that, where once you get so comfortable with a certain look, he's really good at changing it. But I think a lot of times too, he's very reluctant to just kind of like stubbornly keep calling plays. Like he's not the kind of person that's going to run the same play 7 times until a team stops it. And I think that there's a lot of success. Like my whole thinking is, hey, if a team can't stop it, there's probably a reason why. But I think sometimes he's so good at being a step ahead of defensive coordinators. Sometimes he's taking that step before the defensive coordinators get there, and he's kind of banking on them to make adjustments that they don't make. But if you want to get into like specifics of the playbook, I just think that he's done such a good job evolving that Alex Gibbs outside zone based offense, that play action heavy, getting guys out on bootlegs. Like he's just done such a good job innovating that. And I think just a lot of it has to do with not necessarily his play design as much as his rhythm as a play caller. I think he's so good, because I think like you're a Chiefs fan, dude. Andy Reid to me is still kind of like the gold standard when it comes to play design. Eric Bieniemy, who again is just an awesome guy, dude. I got to hang out and talk to him for a bit in Indianapolis. They arguably have a better playbook in my opinion than Kyle does. Kyle's just so good when it comes to getting in a rhythm. When that guy gets hot and he's calling plays, I don't think there's anybody else in the NFL that's at that same level. So to me, it's as much about like Kyle Shanahan, the play caller in the moment, as it is Kyle Shanahan, the play designer, getting the playbook together in the offseason or game planning throughout the week. He's really good at that too, but it's more so like the rhythm he gets into and his ability to just kind of like what he's done with the volatile level of quarterback play he's had the last few years is remarkable to me. And I think that it's the utmost compliment to him. I'm not trying to sit here and take shots at Jimmy Garoppolo or anything, but I think it's pretty objective that we can all sit here and say that it hasn't been week in, week out, you're getting the same thing from Jimmy Garoppolo. It's been a roller coaster ride. Some weeks have been really good. Some weeks have been really bad. But the 49ers found themselves in 2 NFC championship games in 3 years. And a lot of that has to do with Kyle Shanahan and those rhythms that he did get into. But Tony, can you send it again? I'm sorry, dude. I don't want to like miss it. If you send it again, I will definitely get to it right now. Yes, right here. Boom. Javi, right. Didn't even see the comment. I just scrolled down and saw it right now. He's the best at that. When there's days where he's off, sure. When he gets into a rhythm, I'm struggling to think of a guy that I've seen in the NFL that can do that. And I think he's so good at incorporating. Like he's talked about like how he's taken bits and pieces from other offenses that he's worked with along the way. Like he took a lot of stuff like from his time in Tampa with a lot of the pre-snap motion and a lot of the movement across the formation. Like the 49ers go in motion pre-snap more than any other team in the league. Like he's just been so good at evolving that. And I think in a very generalized sense, the next step of Kyle evolving this offense is incorporating a lot of the gap stuff that the Baltimore Ravens have run that they've been really successful with. And I still think right now, Kyle's like ideal offense is this like beautiful hybrid version of like the 2016 Falcons and the 2019 Ravens. And if they can get that for Trey Lance in this offense, like, whew, look out, man. It's going to be like RG3 said, it's going to be fireworks. And off the top of my head, I think it was that New Orleans game. I think some of those play calls he made to keep them in that game early and how creative he got, the fullback toss, the pass from Emmanuel Sanders, like some of that play, it was incredible. That to me was was probably the game I was most impressed with because it would have gotten out of hand way too early. Like I think the Niners get blown out if he doesn't keep them in with some of the sequence of plays that he was calling early. I'd love to hear anybody in the comments too. If you think otherwise, I'll throw some of those answers up too because that's a really good question, Tony. I think it's that. I think it's that Saints game. I was again the fullback option and the touchdown pass from Sanders to Mostert, like. And his ability to keep them in that game, it was extremely impressive to me. Let's see. I want to make sure I get to everybody. I still think it's going to be Derek Stingley. I think that, I like Sauce a lot. I think that he has a lot of, charisma, and I like the way he carries himself. I just think Stingley is just he's a player that a lot of people have forgotten because he got hurt. And I think that because he didn't have the monstrous season he had as I think he was an 18-year-old, maybe he was 19 his freshman year. People have kind of backed off him a little bit, but I think he has the traits that I look for, and I think he's going to end up being a really good player. So I'm going to say Stingley right now, but I think both will be pretty good. And I'd be excited if I was a fan of any team getting either. Steph, thank you so much for coming by. Appreciate it. If you guys aren't following 49 Carats podcast, Steph Sanchez does phenomenal work with that. Please go check that out too. She's 100% right as usual. When they get rolling, it's just like it's a thing of beauty. And it's like you just have this feeling, even with somebody like, an average quarterback, like a Matt Schaub, a Jimmy Garoppolo, these guys that have played in the system under Kyle, you're gonna tear a defense apart. So nailed it. I completely agree. Tony says Gardner corner one. No, I don't know who that is, and I have never gotten that before. This is the first time, so I don't know if that's something I should be happy about or I should be like, wow, I just got roasted by Justin in the chat. So I will look it up later and get back to you because I have not been told that yet. Let's see. This is a great question. Thank you, Courtney. I would like to see Trey just prove that he is somebody that is taking steps forward week in and week out, which I think he's more than capable of doing. I want to see a guy who looks comfortable playing at this level, shows those spurts of that, explosive playmaking ability. But I just want to see a guy who's comfortable operating in this offense and a guy who's going to take the check down and not, eat sacks and hold on to the ball looking to make these big explosive plays. I just want to see a guy that's comfortable going through his progressions and comfortable operating in an offense in a scheme that's extremely quarterback friendly and extremely conducive to producing good numbers from the quarterback position. And that's the biggest thing to me is show me that you're the guy that Kyle believed in, which I think he's going to do. I think right now, if I had to guess, I would say They have a pretty tough schedule. I'm going to say 10-7. Maybe that'll change closer we get to the year. The more I have time to think about it, I think 10-7 is a pretty realistic spot for them. Again, just because they have a really rough schedule, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be the first time that Trey Lance is starting as a full-time starter in the NFL, and there's going to be some, bumps and bruises. I think that ultimately this is a long-term outlook thing. And again, everybody's going to be focused on what's happening this year, and I understand that. You don't watch football games in September 2022 with concern about what's going to happen in October of 2024. But if Trey Lance shows that he's taking the steps to be that elite guy, remember, he's only going to be 22 years old starting this season. If he shows that he can be that guy by the time he's 24, 25, that's going to be in that conversation amongst the top quarterbacks in the league, that's enough for me. If I just see those glimpses where I see the progress week after week, where, hey, he may make a mistake in week 3, but they call the same play in week 7 and he cleans it up and he hits the right progression this time. That to me is what I'm really looking for, is how can he improve on a week-to-week basis? And I think that I have a lot of optimism that's what he's going to be able to do. I don't think that Ambry Thomas is necessarily overrated. I think that 49ers fans get very excited about younger players making big plays and big moments. And Ambry Thomas had an interception that put them in the playoffs. So I understand why people get excited. I just think there needs to be a level of realistic expectation. Again, if we're going to talk about Trey Lance needing time to develop and get accustomed to the level of play at the NFL and having those speed bumps too, it's fair to say the same thing about Ambry Thomas. So I don't want to say overrated. I just think that 49ers fans are very quick to get excited about. The same thing happened with Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw had that all-time moment. I was there in Seattle for that game, so I'm not going to pretend like I wasn't stoked too watching that. But I just think that there is a level of like one play tends to kind of define the value for a lot of fans. But hey, at the end of the day, like, fans are fans, man. I'm not ever going to sit here and tell anybody else how to feel about a certain player. I try to look at things through a little bit more of an objective lens because I like to think that that's ultimately what's going to produce the best content, whether it's written or talking. But yeah, I do think, Lala, there are times where a player might have one play that everybody falls back on when they think of that player. But at the same time, like, hey, you deserve credit. You made that big play in that big spot. So it's not like this was just handed to you. So I think that's totally fair too. That's a tough one. I would say Myles Garrett. I think Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa, like, it wouldn't matter who the quarterback was. Like, they could run the ball 45 times a game. If Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa were on the same defensive line, I think that would just be like devastating. So that's tough, but that's probably who I would go with. The only other name that I'm thinking of, and it might not be super popular, is if Rashawn Slater could play right tackle. I like Rashawn Slater a lot. And if you had Rashawn Slater and Trent Williams on the same offensive line, that would be just nasty, dude. So it would be probably number 1, Myles Garrett, but number 2, pretty close behind Rashawn Slater. These were the game Tavier mentioned for the best games called by Kyle Shanahan since he's been coach. The Arizona game on Halloween was fantastic. That's Jimmy Garoppolo's best game, and Kyle called a really good game in that. If you guys remember, that's when Dante Pettis busted out the thriller in the end zone. Saints game. And then Rams week 18 this past year. Yeah, the second half of that Rams game, Kyle was in his bag, dude. They just couldn't slow him down, and he called a fantastic game. Steph said Saints game too. It seems like that's when we're all falling on. It makes me feel better that you guys are on that same wavelength as well. Justin says Panthers game in 2019. Javi says Panthers in 2019. Rams in 2017. Dude, I remember it was so funny. So when in 2017, I was dating a girl who didn't really watch football. She didn't really care. And it was so funny because I'm sitting there on the edge of my seat in my room. She's 5 feet from me, and she might as well have been an hour away because I was so locked into this game. And I remember it was those black and red uniforms that the 49ers fans hate, and the Rams wearing those ugly yellow uniforms. It's Thursday night, and they looked like they were going to win that game. I think it was 41-39 was the final score. But I remember, dude, I was so locked into that game that year, and I was still riding high on we got Kyle Shanahan. I'm thinking back on it, I'm disgusted that I was this invested in a game that Brian Hoyer was starting. No disrespect to Brian Hoyer, I'm sorry, but dude, I was literally could not there could have been an earthquake going on, and I would have had no idea because I was so just locked into this game. So that's a really good answer too. Yeah, Panthers. That's a good one too. That was the 50 burger. They put up 50 on the Panthers. I remember that was a fun game. I'm McCollum's another guy to watch if you guys haven't seen Sam Houston State. Admittedly, I haven't been able to get the all 22 from that yet because it's harder to get it from the smaller schools. You have to really work the back channels to get that stuff. So I will hopefully get some to break down soon. But from what I've seen from other people posting it, it's looked really good. Definitely follow Javi for the draft content stuff as well. Again, he's doing great stuff. He has great interviews lined up, and he is definitely somebody to rely on if you have questions about draft stuff. Also, again, Steph as well, 49 Carats Pod. She's really putting in a lot of time breaking down these prospects, spending time watching the film. They're watching the film, so you don't have to. So please give them a like, a follow, all that stuff, and please feel free to ask them stuff. I don't want to just be speaking for them, but I'm sure they'd be happy to help you guys out. Thank you. That makes me feel better. A vigilante or whatever the name was. I appreciate it. Hey, I've gotten a lot of things, and at the end of the day, like I'm me. So if somebody thinks I look like somebody, it is what it is. I try to take that stuff and laugh. Javi says 8-win floor, 11-win ceiling is currently constructed. I'm kind of there. I could see 11-6. I could also see 8-9. It kind of depends. Again, a lot of these games in the NFL come down to a play or two. So that 8-9 and that 11-6, really, it's not that far off. It's not as big of a margin as a lot of people might think just based on the outside looking in. So that's a great point as well. Humberto, do you think the Trey and Trey connection takes over the season, or does Mitchell still? I think it's going to be more of a balanced approach. I think ultimately what ended up happening last year was that Mostert got hurt. Sermon was hurt for a bit. Jeff Wilson was hurt. Elijah Mitchell felt like he was the only guy that Kyle really had the utmost faith in taking care of the football, hitting the holes he needed him to. Like, it just felt like it was more of like a, not necessarily like, oh, we're going in every week and we're going to ask you to carry 20 times a game because, that's like ideally what we want to do. It was more so, I think, just they felt like Elijah Mitchell was their most dependable option. And it seemed that way for a while. And that's why I think Deebo Samuel got a lot of carries. I expect this year Elijah Mitchell to still be the impact player he was, and he's probably going to take a step forward. He's going to have more time in the league, more time getting comfortable getting more comfortable reading his blocks, having blocks develop in this scheme, just having more time, more reps, all that stuff helps. I just expect it to be a bit more of a balanced approach. I expect to see a lot more Jeff Wilson. I expect to see a bit more Trey Sermon. I just don't think there's going to be this number one, like, bell cow guy that's really getting like 15, 20 carries a game. Mitchell averaged 18 carries a game. I think he was like third or fourth in the league in carries per game this past year. He was definitely top 5. So I don't expect that to be the same thing again. Cam Taylor-Britt, late round. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he's a Nebraska guy too. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it is. Let's see. I don't know necessarily that they're going to like revamp to do it specifically for that stuff, but I do think that it's really important that they get a lot of reps together in this offseason. Because if you go back and you watch that first game against Arizona, when Trey made his first start, a lot of those holding penalties I felt like came because the 49ers weren't used to blocking for a guy that was going to scramble and run past them. Jimmy Garoppolo did at times, and he took some lumps going and picking up first downs with his legs, but he wasn't going to do it at the level Trey Lance was. And I think at a certain point, a lot of those flags, if you remember correctly, it was a fiesta of flags on that field. They were literally throwing a flag, it felt like, every other play on the 49ers offensive line. And I can't really blame them because it's hard when you're used to blocking for a guy who's going to be behind you. The second a guy moves past you, the rules of engagement change when you're blocking. So I think that it's more so just about getting comfortable with the guys they already have. I don't expect them to make a full revamp because of that, but I do think that they will still kind of transition to a little bit more like gap and power scheme stuff. So maybe that's why they took a guy like Banks, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be just because of Trey's mobility. But you do make a great point. Like, they do need to get more cohesiveness and chemistry because of Trey's mobility. So if your question is it just about like changing players, I apologize. If it's more so just about like, hey, do they need to like change the philosophy and the strategy? Yes, 100% you are right on that one. Tony's talking about getting a space together about Ezra Gray in a space with content creators. Getting Ezra Gray in a space with content creators. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that would be awesome. I would love to see that, and I would love to hear him talk and hear what his thoughts are about coming to the NFL and potentially playing. So that would be awesome. I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. I know if you guys aren't on Twitter, I don't blame anybody who's opted to stay away, but there's a lot of great content and stuff that goes on there. I know someone's working, they messaged me about getting spaces together with some people who are content creators and maybe trying to do some kind of, just spaces where we talk and break down some stuff. And for fans who maybe want, have a little bit more of an expansive breakdown on things. So I know we'll be working on that a little bit. Yes, and I do agree, Steph. Yeah, some more athletic linemen definitely couldn't hurt. Again, there's some guys I really like in this draft. Deesh is a really good player. I like Max Mitchell. A guy who's really under the radar, who I think is going to be like a 6th-round pick, maybe even 7th, is Spencer Burford out of University of Texas San Antonio. I like him a lot. I think he could be pretty good. So let's see what else came with the Trey Lance ball. And this is coming from Derek. Derek's a Chiefs fan, guys. Derek's telling you guys that he can't wait to see Trey Lance ball out, and he thinks that he's going to surprise people like Mahomes did in 2018. So this is coming from a place of unbiased, objective feeling here. Again, this man is a Kansas City Chiefs fan. He has no reason to falsely inflate up Trey Lance for you guys, so that's got to be a little encouraging. I know it definitely makes me excited to hear that there's some optimism. I know my guy Mark, who writes for Arrowhead Pride, Mark Gunnels, if you guys know him from Twitter, he's excited to see Trey too. So, hey, man, I'll put it like this, Derek. There's a lot of 49ers fans who haven't gotten over a couple years ago, but after, getting to talk with you guys a bunch, getting to hang out with Eric B, like, I'm not going to lie, man, I got a lot of love for Chiefs Kingdom. So I appreciate you guys, showing up in the chat and showing some love to Trey. It definitely means a lot. Let's see. Sorry, let me correct a second decision of football. Yes, and that's a great point, Emiliano. That's kind of where, to me, I'm like 10-7 because they have a good roster. I think they have a good roster, and I think the scheme will take care of a lot of the stuff that makes life hard on quarterbacks early on. I think that Trey is, always hear people say that Trey's in the best position to succeed, and he's going into the best possible landing spot, and I think there's a lot of validity to that. I just think that there's also a level of realistic expectation we have to have. And there's going to be a level of like, okay, well, it's going to be tough. You're going to be playing really good teams with good quarterbacks. You're going to be playing teams like the Chargers that have Khalil Mack, and Joey Bosa, or the Raiders who have, Bosa, or sorry, not Bosa. Oh my God, dude. Crosby, Chandler Jones, Yannick too, coming in as a speed rusher rotational guy. Like it's going to be an uphill battle, and you still have to play the Rams twice a year. I don't care who's starting a quarterback for the Seahawks until the 49ers beat them twice in a season. I have to see it happen. It hasn't happened in quite some time, and I need to see it happen before I'm just like writing off the Seahawks entirely. So yeah, I agree. I think that the 49ers are in a spot where like, they're going to be good and they're going to be competitive, but let it be house money. If they go on some crazy run and they're 14-3 or 13-4 and Trey Lance is lighting the league on fire, great. If you go into this year expecting that, there's a good chance that it's probably not going to happen because it's really hard, even for seasoned veterans, to go through with good teams and finish with those records. It's unfair. It's almost unfair at this point to me if we're placing those expectations on Trey Lance, because at the end of the day, he needs time to mature and to grow into a viable starting quarterback. And again, I have the utmost belief in him. I think, again, we talk so much about his physical gifts and his running ability and his big arm. I think mentally is where he really separates himself. And I think he has the mentality, he has the IQ, the understanding, all the intangible things that are so hard to quantify. I think he has, but it's also going to take some time to cultivate that. So I think that's a great point, and I will echo that any chance I get, because I think having realistic expectations ultimately cultivates a more mellowed out fan base and a more, like, hey, maybe you lose a game because Trey Lance throws an interception in the fourth quarter in a 2-minute drill. Like, it happens. But if you're winning games on his arm too, and you're winning games with the physical talent, you got to balance it out and look at the entire picture. So that's a great point, Emiliano. Thank you for saying that. Let's see. Yeah, I think they do. I don't think there's any chance that Jimmy is like on the team in 2022. I think it's gone to the point where like they can't really afford to do that, and you'll see a lot of speculation. You'll see people say like, oh well, they don't like Jimmy, or no, sorry, they don't like Jimmy, that they don't have the utmost belief in Trey, or they don't have the they don't feel great, or they want to keep I don't think it's gonna happen, dude. And like Matt Mayoko is much more plugged in than myself, and he's been saying for weeks that he's like, I just don't see it happening. The 49ers have made it very clear that they think Trey Lance is going to be the guy, and they've told Trey Lance that they think he's going to be the guy. Those are all the reports we're getting, and that's been pretty consistent throughout this whole process. This is my whole take on things. I think ultimately what happened is that the 49ers assumed there would be X amount of destinations where the teams would need a quarterback, right? And hey, nobody's going to sit here and sell Jimmy Garoppolo as an MVP candidate. There's plenty of teams that could and have done worse than Jimmy in recent years. And I think the 49ers got to a point where they didn't really foresee Matt Ryan coming available, Deshaun Watson stuff getting sorted out so quickly, Tom Brady coming out of retirement. And so I don't think that they misjudged Jimmy Garoppolo's value based on his play as a player. I think that they misjudged the amount of landing spots that would ultimately be there, and the fact that I don't think they foresaw the amount of quarterbacks that I think most people would agree are an upgrade over Jimmy, coming available or coming back like the Tom Brady's and stuff. So I get it. I understand where they're at this point now, but I don't think that it's going to like stubbornly make them, stay with Jimmy for another. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I think that there's much more pressure if you bring Jimmy back and you don't succeed than if you have Trey start and you don't, because people say, oh, they won with Jimmy, they have to win with Trey right away. Most rational people are going to look at it as, hey, it's a 22-year-old quarterback that's going to go through growing pains. If you bring Jimmy back and they finish, if they have the same result as this past season, at a certain point, I understood. I defend them for this year. I understood the fact that they said they were going to redshirt Trey, and they got to the playoffs. They got within 3 points of the Super Bowl. I get it. You can't just keep doing that every year, because the longer you hold off on getting Trey Lance in there and really giving him the keys, the worse and worse it looks that you moved up all those picks to do this, and the worse it looks that you didn't supplement the team around Jimmy Garoppolo that's still getting to NFC Championship games. So it just, to me, from an optics standpoint, it looks really bad, if that makes sense. And just from a logistics standpoint, it doesn't really make sense. So I would be shocked at, hey, I'll jump on one of these lives and say I was wrong and I was an idiot and I was stupid if he's back or he's in training camp and he's actually there week 1. I don't think there's any chance he's on the roster week 1. I think he'll end up getting cut before they ever let that happen. Let's see. 49ers ever get Myles Garrett, you better stop watching football, my guy, because they're going to be going 17-0 every single season. I know Brad's out here trying to speak Brian Burns into existence. I'm going to speak Myles Garrett into existence. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. I don't know, but it's pretty fun to think about. Yeah, I mean, who's really like out there? Like maybe there's a guy in the draft they really like. I need to do a little bit more evaluating of my own before I can confidently tell you there's players that I really like that are in that mold. But I think it's a need. I think that that's definitely something that doesn't really get talked about much. But again, I don't think they've had that like consistent, reliable, explosive receiving threat out of the backfield. And I just think that Kyle really has like he has a portion of the playbook we haven't really gotten to see because of that. So I would love to see a back that has that ability to be that guy to come in on third downs and really be, even if it's somebody like, like Washington's gotten great value out of a guy like JD McKissick, like somebody like that they can bring in. I think that would be phenomenal. So we'll see if it happens, but I'm kind of like of the mindset where it's like, I wouldn't count on it right away, but it makes sense on paper. It doesn't seem like something they would do. I like Jeff Wilson Jr. a lot. Jeff Wilson is my favorite running back on the team to watch. He's really good, and I think he's good in pass protection. He can run some routes. I wouldn't overtly say that he's this like, dynamic running back as a receiver that's going to run the full route tree. He's looked good. You have to run choice routes. If you're going to be a back in the 49ers offense, you have to be able to run choice. And he ran choice and scored a touchdown to win the game against Arizona a couple years ago. So I don't want to take anything away from Jeff Wilson. I want to be very clear that I think Jeff Wilson's a phenomenal player. And I think that he's not, fans don't hate him. I also don't think he gets the like love he deserves. And I think that like, when we've seen him and in capacity as a full-time back, he's looked really good. Like, remember that game in New England? He had 3 touchdowns. He ran for over 100 yards, and he unfortunately got hurt in that game. But, like, he's a guy that's, like, really good that I just think kind of got buried behind a deep room of running backs. And it's really hard not to give a bunch of carries to Raheem Mostert when he's on your team, because Raheem Mostert's on, he's a top 5 back in the league, in my opinion. So I don't think it's an indictment on, Jeff Wilson that he hasn't gotten that yet. But I also think that he's much better than we maybe give him credit for. So, I do want to throw that out there. Rachaad White's a guy. I know a lot of people like him out of Arizona State. James Cook's another guy that I really like. I can say confidently that I saw, Derek's in here. I saw Eric Bieniemy talking to both of them. He looked pretty happy with them. He was pretty happy with the evaluation process. I know Brad likes Rachaad a lot, and he was pissed. He's like, oh my God, if the Chiefs get this guy and the Niners don't, like, he's going to be a little bitter about it. So I thought that was kind of funny. This is a good one. And again, if you guys have any questions, I'm hanging out. I don't really care. If you guys have more questions, I'm happy to keep answering them and talking about stuff. So please feel free. It doesn't have to be just 49er stuff. If it's anything, you want to talk about football, please send them over. For the Tyreek Hill trade, I don't know why the Chiefs didn't want to pay him. And again, there were other, like, I am a firm believer in that these cat moves eventually catch up to teams, and you can't just push money back forever. Tyreek Hill, to me, this is how I like to compare Tyreek Hill to, right? I'm a Warriors fan, so excuse my bias and for fitting in Warriors talking to this, but part of what makes Stephen Curry so great to me, aside from the fact that he's just a tremendously gifted basketball player, is the gravity that he pulls in from opposing defenses and the threat of him being as dangerous as the actual production from him. And the fact that you have to account for him the second he steps across the half court line, and you have to send multiple bodies at him, and you have to, pay all this attention and how much stress it puts on a defense. That's what Tyreek Hill is like to me as an NFL player. He's a guy that puts so much stress on opposing defenses and puts so much just worry into defensive coordinators' game planning week to week. You have to really, you can't play the team. I would say the Chiefs, he's not on the team anymore, but for the past few years, you couldn't really play the Chiefs the way you wanted to, because you had to account for Tyreek Hill and you had to leave a safety over the top at bare minimum. You would, you don't see teams going out there willingly zero blitzing the Chiefs a bunch because you're going to get burned on the back end. And I think as good as I think Travis Kelce is the best tight end in the league, but I also think a lot of what opened things up for him underneath was the threat of Tyreek Hill. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, like, can you imagine if they had kept Tyreek and they had Juju and they had Travis Kelce? I just think that it didn't make sense to me. And I talked about it earlier. I don't like the whole draft pick exchange thing because to me, hey, you got 5 draft picks back for Tyreek Hill. The odds of you getting a single player that's even close to what Tyreek brought to you are pretty much like non-existent. Sure, maybe you'll get 2 guys who end up being decent starters for those 5. Maybe you get 3. Maybe you hit on all 5 of them. To me, it's too much of a roll of the dice, and Tyreek Hill is way too important to what the Chiefs have done. I will say I'm interested to see how he's going to get used because I think so many people have equated Tyreek Hill catching these deep balls down the field from Mahomes, who has one of the best arms we've ever seen, and to like thinking that just because Tua doesn't have the strongest arm that it's not going to be there. I still think that you have Mike McDaniel, and Mike McDaniel comes from the Shanahan offense and worked with a guy who was as good, if not better than anybody at getting guys the ball in space. And I'm really interested to see how Tyreek Hill functions in this offense. And if they're going to throw a bunch of screens his way, if they're going to run a lot of crossing routes, they're probably going to, they're going to run drift with him and Jalen Waddle 15 times a game, probably. Like, I'm really interested to see how he changes his perception. Like, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if Tyreek Hill is like top 3 or 4 in the league in YAC next year. Like, he's one of these guys that's just like jumping up the charts as a YAC guy because of how he's going to be used in Miami. So I'm sure it hurts as a Chiefs fan, but I can say I get it. I just don't like it. Like, I don't see the value in just not paying the guy. And, maybe Brett Veach and the Chiefs front office makes me look stupid and they go out and they draft 4 or 5 guys. But if you go back in recent years, like, it's not like they're turning in, these great drafts year after year where it's like, hey, they have utmost faith in them. To me, that's a move that's concerning. And hey, like, I like Valdez-Scantling. I like, Mecole Hardman's decent. I like Juju. Like, they're still got good receivers and they have one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But man, you lose a weapon like that. It's I don't care what you're getting back draft compensation wise. To me, it just doesn't feel like something that I would not feel great if I was Patrick Mahomes walking into that locker room knowing that I lost a player like Tyreek Hill. So I'm sorry, Derek. I know as a Chiefs fan, you probably don't want to hear that, but I'm always going to keep it a buck with you and everybody else. And I don't like that for the Chiefs. I love it for the Dolphins. I think that, again, it's really cool. Having that kind of speed on offense is insane. So I'll move on from that. I don't want to make you feel worse about it. There's nothing anybody can do to change it. It's over. It happened. But yeah, I don't like that for the Chiefs. I love it for the Dolphins. That's a good question, JR. I think that trying to find a way to say this because I don't want it to be misinterpreted the wrong way. I think Deebo Samuel is a superstar, but I think Brandon Ayuk has the more consistent, like the traits that are more consistent with what you look for in a traditional like alpha wide receiver. And I'm not sitting here and saying that I think Ayuk is better or that Deebo isn't as good. I just think that Deebo is such a unique player, whereas Ayuk has, again, so many of these traits that have been consistent with what teams have gotten out of really good receivers over the years. I think that he is a very fluid route runner. I think that he had some problems with drops this past year at times, but I think he's really strong at the catch point. His wingspan is insane. The guy's wingspan is ridiculous when you can say, I think he's only like 5'11", like 6 foot maybe. But his wingspan is like 80. I don't want to misquote the number. It's in the low 80s. I know it was pretty much the same wingspan that Calvin Johnson had at 6'5". So he's a guy to me who I think just really the ultimate downfall was the quarterback never really meshed with him. There was a number of plays, like I remember back that New England game in his rookie year last season where he clears, the defender. He's wide open downfield, and the ball gets thrown a bit behind him and off to the side. And it feels like there were so many times watching Ayuk win downfield, and the ball just never got his way. And some of that stuff's progression stuff. Some of that stuff, you aren't necessarily looking for it, but a lot of it were alerts. They were things that, Jimmy either didn't see, chose not to see, or chose not to throw. And I just see Lance being a little bit more willing to take some of those throws. Like there's some plays. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter at all, but if you do, please DM me. I'll send you a cut up of a couple throws he had against the Texans where they weren't like massive throws. Like we're throwing 40 yards downfield, but he's pushing the ball 15, 16 yards outside the numbers, outside the hashes, to Ayuk. And they're just throws that I didn't see ever come from Jimmy. So I think he's going to take a pretty big leap forward. And I think that the problem was that we saw him have this big rookie season. It looked like he was going to be the guy. And then like Deebo Samuel kind of took that step that everybody kind of expected Ayuk to take. So it's not like the 49ers were left with just, like the receiver everybody counted on didn't do it. And then they were back. Like they still got great production. I just think that the perception of Ayuk is a little, people might be a little bit lower on him just based on how the last season went, but the talent's still there. So I think that he is somebody that can end up being a really impact player. And I think the 49ers, again, have the ability, like this offense is going to be really fun to watch if Trey pans out, which I believe he can. Like, man, you have Kittle, you have Ayuk, you have Deebo all running routes. You have to account for all this pre-snap motion, this misdirection, all like, dude, I, as a fan of the sport of football more than anything, am excited to watch this. And that's why I think you're seeing gentlemen like Derek and Mark and these guys who are Chiefs fans who just appreciate the game of football. We're like, man, I can't wait to watch Trey Lance. I've been watching. I can tell you how many times I talk to people who are fans, who cover other teams, who, whatever, have any kind of association with NFL football outside the 49ers are like, man, I've been watching y'all cook with, Jimmy for all these years. Like, I can't wait to see what happens if this guy has the arm and the legs and all the things that we know Trey Lance has. So I think it's going to end up being a really good season having those two together. And the fact they're working together so early right now, they're getting workouts in this past week together. I think that chemistry is going to be there a lot. So I'm excited to see it. Steph, again, on point as usual. I think that he's just going to end up having a really good season, and he's going to be a guy that won't surprise 49ers fans, but maybe it'll surprise other NFL fans. Like if you guys know Brett Coleman, Brett does really good film work. He has his own YouTube. If you're not subscribed to that, I definitely recommend it. He's really fantastic. And he said last year he's like, we're going to be talking about Brandon Ayuk the way we talked about Devontae Adams. And while that obviously didn't go the way I'm sure everyone would have hoped, I definitely understood what he was saying when he said that. And it makes all the sense in the world to me. And I still think that that's on the table. So it'd be really interesting to see how that plays out going forward. So I have the utmost belief in Brandon Ayuk. And I think that he can end up being a guy where you do start getting these, lofty comparisons and these high praises, and you turning on NFL Network or ESPN or these other ones, and they're like Brandon Ayuk, and they're talking all this up and talking like it's just, it won't surprise 49ers fans, but it's going to surprise a lot of people. So I'm excited to see that. Again, if you guys have any more questions or anything, I'm trying to, we've come 2 hours and 10 minutes through this. So we've made it this far. So I'm happy to keep answering a couple more if you guys want. If it's, starting to get wrapped up, I know it's getting kind of late. I totally understand that. I just figure while I'm here, again, I have the tape grinding glasses on. I'm happy to answer anything while you guys are still here. I want to get to everybody. So really appreciate you guys staying. For anybody who just came recently, please like, subscribe to the channel. I'm just trying to get this up and going. I'm going to be talking 49er stuff every single day. So any support for the channel is greatly appreciated. It helps out a lot. I don't know if that was for somebody in the chat or for me, Tony. I have not yet. But again, I feel dumb saying this a lot, but I haven't caught up to the level that I'm normally at this point of the year with my draft evaluation stuff. Like, especially like last year, I was like light years ahead. I was like 250 deep probably in prospects that I'd watched. Like, had my little database for everybody. Like this year, I'm scuffling a little bit. So I will check him out though. If you think he is worth watching, I respect your opinion and I will look into that. Let's see. Yes. This is one that I feel very strongly about, and I have had extensive discussions with people at length about this. I think that the 49ers are a team that it's not perfect, right? They make mistakes. I'm not going to sit here. I certainly am not, paid or in a position to just be blindly defending the team. but I respect the way that they go about their business. Like the way I like to evaluate transactions, moves in the NFL is the logic. Sometimes the best things on paper don't pan out and injuries happen, things out of your control happen. But to me, it's about like the logic going into a draft pick, a free agent signing, a trade. If I can get on board with the logic, that to me is much more important than the end result, if that makes sense, right? So, hey, sometimes you'll sign a player and it doesn't work. But if you have a hole at cornerback and you go out and you spend money on a corner who looks really good and the consensus is they're a pretty good player and it just doesn't work out, you took a swing, the logic makes sense. Obviously, there's much higher standard of excellence for these guys actually holding the job. But just from my own evaluation, if I can reason why you did something, that to me is much more important than just evaluating the overall sum of what happens. So let's break down this free agency period, right? Everybody talked about how the 49ers needed a corner for the longest time. We talked about how they needed, to add help in the secondary. They talked about how they needed, a number one corner, a shutdown, lockdown guy. On the first day of, free agency, the 49ers go out and they add Tarvarius Ward, who was one of the most sought after corners on the market, who was young in his prime. They got for a good deal. They addressed a position that they needed to address. So to me, that logic looks great on paper. I don't know how it's going to pan out. I think he's a good player. I think he's going to end up being good. But as of now, like the logic behind that move makes sense. This is where it gets interesting. The 49ers were not very good on special teams last year. The kickoff coverage unit was just frankly one of the worst I've ever seen that I can remember watching. Felt like every time a team ran a kickback, they were starting at their own 31, 32, sometimes even 35-yard line. They made a concerted effort to go into this offseason and say, hey, we weren't good enough on special teams. We need to get better. I thought the signings of players like Odom and Burks and bringing in a guy like Ray McLeod, which I'll get to. I know Tony's asking about it. I'll save that for the next question. But bringing in those kind of guys made me feel confident that they were able to look in the mirror. And there's plenty of teams that would have sat there and been like, hey, we were 3 plays away from the NFC Championship game. We have this new quarterback coming in. We had players that were hurt. Like we're going to get healthy, run it back next year, and we'll be fine. The fact that they were able to look at themselves in the mirror and be like, hey, we put together a pretty good team. We missed pretty bad on special teams. Let's go out and just make sure we don't have this issue where we're not sitting here watching film during the week after games and being like, okay, well, the reason we lost is our special teams wasn't good, or the reason we were in this, dogfight till the end of a game that we should have easily won is because our special teams was bad. So the fact that they had the self-awareness to recognize that they needed to get better in the phase of the game that gets forgotten so often and it gets so frequently overlooked, to me showed growth and maturity, because it felt like for a while they kind of were just like, hey, if we can fit another receiver or defensive back on the roster and maybe they might be good as a depth guy playing those actual positions, but their special teams contributions weren't going to be great. It feels like they pivoted from that to like, all right, we'll put guys on the team whose primary role is going to be special teams. And if they can contribute as a safety or receiver or something, great. But we're going to bank on their special teams production. That showed like a big shift in like philosophy for me based on where they had been at. So I think that's something that was encouraging to see. And they have a good track record. Okay. And that's the biggest thing for me. Like, again, I'm not the biggest advocate of Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that, I was a bit harder than I should have been for a while on him, but I also think that he got replaced for a reason. I think he's just kind of an average NFL quarterback. And I don't think that you get to the doorstep of Lombardi trophies in 2 out of 3 years with that level of quarterback play without a really good roster around you. And I think that the 49ers have constructed a really good roster, especially when you consider it was stripped down to the studs when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan first arrived. So I just think that we're at a spot now where we're going to have differences of opinion and differences of how they should go about things. But to me, the logic is there and the results have been there. So if that makes sense, like I think that there's a genuine path to them getting to these signings and trades and stuff they've done where I'm like, okay, well, this makes sense to me. I understand that. Where also, like on the flip side, like, hey, look, when they traded up for Trey Sermon, the logic behind that didn't make sense to me. The results weren't there. They aren't perfect with everything. They've definitely missed with some stuff to me. And again, it comes back to the logic of things. Like you kind of have to draft like, starting running back that's rushing for 1,000 yards if you're trading up in the 3rd round. And there's been plenty of guys in the league that have reached that are averaging 4.5 yards a carry that aren't there. So the logic never made sense. That's kind of the point I'm trying to get at. I'm sorry if I'm going in circles, but I just kind of wanted to make sure that like my point's clear. Like the logic of these signings makes sense to me. It's just that the fan base wants these big splashy names, and that's never really been to me how championship teams do business. If you look at the spending every year in free agency, generally the teams that have the most cap space are the teams that didn't do great the year before, and they have a bunch of cap space because they don't have guys to resign. They aren't drafting guys getting second contracts. That usually is how it goes, and that's where I'm kind of like, okay, it's not like the 49ers are sitting here standing pat while the Rams and the like the Bengals spent a bunch of money on their line, but they were kind of a, one-off situation. That's the exception, not the rule. But like the Rams, the Chiefs, the Bills, they're not making these massive signings outside of a couple guys here and there, right? Like obviously Von Miller went to the Bills. I get it. That's a big signing. But like the Chiefs ended up trading away one of their better players. The Packers the Packers traded away, Devontae Adams. Like a lot of these teams that were there that had better success during the regular season and were right there in the playoffs with the Niners aren't sitting here spending on 4 or 5 big name free agents. Like the teams that are doing that, like Jacksonville's doing that. Like, would you rather be rooting for the Jacksonville Jaguars or the San Francisco 49ers right now? Because the way a lot of people make it seem, it's like, oh, well, you have to spend money. Like this team only cares. Like, hey, if the Jaguars spending that much money was really going to equate to success, they wouldn't be the laughing stock of the league. And I mean that with, the utmost sincerity. Like it's really the reality of the situation. So sorry for the long-winded answer. I could talk about that for hours. Maybe I'll do a live about that specifically because I think it's a really interesting topic. But I think that they have the logic behind the majority of their moves is sound to me, and they've gotten enough return on the investment given the players they've drafted, brought in, and the fact that they've come really close to winning a Lombardi with mediocre QB play twice in the last 3 seasons. That to me makes me believe that they have some equity when constructing a roster. So I hope that answered things, JR, but that's kind of where I stand on that. And then for Tony, I like Ray McLeod. Back to the special teams thing. They needed to address the returning position. They were bottom 5 in kick return average for the last 4 seasons. I think it was 4 out of the last 5 years, if I remember correctly. They didn't really have an explosive returner the last few seasons, and it's cost them field position. Every little bit of field position matters. And if you get a guy like Ray McLeod, who was, I think he was top 5 in both the amount of returns he had and yardage, and just somebody that's dependable and also caught 39 balls, was somebody that was a decent slot receiver when he was asked to be, was a decent receiving option in general when he needed to be, has good change of direction ability, just somebody that I could see Kyle Shanahan turning into a legitimate weapon. So I like it. I think, and again, like somebody asked me when it happened, like, oh, you don't think that's too much money? And I'm like, no, because the reported deal is never going to be what the actual cap hits and money is. And I'm pretty sure his cap hits are, it's like something like a 2-year, $4 million deal or something like that when you actually break down the cap hits. I apologize if I run it on fumes here, so I apologize if I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it's very, easy to look at that deal and be like, yeah, they absolutely got their money's worth. And especially if they turn him into an offensive weapon where they're getting some end arounds, they're getting him, maybe Ray McLeod gets some carries out of the backfield. He played running back once upon a time. Maybe he's a guy they utilize, getting the ball in space, getting him on these short to intermediate things. So I like it. And I like the fact that a lot of these signings are making have a, decently high ceiling, and the risk isn't all that high. They do a really good job of risk aversion. And I think that's one thing that, for all the fans that talk about how they need to take these big risks and get these big players, a lot of times teams do that and it doesn't work out well. And the same people complaining that they're not doing enough now would be the first people complaining if they did take big swings and miss on them. So it's kind of like, you're operating in this space where like every move they have to make has to pan out or you're going to be upset. And frankly, I don't see how that's possible to operate as an NFL fan that way, because the sport's way too hard to, bat 1,000 to get everything right. So I hope that answers it okay. Trent Williams is still balling at 33 because he's a generational athlete. He's one of the best players I've ever seen watch play football. I talked to Brad about that a bunch last year where I'm like, dude, this is literally, aside from just offensive line play, this is one of the most impressive NFL seasons I've ever seen. It's an absolute joy to watch Trent Williams play football. So I wish I could tell you how he's that good. All I know is that he's one of the best offensive linemen I've ever seen. And it's an absolute treat to get to watch him do what he does every Sunday for the 49ers. Yes, you absolutely should convert it. You should absolutely get on. You should absolutely do that. If you want to do that, Tony, 100%, anything I can do to help get the word out, I'm happy to do. But yes, you absolutely should. And anybody else who's watching this or has any, if you're thinking about doing 49ers content, do it, dude. Absolutely. I'm sitting here, it's Saturday night and I still have a bunch of stuff I have to do, but I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours with you guys and I've loved every minute of it. This is so fun. I can't begin to tell you how much not only joy it brings, but also how cool it is to connect with so many different people. So yes to you, Tony. And if anybody else is considering it, like 100% do it. And if I can help in any way, please reach out to me. I don't know how to do it through YouTube, but if you follow me on Twitter, you can reach out to me through Twitter and let me know. I have Instagram too. I barely use it, to be honest with you, but I have an Instagram. I think it's like Jordan Elliott underscore NN for Niners Nation. So you can reach out to me on Instagram too. If I can help you out in any way, I'm always here. I always try to be as much of a resource as I can be. But yes, you 100% could. Let's see. Yes, absolutely. And as we get close to wrapping up, Ashley makes a great point. Because I always tell people, like, I get people say, like, it's always like, oh, Super Bowls, like winning, like this and that. If somebody asks me why I watch sports or why I watch football or why I love the game of football, it's entertainment. I watch football to be entertained. And yes, winning is always more fun. Sometimes winning ugly is better than losing in a way that's super entertaining. But I ultimately watch this sport to be entertained. And I would much rather, hey, if the 49ers go 10-7 this year, but it's a much more entertaining ride along the way, I will take that every single time. And I think it's such a fun discussion because a lot of times people just tell me like, hey, dude, shut up. I just want to win Super Bowls. I don't care how it happens. And I respect that, man. I totally get it. Just speaking from my own experience, I want to see fireworks. I want to see big chunk plays. It doesn't even have to be huge plays. Like I want to see guys get pancaked in the run game on a 3-yard gain. Like I want to see things that entertain me. And I think Ashley makes a great point. This could be a year where it's just much more entertaining and a much more enjoyable product because you're seeing a quarterback that has the ability to run around and scramble. You're seeing, like, think back even when, like, in the last decade, when Colin Kaepernick was on that incredible run, winning those road games in the playoffs, like what he was able to do extending plays with his legs, like that to me was some of the most exciting football I've ever seen. So I think that's a really, really good point that the excitement level could be there. Even if the results aren't that far off, maybe they win a game more, they lose a game, more than they did last year. The excitement level has the chance to like extremely, extremely, increase. And I think that that's so fun to think about because as much as the 49ers and my sports teams that I care about have, bummed me out at times, I watch sports to get excited and be happy, man. And until the games actually get here, I'm going to focus on being positive and being happy because there's a lot to be excited about. I get to write about hopefully a really explosive offense that takes the league by storm. Like that to me is super exciting. So I definitely think that's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's see if we have anything else. Yes, thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Again, if anybody has the time, if you like the channel, if you subscribe to it, if you share the videos, I do have to get to a certain amount of watch hours and a certain amount of subscribers before I can do that. But to be honest with you, the amount that I've gotten in the 3 days I've been doing this has been awesome. And the fact that you guys are still sitting here with me 2.5 hours later makes me feel really good. So I appreciate it. Any help, again, is tremendously appreciated on my end. I can't do this without support from you guys. So thank you, Tony. Hopefully, when the time comes, but I have a ton of fun doing this and I'm just trying to get better myself, talking to a camera. I got my little microphone here. So anything that helps me with that is worth more than the money, to be honest. But if YouTube wants to pay me for ads and stuff too, I got groceries and, gas bills too. So I'm happy to take those on. I think I'm going to get close to wrapping this up unless anybody else has any other questions you guys want to ask. I'm sorry, Derek, I will not be answering this one because I just not today, my friend. Maybe another day, but we're radiating positivity tonight. I will not be going out of my way to bring down anybody, including you asking my 5 worst 49ers players. Can't do it, won't do it, refuse to do it right now. I just think that there's a time and a place for that. And right now is not the time. So I apologize. Chris says AJ Jenkins takes the cake there. If we're talking all time, that's different. But this is too hard of a question. I think everybody brings something different to the table. I have the utmost respect for everybody's. I'm sorry, I don't want to, bore you guys with just like a, politically correct answer, but I really do mean that. Like I have a lot of friends who I, got to know by doing this stuff. and they all bring something different to the table and bring something cool to the table. So I don't have a particular like favorite that I really like listening to. There isn't anybody whose podcast that I would put above everybody else's. I think they're all really good, and I think they're all pretty cool, and some are different. Some have things that, you know, other people might not like, but other people do. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there. So definitely, you know, the fact you guys are sitting here, you know, on a Saturday night watching mine means a lot. Like, the 49ers have such a passionate fan base, dude. It's so cool to see how much people care about 49ers football. And it's really cool to see the love that they do show a lot of these people doing podcasts and YouTube shows and stuff like that. I will say this, the most underrated podcaster, Andrew Pasquini, the co-host of the Sprint Ride Option. I love Jason Aponte. That is my guy. He is fantastic. But it feels like at times people are so, you know, on the Jason Aponte wagon that they forget Andrew Pasquini is also helping push that Sprint Ride Option train as well. So I won't say best. I think everybody's tied for the best. But if we're talking underrated, Andrew Pasquini is number one by far. Not only is he a fantastic podcaster, he's a fantastic human being and somebody I'm proud to call my friend. If you guys haven't seen Sprint Ride Option, please go check it out. Again, Andrew, to me, he's very good at what he does. He's very good at keeping things lighthearted, keeping things, you know, the mood light and the mood not super tense. And I think that that's really important, especially when you get into the heat of football season, when people are angry about this and that and yelling at each other and whatnot. He also was a part of the inaugural episode of my stream, on here on this channel. Andrew was a part of the first episode. So he'll always have a place here. He will always be a friend of the show. So definitely check him out. Okay. It's hard off the top of my head. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is number one, and I will not hear it from anybody else. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is number one. I don't argue with me. Don't just stop. I've seen some pretty horrid takes about Cinnamon Toast Crunch on my Twitter timeline in the last few days. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is number one. I would say Captain Crunch is number two, and I think that counts with Crunch Berries. I like Crunch Berries. I think they're great. I think that's number two. This is hard. Fruity Pebbles number three. Strawberry Frosted Mini Wheats 4. Reese's Puffs 5. That's tough. I have to fit one of those in there because I'm not gonna lie. I mess heavy with the like dude. I love like Rice Chex and like Frosted Mini Wheats, Raisin Bran Crunch. Like a lot of those that people are just like, oh, like I don't want to talk about that. Like I still think they're good and they have their places, but like Cinnamon Toast Crunch is number one. I'm sorry, dude. Cinnamon Toast Crunch and like dude, I was at the grocery store near my apartment and they have like the cinnamon sugar like in a like salt shaker that you can like pour on like toast and stuff. And I had to like run out of the store because I'm like, dude, I'm gonna buy like 7 of these and just eat cinnamon toast like there's like golden dust like all the time. Like it's the milk alone from Cinnamon Toast Crunch is better than like any other cereal. So maybe that's something that's good to end on because I don't want to get disappointed and see somebody who I hold in high regard come in the comments and tell me that they don't think Cinnamon Toast Crunch is elite because it's just it's number one. That's a great question. And I'm always open. Hey, if we're doing stuff like this, and especially if we're 2.5 hours in, if you guys have like random questions, like top 5 cereals and stuff like that, as long as it's appropriate and it's not like disrespectful to anybody, I'm totally happy to answer stuff like that. So please feel free to throw stuff out like that. This is all about having fun, man. And, you know, I feel like enough of you are still in here watching that. I hope you're enjoying this and having fun. So if you guys want to talk about cereal, I'm all for that too. Yes, please Debo the like button. Again, like, subscriptions, all that stuff. It helps out. You guys sitting here watching this, it's helping my watch hours so that I can eventually be monetized and continue to grow this channel. So thank you guys so much. We are getting some Cinnamon Toast Crunch love in the chat. Let's go. This is what I like to see. Yes, dude. For any of you guys who are Giants fans, remember the 100 Pence chant. That's how I am about Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I get hyped for that. Yeah, I was. I thought Marcus Lattimore was going to be he was really special at South Carolina. I thought he was going to be really good. He unfortunately didn't pan out. I thought he was going to be fantastic. I also thought Reuben Foster was going to be fantastic. I was ecstatic when the 49ers took Reuben Foster. I was always kind of when they took Solomon Thomas. I wanted a quarterback, but I remember I was in the living room with one of my best friends at my house watching that. And when they drafted Reuben Foster, I was like beside myself. I was like, there's no way. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, here's John Lynch, the finesser, coming in right away and getting, again, I wasn't super high on Solomon Thomas, but I'm like, you got Reuben Foster back end of the first round. Like, oh, dude, I was ecstatic, dude. Yes. Okay. This is another interesting talking point. Crosby got picked over Bosa. I don't know why. I can't say that. Why did Robert Quinn get picked over Nick Bosa? That's my question. Because Robert Quinn, sure, he had like 18 sacks or whatever it was. He had half the amount of pressures that Bosa did. That was the real travesty. And the problem is that I think a lot of people that don't watch every single snap every single week, which is it's hard to do, end up just looking at something like a box score. I'm like, oh, wow, Robert Quinn had 18 sacks. He's an all-pro. I watched enough Robert Quinn this year where, no offense to Robert Quinn, I think he's a fine football player. Do I think he's more deserving than Nick Bosa? Absolutely not. Do I think that he is more deserving than Max Crosby? Absolutely not. So my whole take on that isn't Crosby over Bosa. It should have been Crosby and Bosa. It should have never had to come down to those two. Robert Quinn should have been the odd man out. And again, no disrespect to you, Robert Quinn. I just don't see it. If you have 18 sacks and 40 some odd pressures when the other guy has, I think Bosa finished with 15 sacks. I think Bosa had 88 pressures in the regular season. Like, dude, come on. Max Crosby had like 110. Like, I'm not a big, oh yes, absolutely. W for the CTC love too. And no, I have not had cookies and olive oil, but my mom's side of the family is Italian, so I put olive oil on like everything. Cookies, I have yet to do it, but I'm going to trust you, Tony. I will get back to you on what I think of it, but I will put olive oil on literally anything because it is like, it's perfect. It is everything that you could ever dream of in a food enhancer. Let's see. And he says, no, it's not a troll. It's actually really good. I assumed it wasn't when you said that. Cause like I said, I got Italian blood in me too, man. And I know that, you're not gonna be making jokes about olive oil for no reason. That's another good one. Honey Bunches of Oats is really good. I like the almond clusters one. I will get that from time to time. That is super good. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, I bought a Patrick Willis jersey before he ever stepped on the field. So it's a gamble. Mine happened to pay off, thankfully, but I totally know what that's like. And I did that again when I was like 11 or 12 and I was like earning money by mowing lawns and I didn't have money to just like throw away. It was a huge deal that I was getting my own jersey like that. So I can relate to where that's coming from. Yeah, he probably is. And then I'll end up on some clip with, I don't know if you guys saw DJ Reed kind of, he took some shots at my guy Leo and took a clip of Leo saying that him playing corner for the Seahawks was good for the 49ers. And he basically put that clip and then a bunch of highlights with Super Gremlin in the background. And he kind of cooked my guy. So if it happens to me, I got to take it the way Leo did. Leo took it in stride. But yeah, Oh, Tony, let me tell you, I'm not just honorary, my guy. Like I said, I got half my family is like full on Italian. Like I this isn't just an honorary title, my guy. I'm actually about it. Let's see. I think he's in the discussion right now, but yeah, if he plays 2 to 3 more years with that level, yeah, dude, he's the best. Like, again, this is another situation. Like, I never saw Lawrence Taylor play every week. I can't pretend like I can come from a fully, watch these guys forever. But I also think a lot of times too, you get people that are older that like are so set in their ways where they like never want to admit that these newer generation of athletes are so much more like they're training year round. They're in the gym, in the lab on all these, supplements and diets and all these things. Like, athletes are at like their peak performance right now, right? When Lawrence Taylor was playing, a lot of those guys were working as like car salesmen and like second jobs in the winter time because they weren't making enough as football players. They certainly weren't doing what these guys are doing now, where they're waking up at 6 a.m. in the off season and working out all day. So I am of the mindset where like I put more stock in what these guys are doing nowadays. And like, sure, there's different rule changes and people argue it's more physical and this and that too. What Aaron Donald has done as an interior defensive lineman is something that you might not ever see again. I think it's just, to me, yes. Like right now, Reggie White and Bruce Smith and some of these guys, they're fantastic, dude. And they deserve to be in the pantheon of greats. But if it's my opinion, it's like Deion Sanders, Lawrence Taylor, and Aaron Donald to me are like alone in their tier at the top. So again, I might get cooked by somebody who's like 50 years old who's going to say I'm a dumb kid who never watched them play. That's fine. I get it. But to me, dude, Aaron Donald. I know 49ers fans don't really like him. He's probably my favorite player in the entire league to watch. What this guy does against double and triple teams from the interior of a defensive line without having the leverage to work outside in space, like it's insane, dude. He's an incredible player. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, and I'm with you. He's the best overall football player I've ever seen. Like he's the best overall. If we're talking ever, like right now, and I've said it for like 2 years now, 3 years now, like he's the best player in football. And people talk about Mahomes and Brady and stuff, and they're great at what they do. If we're breaking down just individual like ability, like Aaron Donald to me is like by far the best player in the entire league. So yeah, I'm with you, Lalo. I think that's a massive dub, dude. You be stacking them, so it doesn't surprise me. But yeah, that's not a crazy thing at all. And again, I don't like this whole old head thing, like, oh, you didn't watch them play, so you can't say this to that, da-da-da-da. How many of these people are watching game film every week on Aaron Donald? That's my kind of pushback on that, dude. Like, until I start seeing you bust out the all-22, I don't really care about this whole age gap thing that these guys like to throw around. So, throwing it out there. I'll go on a little tangent about that. That's another thing that pisses me off, but I don't want to get into it right now. We're vibing. We're positive tonight. We're 2 hours and 39 minutes in. We're still out here just cooking. We're talking about cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Aaron Donald. We're covering all the bases, man. This is the content I strive to bring you guys, and I couldn't do without you guys in the chat. What's going on, Tyler? I talked about this a bit earlier. If I had to put a percentage on it, I'd say like 10% right now. Like I'm still holding out hope that there's like a resolution where the Niners like, hey, there's not many great options on the market, and they realize that Tart's very good, and they pay him, a decent amount of money to come back. I'm not counting on it. I think the 49ers are trying to get younger at the position, and I think Tart is going to ultimately go somewhere else and play his way into a decent role on another team because I think he's a good player. So I'm not counting on it. I'd say 10% if you have to ask me to put like a percentage number on it. Unfortunately, it's kind of, it's something that you kind of have to have somebody who has access to that kind of stuff. And as much as I would love to post it and share with everybody, I just can't do it. That's not how it works. So it's just kind of, yeah, like I wish there was like a like roadmap I could give you to getting it, but it's just kind of like knowing somebody who has it and is willing to share it, but generally isn't something that is allowed to be shared around. So I apologize for that. Bernil has a good question. I think that they still are going to look at a veteran guy at first. I would hope to replace Tart because, again, I wouldn't want to count on a rookie coming in from day one and having that be the only option. I think bringing in a veteran just allows them more flexibility. I like Peppers. I think that he's a guy who has the range and athleticism to develop into somebody that can do some of the same things Tart did. He's a bit more undersized, in my opinion, in just terms of like overall stature when you compare the two. But, he's still a good player. He's somebody I like. I know Terrell Edmonds is a name people throw around a bunch. I really like Ronnie Harrison from the Browns, who's still a free agent out there. He's somebody I think would be great. I don't know if the 49ers feel that way. He's not as fluid as Tart when it comes to turning his hips and getting out in space, but I think what he can do with the inside the box against the run, fitting gaps, I think he'd be really good doing that. Everybody, please congratulate Tony. Round of applause for Tony. Drop the clap emojis in the chat. He officially transitioned from a Madden account to a 49ers account. So he's going to be doing 49ers content stuff. Please give this man the biggest welcome and go follow him, subscribe to him. He's great at what he does. So I want to give Tony a shout out for that. Derek has a great question. Top 5 candy bars. Okay. If we're counting, I don't know if it counts because it's like newer and it's like kind of like not really a candy bar, but like the Take 5 bar by Reese's is probably number 1 for me. I think it has like everything in it. So it's like super good. That's number 1. Mr. Good Bar is number 2. I love Mr. Good Bars. I always have. I always will. Cookies and Cream Hershey's would be number 3 probably. Butterfinger 4 and Twix 5. That's not the order. Those are the top 5 for me. I would move those around a bit because Twix are like up there for me too. But those are probably my 5, honestly. Do we count Reese's cups as that too? Because like Reese's would have to be that too. Like when we talk about like Halloween candy, like Reese's are like top 5, dude. Like that's You got me stumped, dude. I'd love to see what people think in the comments for that. Drop your top 5 candy bars. I would love to see what other people are eating. And like, I'm assuming you mean like only chocolate, because like Skittles, like I mess with Skittles heavy. Like I would have Skittles somewhere up there too. But I'm assuming you mean like chocolate. But tough one. Yeah, yes, they are, dude. That cookies and cream Hershey's fire, dude. I don't care what anybody says. That's like a goated candy, dude. It's doesn't get the love it deserves. Hey, I'm encouraging. I appreciate it, Miliano. I'm encouraging it. I hopped on this expecting to do, like 30 minutes and maybe people would fizzle out. There's still a good amount of people watching, and it's helping me with the channel, and I'm having fun. I'm hanging out. I was going to write and do a little bit of film stuff, but for anybody who doesn't know me very well, I'm very big on paying dues and earning things and working. So the more I do these lives, the more it's helping boost my channel with the watch hours and subscriptions. So you guys are seeing it real time. This is me again. I put the film glasses on. I'm in here trying to just get it out the mud and get this channel up and going. So you guys are actually helping me by asking the questions, but I appreciate you having my back, Emiliano. Luckily, tomorrow is Sunday. If I had to get up early for work, then I probably would be a little bit more quick to jump off, but this has been fun, man. Like I said, we transitioned from talking about the Niners to Tyreek Hill trades. We're talking top 5 cereals, top 5 candy bars. This is everything I could have asked for in a, live, just going back and forth and engaging with the comments. So this has been fantastic for me. That's a fair point. It's up there for me too. It's consistent. Like you can win with that, right? Like that's the thing for me is it's like, that's a candy bar to me. That's like Kirk Cousins. Like, sure, it may not blow you away, but it's been there. It's done that. It's reliable. It's dependable. It may not be the best to me, but you can win with it. So I would throw that out there. I think that's totally fair. Especially if you freeze them, if you put them in the freezer, dude, you put almost anything in the freezer that's sweet, it's going to be good. I don't know if they're still selling Girl Scout cookies, but for those of you who haven't done it, Thin Mints in the freezer that was like a game changer for me. The second I realized that you could like freeze Thin Mints and turn them into these like delicious frozen treats, blew my mind. Like, so just throwing that out there. It's free game if you haven't done it already. I'm sure a bunch of people are like, oh dude, we've been on that movement. Like we've been new. You're just like super late. I get it. Yes, I'm still pushing, Steph. I honestly, I might try to hit 3 hours now. Like we're getting close. We're having fun. We're talking about candy. Pop-Tarts, that's an interesting discussion too, because Pop-Tarts is where it gets really, really interesting. I think s'mores is definitely up there for the GOAT flavor. 100 Grand Tricks, Caramellos are really good too. That's a good one. God, I'm blanking. What's that? Rolos. I love Rolos too. I don't know if it counts, but Big Hunk and Abba Zaba too. When I was a kid, Big Hunk would have been top 5 for me when I was a kid. I haven't eaten one in a long time, but I used to love Big Hunk bars. So I don't know if that or Abba Zaba counts as like candy too, but I loved those. Charleston Chew, love Charleston Chews, dude. Especially the strawberry ones, fire. My dad had me grow up on all those like old school candies he ate. So I was again eating like Big Hunks and Charleston Chews and all those. To be honest with you, Derek, I don't care about my sleep schedule either. So that makes 2 of us. I'm going to go through and see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Those are some good ones too. Yes. Okay. Yes. Butterfinger. Absolutely. I'm definitely interested to hear it. So like one of my best friends is vegan. Like, do you have any like specific, like vegan treats that you eat now that are super good? I know it's not candy, but I've been eating these chips that I get from Target all the time. They're called Hippies, I think. They're like chickpea Cheetos basically that are vegan, and they have like these nacho flavored ones, and I've been like destroying bag after bag of those. So I don't know if you've had those, but I talked to my buddy who's a vegan. He's like, oh yeah, like the vegans know about this. You're late, man. So I don't know if that's one you've been into, but I'm always interested to hear where like somebody who's vegan goes for like sweet stuff, because I know it's super hard. The ice cream bar is elite, absolutely. Yes, the sleep schedule is donezo at this point. It's kind of just, it is what it is. I'm working on it. Milky Way is one you don't see too often. I respect that. We're gonna have a discussion too right now. Almond Joy slander, not welcome on this channel. If you do it, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see it. And if you're somebody who I respect greatly, I'm just going to act like I never heard you say that, because Almond Joys are fantastic. And it's so funny because when I was a kid, I'd go trick-or-treating with my friends and stuff. They all hated Almond Joys. I would sit there and have this big giant pile of Almond Joy and Mounds at the end of the day when I was done trick-or-treating with my friends, because I loved it. Still love it as an adult. Almonds and coconut is an elite combination. And I have a tweet that I think I put out like 2 years ago. I'll try and see if I can find it. I'll retweet it later, where I listed Almond Joy as a top 5 Halloween candy, and people either were like loved that, or they said I was like a psychopath and like had no taste buds. So it's a very, very polarizing candy, but Almond Joy is elite. Again, like coconut on anything is amazing. Almonds are like, it's chocolate, coconut, and almonds. Like, I don't understand why it gets so much hate. So Justin, I'm with you. You're a brave man for putting that out into the universe, because believe it or not, there's a lot of people that would chastise you for your, devoted commitment to Almond Joys, but I stand by you, my friend. I am with you. Oh, Derek, come on, dude. Oh, Derek, man. All right, we're talking healthy desserts. This is important because I always do try to eat pretty healthy. I've been slipping lately. So chocolate bar and a jar of peanut butter. I don't know if you guys have ever had, I get the like powdered peanut butter, I think it's like PB Fit or something like that. And dude, it's awesome. Like, it tastes just as good as peanut butter to me. And I don't feel like super guilty after, because I'm the kind of person that will sit there and eat like half a tub of like Skippy and just eat like spoonfuls of peanut butter. And I'm realizing that's probably not the best thing to do. So I'm trying to get better with that. Ghirardelli chocolate squares, man. Yeah, those, you can't go wrong with those. The caramel dark chocolate with sea salt, I think, are my favorite ones, but the raspberry chocolate ones are really good too. They're all really good, if we're being honest. I'm going to fit a football question in. Please keep getting your snacks and candies off, because I think this is a great opportunity for us to come together as a community and really, maybe you see something that you didn't know was a good treat or a good snack or something. Maybe it gives you inspiration to go down to your local 7-Eleven and treat yourself to a candy bar right now. So keep firing those off. I'll answer this. I think the 49ers are going to evaluate how he plays this season, how he responds from the injury, and they're going to go from there. I think they're comfortable getting to a point where they're not going to, jump into any premature talks till he gets back on the field. Maybe mid-season they jump into something, but I think they're going to end up just kind of letting it play out. I think the fact they were willing to give him the 5th-year option means that they like him a lot and they like what he can do. I have, for a long time, been a guy that likes what Mike McGlinchey does in the run game enough that some of the stuff people complain about in pass protection doesn't really factor as heavily for me. So I just think it's a situation where they're going to have to wait and see and just kind of play it by ear. If he didn't have that injury right now, I probably think they might look at extending him, to be honest. I think that they would probably try to find somewhere to meet him in the middle and get a deal done to extend him for a couple more years. That quad injury changes everything. It's such a brutal injury. So it's, I wish I could give you a more concrete answer. I just think it's going to kind of be a wait and see thing. We did, Steph, and that was number 1 for me. So I don't know if you want to drop your 5. I'm interested to see it. I think my 5 was like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Captain Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, Strawberry Frosted Mini Wheats, and I think Reese's Puff was my number 5, if I remember correctly. But I'm always happy to talk cereal in here. And if you did slander Cinnamon Toast Crunch, like, you can just like ask for attention. Like, I'm here. Like, if you need like a hug or something, like I'll come and like, give you the attention you clearly are seeking, because there's no way on earth people actually think Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a bad cereal. Like, if you say that, you just have to be like reaching for attention. So if you ever get to that point, please, I will try to help you and save you from the tremendous amount of backlash you're going to receive, and justifiably so, for trashing Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This is a good question, and it's a little bit more of a serious note. Yes, I think it is. But I understand in the moment why people got caught up in it. The 49ers were a bad team for a while before he got there, and he shows up and they just start winning football games. But if you go back and you look, pretty much the same guy. He's making some of the same mistakes. He's making a lot of the same throws that excite people still today. He threw 7 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, and he played a few teams that weren't very good. So with the power of hindsight, yes, that run was a little bit overrated. But in the moment, the 49ers were starved for any kind of thing that would point the direction arrow up and make it look like they were on the come up. And Jimmy Garoppolo coming and winning those games made it look like that. So yeah, with the power of going back and being able to watch film and being able to see that he hasn't really changed much, because at the same time too, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan and the front office evaluated that he was making some of these mistakes and having these turnover worthy plays, but they also probably thought, hey, we get him in the system for a couple of years. We can, he'll get better over time. This stuff will work itself out. Never really did. That's why they got Trey Lance. So yeah, I can say that it's a little overrated, I think. But again, that's what the power of hindsight. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was saying that in 2017. I will say, didn't like the extension. I thought they should have franchise tagged him. I stand by that. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I wasn't like excited watching that, thinking that they had something cooking for a while. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's you can't share Kit Kats, man. Even the big shareable size, like no, like let's be real. You can't. It's for you. And if you ask somebody for their Kit Kat, like have some decency, have some manners. Like you know what I mean. Like I know people aren't very respectful nowadays for the most part, but at least show the decency of not asking somebody for like I don't want to get too off topic here, but we have to talk about this. We have to have an honest dialogue. One of the worst things in the world is when you're just trying to be a good friend. I like to think I'm a pretty good friend. For those people who know me, I hope you guys think I am. I think I'm a good person. If I'm eating something, I'll always offer it to somebody. Hey, do you want a bite? Do you want a piece of this? Do you want this or that? And I'm not gonna lie. There's so many times where like I'll say that, and I'm like kind of just hoping that like it's like, oh no, I'm fine, and I keep eating. And when somebody like takes you up on offering them like a piece of something or a bite of food, it hurts your soul a little bit because I'm gonna do it. Like I said, I like to think I'm a good person. I try to share. But that's like the worst feeling in the world when it's like, oh, do you want to bite of something? Just hoping they're like, oh, I'm fine. And they like actually take you up on it. So whenever people offer me food or like pieces of something, I never do it because I try to think about it from the other side. And I'm like, man, if this was me, I'd be devastated. So just throwing that out there. This is fantastic as well. Charles & Chew in the freezer is fantastic. Again, put any dessert food in the freezer as long as it's not in something like in a container. I think you only have to worry about that with like cans and stuff. But as long as it's in a container that can go in the freezer, put it in there. It's probably going to taste better for the most part. Chocolate, sweet stuff, Skittles, like frozen Skittles are awesome too. Like if you put anything in the freezer, it's going to end up tasting really good. This is a W, common W for Lalo, rare L for Derek. Again, Almond Joy slander. No, man, like come on. Like Heath bars are really good. Yeah, that's a good one. Toffee, I love toffee of any kind. That's a really good one. That's a great suggestion. For anybody who hasn't had them, go try a Heath bar. They'll change your life. Yeah, that's true too. I love Peeps as also. So maybe it's something that's wrong with me because I like Peeps and Almond Joy. I think Peeps are fantastic. We're also, it's about that time. We're hitting peak Peep time during the calendar year. So I'm pretty happy. I am a Michigan State guy. So I root for Cal football and Michigan State basketball. I had some family from Lansing, and I'm a big Tom Izzo guy, so I've always rooted for Michigan State. It's part of the reason why Draymond Green's my favorite NBA player. Really like Michigan State. Was bummed they blew it. Right now, St. Peter's all the way. As far as they can go, I would love it. Other than that, I don't really have a team that I'm like pulling for a bunch. I really liked Arkansas. I thought they were a pretty cool story. But St. Peter's right now by far is the team that I'm rooting for. If St. Peter's somehow makes it to the Final Four, it'd be so cool, dude. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Coconut oil, cacao with honey and almonds, coconut, etc. Freeze it. I'm probably going to try that because that sounds fantastic. Peppermint bark, that's another W. Peppermint bark's amazing. If you guys haven't had peppermint bark ever, highly recommend. Mint chocolate chip is good. I like mint chocolate chip. I was eating some recently. Another, like, again, maybe I just have like out there tastes. The only ice cream I have in my freezer right now is pistachio gelato. I love pistachio gelato, and I don't know if Tony's still in here, but I feel like that's something where it's kind of, it's like eating like Spumoni ice cream. Like it's kind of like an acquired thing, but like Italian, like good Italian pistachio gelato, dude, like next level. It's so good. Let's see, vegan almond joy. Look up the brand Unreal. They make vegan ones and vegan Reese's. Okay, I'm definitely going to try that because that sounds super good. I have to try that out. I don't play video games too often anymore. I have some friends I still play like Grand Theft Auto with every once in a while. We'll get on there and mess around just because it's like fun and it's like, you can just like goof off and it's not like serious. It's just kind of fun. It's a way for us to kind of connect and hang out. We all live in different parts of the country now, so it's a cool way to hang out. So that's probably number one. I play Warzone from time to time. I'm not like great, but I'm like decent. It's kind of fun. But I don't really play video games too much anymore. I play like, 2K every once in a while and FIFA and stuff, but I kind of don't. The movie questions are always so hard. So I'll just like rattle off a few of my favorites. I'll try to sprinkle it up, different genres. Superbad is number one. Superbad's the best movie of all time. Superbad, Wedding Crashers. For like a serious one, I love like Shawshank Redemption is one of my favorite movies. It's fantastic. Man, this is tough. Anchorman is up there for me too. Like I love like goofy stuff that I can like quote a bunch like that. Those are always like my favorite kind of movies. I would have to think a little bit more for like serious ones. Caddyshack too. I love Caddyshack. Caddyshack's up there. Anything by Quentin Tarantino. Like Pulp Fiction's a good movie. I really liked Django too. So, I'm kind of all over the place. It's a hard one. Target. We don't really have Walmarts in the Bay like that. Like there's like a couple, but most of them are like small, like grocery store Walmarts. There's like a few regular Walmarts, but we don't really have like the big, like massive Walmarts. And I have Target like all over the place. So from just like a comfortability standpoint, I definitely pick Target. Yes. Okay. Yeah, dude. Thank you. Frosted mini wheats are so good. The blueberry ones, the strawberry ones, it's up there. The cinnamon toast crunch milk is the best, but if we're talking second best milk after the cereal's already been eaten, the frosted mini wheats are right there. And the blueberry and strawberry ones, incredible. And if you have both, what I do is I buy both at the same time and I mix half and half. Game changer. If you haven't done that stuff, try it. It's so good when you mix both of them. This is a good question. So I'm definitely going to watch the Dolphins a bunch because I'm rooting for Mike McDaniel to succeed. I love watching the Bills. Josh Allen, watching him play is super fun. I like the just the whole vibe they have up there. Football is such a big deal in Buffalo. I'm going to watch them. I love Von Miller, so that's another ad that I get to watch. The Chargers are a team that I'm going to watch a bunch this year. I think Justin Herbert. Like if I had to start a team right now with any quarterback in the NFL, I'm picking Justin Herbert. So I'm going to watch them a bunch. I'm trying to think who else maybe. The Ravens. I'm a big Lamar Jackson guy. I really like Lamar Jackson. I think he's a great quarterback. I always like watching him play. To be honest, I love the sport of football. Like that to me, like I'll watch anybody play for the most part. Like there's a couple teams like, yeah, I'm not going to go out of my way to like watch a ton of like the Jaguars or Texans play, but like if it's football, you'll find me watching it. But those would probably be the ones that I pick. Most challenging for the Niners. That's hard because like, are we talking about like if it's in the division, like the Rams, I still think are the toughest. But if it's like NFC, it's kind of hard because I think that the biggest challenge for them is going to be how do they respond to a team that can rush the pass really well? Because I think they've gotten better on the back end. They have a pass rush. Like to me, the team that's really going to threaten the 49ers, like the most challenging team I think they'll play on the schedule next year is probably the Chargers. Because I think the Chargers have good players in the secondary. They have good players at linebacker. They have that pass rush. Like if Bosa and Khalil Mack are both playing, Herbert's just so dynamic. Like I just think having like that complete team would be really tough. So that probably is the team on the schedule that I would be the most concerned about. That's hard. They play a lot of really good teams next year, so that's kind of a hard question. You know what? Actually, I'm going to change my answer. The team that's going to be most challenging for the Niners is probably going to end up being Seattle with like Drew Lock being their quarterback or something because they just for whatever reason can't beat that team, and it's going to end up being like Seattle, like making them sweat out wins or like upsetting them on some like fluky stuff. Like I'm going to throw all the logic aside that I just tried to like go through. It's going to be Seattle. That's going to be the most challenging team for the 49ers, and I hate that I'm saying that, but it's probably going to end up happening. Yeah, CTC is the best, dude. It's by far the best. Like. I used to manage a vape shop once upon a time. That helped me get off cigarettes. I don't vape anymore either, but when I was trying to quit cigarettes, I vaped for a bit. I managed a vape shop. Every single day, people came in there asking for Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavored vape stuff. Like it's beyond just the cereal. Like that, the CTC like lifestyle has like transcended cereal, and it's like it's up there. So I agree. Lucky Charms are good. Corn Pops are super underrated, dude. I like the texture of Corn Pops. Fire. I definitely think that's an underrated one. Panthers traded for Gardner Minshew. Maybe. I like Gardner Minshew, but like the Panthers are in a weird spot, man. Like Sam Darnold just doesn't look like he's very good. And while I like Gardner Minshew a lot, I wouldn't, like what are you going to have to trade to get him? Like they don't really have mid-round picks after trading for Darnold. You're not going to trade a first for him. So that's kind of tough. But like, hey, I feel like at this point it's almost like, if you stubbornly stick with Sam Darnold, you get whatever, you deserve whatever comes with that. Yeah, Sour Patch Kids are elite. They are very good. Another one I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for, but I have to throw it out there. I like candy corn. I think candy corn's really good. A lot of people hate candy corn for no reason. I like candy corn. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm willing to this. You guys are getting a raw, unedited, this is the real me. I get, A lot of pushback for liking candy corn, but you guys are getting the genuine Jordan right now. I am a candy cane, Peeps, and Almond Joy enthusiast. So just throwing that out there. Let's see. So I think their best thing that they can do to set Trey Lance up for success is just make sure they have a plan on the offensive line. If they bring back Brunskill, they have Banks there, it's fine. Have some insurance in case McGlinchey isn't 100%. Maybe they feel like McKivitz is that guy that can step in. But to me, it's still about making, like, the best thing they can do is they can continue adding to the secondary. If they add a really good veteran slot corner, if they add a good veteran safety, that defense on paper looks nasty, dude. Like, you have that defensive line. You have Al-Shaair and Greenlaw and Warner at linebacker. You have Ward and Mosley at corner. You have Jimmy Ward patrolling the second. Like, all of a sudden, that defense is, like, elite. And, we always talk about how, like, the run game is the best thing you can give a young quarterback. To me, it's a good defense. Trey Lance, knowing he can go out there and he has some margin for error and he's not going to have to score a bunch of points a week. Like, Derek's in here. He's a Chiefs fan. The Chiefs had to score a bunch of points every week the first year Mahomes started because their defense was the 32nd ranked unit in the league. It would have been much easier on Patrick Mahomes. Sure, having weapons like Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce helped, but having a defense that actually could get stops probably would have been better for him than all the surplus of weapons they had. So that's the thing to me. Maybe it's not like a direct correlation, but if they go from making this defense just be like a pretty good, fringe top 10, top 5 unit to like, okay, like this defense might be the best unit in the entire league, that would help Trey Lance more than anything. So that would be my answer for that for sure. Yeah, I agree. I think popcorn's definitely the best. The only one that I really don't like is like the licorice one. I'm not big on black licorice. I just never really liked it. Like, regular licorice is okay. Like, I like red vines. Like, they're pretty good. But yeah, the butter popcorn one I think is by far the best one. That's a dub. See, and then you don't have to worry about sharing with anybody. I luckily live alone, so I don't either. But yeah, not having to worry about it. I not only am a water drinker, dude, I only drink water. Like, I used to be a bigger guy. I used to be a little bit husky once upon a time, and I lost a bunch of weight, and I'm a pretty skinny dude now. And a lot of that had to do with cutting out soda. So I don't drink any soda anymore. I don't drink alcohol really anymore either. For whatever reason, I just kind of stopped doing it. I don't hate on anybody who does. I don't want to sound like a buzzkill or a square or anything. It's just kind of not for me. But I drink water like all day, like every day. To be honest with you, my favorite brand is Core probably. I like Core just because like it's not super expensive. And it's good. The Essentia is really good too. It's good for like the higher pH. Core is probably my favorite. Fiji is really good, but it's also, I'm not going to lie. I don't got money like that to be going around drinking Fiji water every day. If I'm getting Fiji water, I'm usually, feeling pretty good. I got to be in a much better mood, but water to like, once you get on this like wavelength where like water is all you drink, it becomes so easy to never be disappointed. Like, if I'm just thirsty, I just drink water and it's like fantastic. And it may sound like boring. I was on the Mios for a while, but I drink like, it's so funny. My girlfriend makes fun of me for it all the time. Like, I drink Pedialyte like every day. I drink Pedialyte or Liquid IV like every single day. And it's super good for hydration. And again, like, I used to do that stuff like when I'd be super hungover, like, hey, you drink Pedialyte and you feel better. But those packets you can pour into water bottles, like the strawberry one, dude, it tastes so good. And you get the sweetness. It tastes, kind of like, not necessarily soda, but it's, it's something sweet and has a ton of electrolytes in it. So I drink Core water and I drink like Smart Water. Oh, Smart Water is definitely up there too. I drink Core and Smart Water, and then I drink like Crystal Geyser with Pedialyte in it. And again, I get made fun of that for that all the time, but it's so good. Yes, somebody gets, dude, Core Water to me, it tastes better. Like, it's so good. And all of their bottles are recycled too. So I feel like I'm actually making a difference when I'm going through all these water bottles and recycling. All their bottles are, recycled plastic. So you're also helping the environment, which is always a good thing to do. And yes, I agree. It's just, one of my best friends is a Seahawks fan. He's such a nice guy. He's such a good dude. And it's so upsetting every year talking to this guy, even when he's an objective football fan. He's really smart. He played the game. He knows. And he's like, yeah, the 49ers are way better. They're not going to win. And every year we do this, man. And it's so upsetting. It happens every year. The only victory I ever got was I got to go to the game in Seattle week 17 with the Greenlaw stop, and I was next to him in the stands at CenturyLink when that happened. So I will take that, but yeah, it's a life of pain knowing that like every year, like I have a good amount of friends that are at Seattle based in Washington, and every year I'm like, dude, like it makes no sense on paper. Like they're not as good. This is finally going to be the year that they take a step back, and every year they beat the 49ers. So I agree. I've accepted it. I moved on. Some things are out of our control, right? Honeycombs are really good. I haven't had them in a long time, but I used to love honeycombs, dude. Apple Jacks. That's another cereal that I don't think it gets enough credit. Apple Jacks are fantastic. CTC, any kind of cereal bar is really good. A quick hack: if you mix like, if you just get like those Jet Puff marshmallows, you can mix pretty much like any cereal with like a little bit of like honey or like maple syrup or something. If you like mix that together, you can make a cereal bar out of like anything pretty much. So just throwing that out there if you guys ever want to get creative. Steph, my respect for you grows every single day. If you guys didn't know, Steph is the best dressed person I've ever met. Her drip is immaculate. The fits are always fire. And yeah, she's somebody that knows what she's talking about. So if you're going to disrespect Candy Corn, just know you're disrespecting Steph Sanchez too, and you're going to end up looking like a fool. Come on, Derek. You can subscribe, man. Come on. Yes, Candy Corn and Peeps and Almond Joys. Yes. Oh, come on, man. I'm getting killed out here. This is why I can't, man, this is why I have to hide my love for Almond Joys and these candies because I just get dragged every time. So this is a Bay Area centric question. Sorry if you guys aren't from the Bay Area, you might not have heard of either of these spots or Northern California. I know they have sandwich spots other places. They're both good. I am biased towards the sandwich spot. I'm good friends with the owner of the sandwich spot in Redwood City. I've known him since I was in like high school. It's been a long time. And they it's so funny. They serve hookah there too in the patio. So I had a friend that used to like work the hookah bar there. So I used to go there a ton when I still smoked and I'd, hang out, smoke hookah or whatever. So sandwich spot for me, I'm just biased, but they're both good. If you're ever in the Bay Area, they're both pretty good. I will say this, if you're in the Bay Area for a 49ers game, it is worth it to take the drive to South San Francisco and go get Little Luca. Little Luca has the best sandwiches in the Bay Area, and I will not hear otherwise. They are incredible. Ted's Market in San Francisco on Howard is really good too, but Little Luca, the sandwiches are literally like this big and they're like $10 or $11. So if you're in the Bay Area and you are looking to get a good sandwich, it's literally no matter where you're staying, even if you're like in San Jose by the stadium in Santa Clara, drive the 25, 30 minutes, even if it's traffic. If you drive 2 hours to it, you're going to get there and be like, wow, Jordan was right. This was worth it. So I just have to plug Little Luca's real quick. If you ask me sandwich spot or Ike's, I will pick sandwich spot. But if I'm going to get a sandwich, I literally live in South San Jose, dude. I will literally drive all the way to South City to go get Little Luca's. Sorry, it's worth it. So I wrote an article about this a couple days ago. I would like Bryce Callahan or Chris Harris Jr. as the guys in the slot to replace K1. I also like Dante Dion for the Rams, who was called up from their practice squad, filled in, played 10 games for them last year, looked pretty good doing it, in my opinion. Could be the perfect kind of buy low, under the radar guy who could fit in for the Niners. For Tart, there's not too many guys I look at that I feel like could do the things that Tart does. So I think that, again, I like Ronnie Harrison a lot. I think he's a cheap signing. Terrell Edmonds is a name I see get thrown around a bunch. Peppers is another one. I mean, Tyrann Mathieu is still a good player. I don't think he's the player he was 4 years ago, but I think he'd still be, he'd be good in this defense. You could find a role for him. That's kind of a luxury at this point. I don't know that it's even feasible. I really like Leon O'Neal. I will take any chance I can to pump up Leon O'Neal. Nick Cross from Maryland's another guy I like coming out of the draft. So I think for the slot corner, veteran for sure. I think safety, you have a little bit more wiggle room because there's some guys who I really like who could play safety from day one who are coming out of the draft. But that's a really good question. If you do go to Niners Nation, I'm sorry, I don't have a way to just like post the link in here. Or maybe I can in the comments. I'll see if I can. I wrote an article about that though, if you want some, where I added some stats and a little bit more stuff that I unfortunately can't rattle off the top of my head right now. I apologize. I don't want to make excuses, but I am 3 hours deep. So, yeah, I'm on the same wavelength, Justin. I always kind of have been for a while, but I drank a bit when I was younger. I don't anymore. I'm still happy to put one in the air. I actually got off of the backwoods a while ago. For anybody who's still smoking, these things are incredible. They're like made out of hemp. So they're like blunt wraps basically, but they like don't have tobacco in them. I used to smoke a pack a day of cigarettes. I quit all that. I'm trying to leave it behind me. It's anybody who smokes or has quit smoking knows it's insanely hard to stop. So I try to not even like tempt myself by smoking blunts anymore. I used to put a few backwoods in the air every day, man, and it takes its toll on you. So I agree there. No for hint water. I haven't really had. I think I've had it a couple times. I'm sure it's good. I don't really like flavored. Like if I'm going to drink flavored water, I drink like sparkling water. Like I like San Pellegrino and LaCroix, however the hell you say it. I always butcher the pronunciation. Is good. Little Luca, dude. Yes. Man, that's another good question. I love that this just turned into like a food discussion. This is honestly awesome. Maybe I could do a stream that's like non-football related. We'll just do like food streams once a week. Man, that's so hard. If it's just the like basic, like the original flavors for both, it's Oreos. But the oatmeal chocolate chip, like soft Chips Ahoy, are insane, dude. I would take those over like almost any store-bought cookie. They're so good, dude. But if it's like just like the like Chips Ahoy regular or Oreo regular, it's Oreos for sure. My bad. I don't know why it backed out. My laptop's been giving me a hard time lately. I think that it's tough, but Oreos are so good, dude. Like you can't, if somebody doesn't like Oreos, like again, this is like another thing where it's like you just want attention at this point. Like you can't hate Oreos or not like Oreos. They're so good. I don't know where this is, but I will look into it because I love anywhere that has good sandwich or salads. If we're talking salads, if you guys ever go to Mendocino Farm, it's kind of, it's like $13-14 or something, but their salads are really good. I go to the one here in San Jose sometimes. I as well hope that Tart comes back. Again, not counting on it, but I would love to see it. I'd be happy to be I'm wrong. Just to see I'm wrong about that. Toy Story absolutely stays. Toy Story was like when I was a little kid, that was like the movie that I like loved the most. I think Finding Nemo's up there too. It's between Lion King and Aladdin. I'm gonna say Aladdin. I just did out of all those, that one I didn't really like watch it as much as the other ones. So I would say that. I just will say that Toy Story. If anybody says Toy Story has to go, like there's no word. Like I would tell you I'm disappointed in you, but that wouldn't even do it justice. Most underrated overall player in the league. I'll make Brad Graham happy right now. I would say Brian Burns, man, because he gets a good amount of respect, but I think he's one of the best edge rushers in the league, and he just doesn't get that. Like, he's not mentioned in the discussion with those guys like Bosa and Garrett and Crosby and all them. So I will make Brad Graham happy if he, by any chance, decides to come back and watch this and tune into 3 hours and 15 minutes into this live. I will say Brian Burns. Excuse me. It's hard to say right now. Just based on the contract that was given, I think Hyder's the guy that they might be able to draft a guy. Maybe the guy they draft wins out a spot. But that's more so about the contract than the player. I don't think it's, I don't think he's good enough to make this roster. I just think that he's the guy that they could most feasibly move on from. But yeah, they have a stacked D-line. They're going to have to cut down to probably 11, so it's going to be tough. This is one of my favorite talking points. Let's get into this one. I think that people will think that Greenlaw is better because he had that big play, which again, and so this is the other thing. He has a decent floor. Like he's like a good player. It's not like he's like this bad player that everybody's like, oh, he's so good. He's a good player. He runs around. He makes plays. He made that big play in Seattle. What's Dre Greenlaw's nickname? Big Play Dre. Big Play Dre. You hear a guy's name, Big Play Dre, like, to me, this is like, for anybody who's in like sales or like advertising or marketing, like if you have a cool nickname or slogan or anything like that, it's going to resonate with people, right? So I've said this for months. Like it started as a joke, and I really started to think about it. I'm like, dude, honestly, people like they're just always like, oh, Dre Greenlaw makes a bunch of plays. Like Dre Greenlaw is so good, like Big Play Dre. His name's Big Play Dre, and I'm like, dude, literally, if Aziz Al-Shaair had some like cool nickname, everybody would love him. I think Aziz is better than Dre Greenlaw, and I think that I think it's a good problem to have. I think the Niners have 3 really good linebackers. I just think Aziz is like he's really good, dude. Like he's a really good player. So I think it really comes down to the fact that he made that big play. Alshire unfortunately hasn't gotten that signature moment yet. He had that really big, fumble that he forced, ironically enough, in the same end zone against Seattle. He made some big plays throughout the season, but it wasn't like put the team in the 1 seed, like season on the line, and he doesn't have a cool nickname. I really think that's what it comes down to. So if anybody comes up with a cool nickname for Azeez Al-Shaair, get it out there, put it out into the universe. You could be the difference in driving this Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shaair discussion. Like, you might end up ultimately tipping the scales one way or the other. It's just so disappointing to see. For somebody who had so many good takes, I am so disappointed to see that, Ashley. I understand, not everybody's going to love Toy Story, but man, the worst out of all those options, I don't know. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that feels that way. Toy Story has a special place in my heart, so I have to throw that out there. I can't believe that it's getting slandered today. This is not what I expected. But hey, we all agree to disagree on some things, right? I think they're going to get a safety for sure. I think they might get another defensive back. I think they're definitely going to get an offensive lineman, and I think they're definitely going to add a receiver too. I think they have like 9 picks in the draft, so they're going to add a few different positions. They're going to get an edge guy too. They'll kind of be all over the place, but I do think that they will for sure add those. I think Kittle's going to have the most reception yards on the team, actually. I think Kittle's going to have like a really bounce back year. And I think Kittle's going to lead the team, sorry, not the league, lead the team in reception yards and kind of reaffirm his place as that number 1 receiving option. I could be, wrong. But right now, if you ask me, George Kittle is who I'm picking. Yes, Chris, I will be in Vegas for the draft. I am super excited to get out there in about a month or so. It should be a really good time, but I will be there. And I am greatly looking forward to it. So if anybody has any spots they recommend in Vegas, or if you are from Vegas or in Vegas, let me know, and I'd be happy to come say what's up, man. Jimmy G is 2nd and a 3rd for Burns. If I'm the Panthers, hell no, I wouldn't do it. There's no chance I would do that. If I was the 49ers, I would drive Jimmy to Carolina myself right now. I think that the Panthers view this is how I look at it, Lalo. I think the Panthers view Burns is how I do, and like Brad does. Like, we think he's a really good player, but I also think that just because like there isn't a big perception amongst fans he's really good, that doesn't mean teams don't feel the same way. So I would take if it was like Jimmy a 1st and a 2nd, like maybe I consider it, but I personally would keep Brian Burns if that was me. Yeah, I would 100% say that. I think that a lot of it comes down to, like Rich always said, this is Rich's line. I'm not going to take credit for it, but Rich is always like, we have to be in a position to make a tackle if you're going to miss it. So yeah, I would say that's a fair statement. Yes, I think they're going to go edge with their 1st pick, actually. So, I definitely think that they will look at a guy. So I think MyJ Sanders, I asked MyJ, I'm like, hey, what do you think? Like, have you met the 49ers? And he not only just said yes, he went on for like 30 seconds about how he met with the 49ers. He had a lot of fun in that meeting. He thinks he could be an impact player for the 49ers right away. He thinks he fits in the defense. MyJ Sanders out of Cincinnati, a name to keep an eye on. I think he's probably still going to be somewhere in like the top 50. I think he's a good player. And I think, modern medicine has evolved so much that you can take a guy with a torn Achilles. Like, look at Kevin Durant, man. Like, Kevin Durant still looks like the same old KD. It took some time, obviously. He had to recover, but it's not this career ender where it's like, oh, we can't risk spending the 35th overall pick on this guy. He has a torn Achilles. Like, somebody's going to see the value in redshirting him for a year and take him. So I would say I would be surprised if he goes if he goes lower than the top 50. Yes, it would be sick if Kittle led the league in receptions, because I could come back to this video and pull up the clip and be like, I said he would do it. So I agree, Ashley. I think it would be very sick if he could. And I think it's possible. He's still a really good tight end, and I think a lot of the attention is going to be diverted towards Debo and Ayuk. And once the defenses have to respect that the 49ers have a quarterback that can go deep, it's going to open up a lot of stuff over the middle. So I think a lot of people have forgotten how good George Kittle is, and I think he's going to remind a lot of people this year. I've heard of this place, the restaurant where the staff roast you all the time. I might have to try that. That would be quite the experience. I definitely want to. I've heard about that. That's like, it's an incredible. I always love these like quirky, like unique business ideas, and I think that's one that's like super cool. I'm all for uplifting people and giving them positivity, but if you're entering a situation where you know you're going to get roasted, then I think it's different, and I think that'd be super funny to experience that. Position that's in play. For me, I would take edge first. Like for me, this is my order. I would go edge first. I'd go safety second, O-line third, and then everything beyond that's a luxury. Like if you see a receiver or running back or, a corner or somebody that you really like there, that to me is kind of a luxury. Tight end, like, dude, I said earlier, like if Trey McBride is there, I would take Trey McBride. That'd be sick to see Trey McBride and George Kittle and 2 tight end sets. But it's edge, safety, O-line would be the 3 in order that I would rank in terms of satisfaction for it. As of now, actually, like that's what I'm hearing. I know that, I listened to Matt Mayoko on KMBR, and he was saying that everything is pointing to him coming back. There's nothing definitive, but that seems to be where it's trending. And the fact that they haven't been aggressive pursuing a veteran center in free agency makes me believe that they're kind of, there's some mutual agreement that he will be back. So I expect it to happen. I just don't know for sure. And I don't think any of us really do, unfortunately, at this point, but it seems to be going that way. They definitely will trade up at some point. I don't think it's going to be right away. They might, but they have so many picks in this draft that they might be able to trade up on day 2 or day 3. This would be like the best possible outcome. Anytime you can own Jason Aponte is a massive victory. Like, dude, when Mitch Wisnowski won Special Teams Player of the Month, like I immediately when I saw that graphic texted him, and I love Jason to death. But anytime that you can own that man, do it at him. Anytime you see punters doing big things, get in that man's mentions. I know he was in shambles watching Robbie Gould out there kicking balls through the uprights during the playoffs, unfazed, unbothered. Again, I love that dude to death, but he has some L's to be taken when it comes to the special team slander, and I think it's super funny. It makes people happy, Derek, and I am not one to sit here and judge other people for doing things that make themselves happy. It clearly brought a lot of joy to a lot of people in Twitter Spaces, and to me, I like to see people happy and see people winning. And I don't think anything that was said was so disrespectful that it's like, okay, well, you're happy, but it's at the expense of somebody else. You're making jokes, they're having a good time, and that to me, like, hey, man, if it makes you happy, I respect that, and I like to see people happy. So that would be my opinion on it. I think they need to add more insurance on the O-line. I think they need to add another player at right tackle, and I think that they need to add some young guys that can fill in and play the center position. So we'll see how that goes, but that's kind of where I'm at with the, in terms of the O-line and how that'll all shake out. Oh my God, it'd be so good. There's a really good punter in this draft too. I don't think the Niners are going to draft him. I think they're fine with Wisnowski, but Ariaza from San Diego State at the combine was booming balls like 80 yards downfield, and I'm just sitting there like, Jason, you're getting cooked, dude. Like, you're getting just worked right now. So yeah, I agree. I think that'd be super funny. I'm an animal person, Tony. I love all animals and pets. Usually animals like me, and we get along pretty well. So I mean, you could say I'm a dog person. Yes, I don't have any pets of my own, but I've had cats, I've had dogs. I'm an animal person, so I wouldn't say I'm strictly a dog person. I've had some cats that are really cool too, and have a lot of personality. Like, I know a lot of people just think cats are like boring. Like, my dad has a cat that we had that I was growing up. She's like 17 or 18 now, and like he like rescued her. She was like the runt of the litter that got left behind, and she's like wild cat that goes outside for like 9 hours at a time. Will end up on like my neighbor's roof and just like vibes and does whatever. So it's like, I don't like that there's like this divide where people make it seem that like cats just like suck or dogs are super like there's room for both, man. And I would say I'm both. It's a good question, but I'm definitely both. I haven't watched him, unfortunately. I have to watch Marcus Jones a bit. So when I do that, I will watch out for him too and let you know what I think. I wish I could give you a better answer than that. I'm sorry. I haven't seen him yet, though. Oh, I appreciate that too. Yeah, I definitely, I definitely try to, stand on what I believe. And I think that there's some things that, even if it's uncomfortable to talk about, need to be said. So thank you for appreciating that. Yeah, I mean, dude, so again, like I'm a Michigan State basketball guy, but as a result, I watch a good amount of their football and stuff too. I mean, it's Cal football over everything for me, but I like watching them. So Denard was a guy I really liked coming out. Obviously, that was, a better part of a decade ago. It was a long time ago. But like he's still a good player, I think. I think he's somebody that can still be serviceable. And like I like Dante Johnson too. Everybody makes fun of Dante Johnson. Like Dante Johnson is a more than serviceable player. I just would feel better getting like a full-time invested starter. Like the way I look at it, slot corner is basically a starter in the modern NFL. You're going to be in sub packages the majority of the time. So getting a good slot corner really is important. And I think that while I like Dante Johnson and Denard a lot, I also think that there are some options out there that look like a better option to me right now. But I don't think it's out of the question that he could compete for it. He looked pretty good in week 18 when he was there. Let's see. I like Drake Jackson a lot. You guys know Roscoe's or, Chris, however you may know him. He's a big USC guy. I always make fun of him for these USC players and stuff that they get all hyped up and are never that good. But I've talked to him for like 2 years about Drake Jackson and how I think he's a really good player. And I think he's a guy who has a lot of physical traits that just needs to round out his game a bit. And I think he's going to slide as a result of that. So we'll see how it goes. But I like Drake Jackson. I think he's going to be a good player. And I think, hey, dude, if he somehow was there at 61, I'd sprint to the podium with his name on the card. I think he's somebody that when you get him with Kosaric, put some weight on that frame, he would end up being a really, really good player. Thank you, Tony. I'm a little sad. I'm not going to lie. I can't believe they won the Euros in between not qualifying for 2 World Cups. I'm still just kind of like Andrew Pasquini is another Italian football enthusiast. And I just was like, dude, I don't have words for this. So thank you, Tony, for lifting me up because it's been a rough couple days for the collective Italian brand the last few days. We've been catching a lot of strays. So thank you for uplifting me. I talked about this a bit earlier. I think that you definitely will see like more. I think it's going to be a running back by committee approach. I think it's going to vary week to week. I think we're going to have a situation similar to 2019 where until the playoffs really come around, there's not going to be this clear cut number one back getting all the carries, getting all the, attention and stuff. So I think that, you will see a different Sermon in the sense that I think you're going to see Sermon on the field more and you're going to see him getting more carries. I don't know who's going to be that de facto like number one guy, but I do think that you will see more of a, committee approach. I agree too. And D Ford looks so good in training camp. There was a day when I was in Costa Mesa in LA watching the joint practices and D Ford had like 12 pressures that I recorded during a session of 11 on 11s. Like he was absolutely destroying, and it was the backup right tackle for the Chargers. But like, dude, he was giving this guy the business every single time that they had him on the field and they were throwing in these 11 on 11s. A lot of 49ers fans don't like D Ford and they think that he's, overrated and overpaid and all that. It's just an unfortunate circumstance where it feels like his body is kind of breaking down on him. But yeah, his bend and his explosion and his speed, like if you go back and you watch that 2019 team, he had times where he looked like he was more valuable than Nick Bosa was, which I know it may sound blasphemous to people. And they're like, oh, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You go back and you watch the film, what he was doing and what they looked like when he was out. Huge difference, massive difference. And I just think that he is so important to what they do. If they can get him 10 snaps a game at 80% of what he's capable of, that's still a really good edge player and a big part of the rotation. So I hope that he can do that. I would love that. Brett is in the big leagues and I'm still in like A-ball. So maybe one day that'd be really cool. That's a goal. I love to collaborate with anybody that's doing big things in this business, but I also understand I got to work to get to that point. So maybe one day, Derek, that'd be super cool. But I also know I got a lot of work to do to be getting mentioned in the same sentence as guys like Brett. So I'm a big fan of his work. He's great at what he does. Maybe one day that'd be really cool. Also, you will respect D Ford in this chat. I don't want to hear this nonsense. I don't care about he had that one offsides. He didn't give up 7 straight 3rd and 10s, man. There's 10 other guys playing defense. You guys got to lay off my guy D Ford. And you won the Super Bowl the next year. I don't want to hear it, man. Niners fans are still suffering. Like I said, sometimes it. See, and we don't discriminate on what animal it is. Pets are such a wonderful part of life, and they provide so much joy that, come on, Tony. Respect the gatos, man. Cats deserve love, too. The most at the combine. So for me, this is why I talk about Leon O'Neal so much. I was impressed with what I saw on the field and some of the testing stuff. When I got to interview a lot of these guys and talk to a lot of these guys, the amount of charisma that this guy had was incredible. I'm actually working on something with him that's coming out very soon. I'm going to get some more quotes and stuff, and pull some video clips and stuff, hopefully. I hope that I get some stuff that you guys can see what I took away from this, because I pride myself on trying to be somebody where I try to be confident in what I do and be, have belief in the work ethic and the time I put in. And it's such a fine line to toe where you don't want to come across as like narcissistic, like full of yourself or any of that. I hope I never come across like that. I'm sure sometimes people interpret things I say like that. I don't want to ever. And the way that this guy was able to sell me on himself and sell me on his own confidence without coming across as like arrogant and like, again, conceited, narcissistic, whatever, was beyond impressive to me. And you add in all the stuff he did on the field and the tape I've watched, he's looked really good. But to me, the combine, especially for the teams, the combine's about medicals and getting in a room with these guys and getting to talk to them. It's basically like a job interview for them. And for me, he blew me away. I have gotten to where I've gotten. I don't have a journalism background. I dropped out of college when I was like 19 to go work another job. I had to I got like a diploma equivalent. Like, it's not a GED, but it's like a diploma equivalent. I have taken like a very non-traditional path to get to where I am in life, right? So I've gotten a lot of the opportunities I've gotten by selling myself to other people, making other people believe in me. So when I see somebody that's able to do that and make me buy into them, even when I just met them 5 minutes ago, it goes a long way. So maybe it's just my own bias. I just wanted to add that caveat, so it's kind of, understood why I feel that way. But yeah, I was extremely impressed with him, and I'm really excited to get to, him on a deeper level and write some stuff about him so you guys can hopefully see what I saw as well. So I would definitely say that. I think he's going to be on the outside. He made it pretty clear he wants to be on the outside, but like, hey, Jalen Ramsey played a couple hundred snaps in the slot too. Like, there's really good corners that are moving inside. It's just a matter of, what's going on. Like, hey, if they have Ward and they want him on Cooper Kupp and Cooper Kupp's lined up in the slot, sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ward there. It depends what really they want to do with the matchup, but I don't think he'll be like the full-time slot guy. Cheap deal, yeah. I think Jason Verrett fits on any team on a cheap deal. The talent's there if he's healthy. It's just a matter of if he can stay healthy. And another situation where it's an extremely talented player who unfortunately got bit by the injury bug and hasn't really been able to shake it. But I hope that he can, because I think he's a good player. So yeah, I would take him on any kind of, prove it deal, for sure. That's an interesting discussion. If we're talking just physical tools, I might have to agree, because I think so much of what makes Bosa so good is that he's very technical and a technician and stuff. So that's I'm not gonna comment on that right now. I have to think about that and let it stew. But that's a very interesting point, Lala. That's a good topic. That'd be a fun discussion to have. Maybe we will one day. Things are going to slow down a bit after the draft and free agency. Maybe I'll come back to that one. That's a good point. Yeah, and Mitchell comes across to me like a guy who wants to work and wants to get better. Like, he's somebody who I definitely think has the ability to improve and is showing a willingness to improve, which is really encouraging. So if they can get him to be a plus receiver out of the backfield, that'd be big for them. So that's a really good point, actually. I definitely think that's something to keep an eye on as well. Yeah, I do, because So Brad, if you guys follow me, you probably follow Brad. Brad does the SF Niners. Brad's helped me a bunch the time I've known him. I asked him for help with this. I don't know how to do this YouTube stuff. I don't even know if this one had a thumbnail on it. I tried to add like a picture of like Jordan Willis or something to it, so it's not just like the picture of like me that's in my like chat or channel picture. So yeah, any help with thumbnails, anything like that, like you're much better than I am at it, and I greatly appreciate any help. I'm trying to make this, a little bit more exciting and a little bit more, trying to draw people in so that they hopefully come in. And my entire goal is to have people see a channel that looks like it's about the 49ers and get all excited, and then they pop into one of these lives and we're talking about Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Twix bars. That to me is nothing would make me happier. So anything I can do to accelerate that is big in my book. Yeah, but you won one, Derek, and that's where I'm at, man. I was frozen too, man. Okay. I went to the NFC Championship game with Kyle Williams, and let me tell you, that was probably much more devastating given the fact that I didn't get to see them win the Super Bowl the next year. I saw them go to the Super Bowl the next year, and they lost that too. And then they went to another NFC Championship game, and they lost that too. Like, I'm just saying, if we're looking at this from like a like a grass is greener scenario, I think your lawn is much greener than mine, my friend. I think that you have had much more joy, and you have Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback. No disrespect to Trey Lance, we don't know what Trey Lance is yet. You have one of the best quarterbacks of all time already, and he's like in what, year 5, year 6 now. Like, I'm just saying that. Oh, I haven't seen it. Where is it? Is it in the chat somewhere? Let me see if I can scroll up. I know it. I think it was a chat before. I don't know, or a cat before. I don't know if he changed it. Oh yeah, it's still there. But yeah, I'm caught up on the questions. We're at 3 hours and 37 minutes. Hey man, I'll be honest. This is how I stay positive in life. I always try to remind myself that somebody has things much worse than I do, and it makes me feel better. So maybe if you do that right now, Derek, you might be like, hey, yeah, it sucked, but Jordan had it way worse. All these 49ers fans that I talk to, they've had it way worse. Like, again, you got to think about it for 49ers fans like me. I'm 26, dude. I never got to see Joe. I don't care. When people are like, oh, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice, TV Young. I don't care, man. I watched like Tim Rattay and Ken Dorsey and like Arnaz Battle, dude. Like, it's been a rough go around for me. So I'm just saying that it's sometimes easier in life, my friend, to get by just going like, hey, yeah, that game sucked, but some teams, like, dude, imagine if you were like a Cleveland Browns fan or like a Detroit Lions fan or like a Jaguars fan or something. Like, they've never even, like, you've got to see your team win a Super Bowl. Those teams are just like awful year after year. So sorry to all of them, especially Don Burr. I haven't gotten Don Burr to come over to my channel yet. I'm hoping that one day I get surprised with a Detroit versus everybody comment in the comment section. But Don Burr, I'm hoping the Lions win a Super Bowl sometime soon, because I don't think I've ever seen a fan as devoted to their team as Don Burr. And if you guys know, you know. What do you think happens to Baker? I try to always be super respectful. My initial reaction is like, if you guys have ever seen that video of Shaq where he's like, Guangdong Tigers, and he's talking about the like the Chinese basketball league when they ask him where a player is going to end up going and playing. That's like my first like reaction with Baker Mayfield. I don't think Baker Mayfield's that good, man. And I'm a little biased because I think that he, like, so much of like this weird perception that like Odell was washed or wasn't good was because of him. And unfortunately, that's a lot of the reason why I don't like Baker Mayfield. I don't think he's that good either, but yeah, I think he's going to end up on like a bad team. Like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe they cut him. Like, where does he go? Like, I think Jimmy is better than him. And if Jimmy can't, yeah, it's Shanghai Sharks. That's a good team. There we go. If they can't get anything for Jimmy, like, where's Baker Mayfield going to go? I just don't think he's that good, to be honest. They're committed, dude. They're very committed. They're about it. I was thinking about it, Tony. I don't want to, it's especially for so many of these guys that are on like the East Coast and the Midwest, it's like 2 a.m, and I don't want them to like be pissed at me for FaceTiming them. Maybe next time, if we do it like an hour or 2 earlier, I'll do it. But like, yeah, I was gonna pull out my phone. I don't want to have one of these guys like super mad at me. But does Andrew count? Andrew texted me a little bit ago, but I feel like that doesn't count because it's beautiful. Oh, you know what I'll do? Hold on, I got you guys. 1 second. I'll give you guys a nice surprise. Hold on. All right, 1 second. This is what we get when we're 3 hours and 40 seconds into a live. Let's see if he answers. I don't think he's going to, though. What's up, dude?
What's up?
So I'm doing a live right now. I'm like 3 hours in, and they asked me to FaceTime somebody. So do you care if I put you on the camera real quick? I don't want to throw you out there without.
No, go for it.
All right, say hi, everybody. Wait, where's the camera? Say hi, everybody.
What's up, everyone?
Let me see if I can turn this down. Where's the camera? Do you guys have questions for Rich, like film-related questions? Anybody? Any questions for Rich? Do you want to hop in here? I could get you in here. Do you want me to send you the link? You want to hop in?
Yeah, I can hop on for a few minutes.
All right, I'll DM it to you right now. 1 second. I got you. 1 sec. All right, Rich is going to come in. 1 second. I knew Rich was going to answer. All right, hold on. I'm going to DM him the link real quick. 1 second, guys. Oh, my God. Oh, man. All right, Tony, that was a good idea because Rich is like me. He keeps very different hours, so let me I think I can get him in with this link. 1 second. Let me see if I can send him this. We will get him in. Right now, if there's any other questions you guys have, let me know and we'll get to them. But if you have questions for Rich, this is when things will get spicy. Let's see if I can add him in here and get this cooking. We're going to end up going 4 hours on this. This is insane. The longest live I've ever done is with Brad. We did 6 hours straight for day 2 of the draft last year. And I literally didn't get up for 6 hours. And it was a hard time. But if I did 6, I can do 4. Yeah, we will definitely ask him that. We'll ask him about this. I'm so happy that he answered. Let's see if he adds in. I just sent it to him, so we'll see if he comes. Again, get your questions ready for Rich Madrid. You're getting Rich Madrid at 12:14 a.m. on a Saturday night, 3 hours into this live. We're cooking with some watch hours too. We're getting some great watch hours for the channel, so it's greatly appreciated. There's still 12 people watching this. I'm thrilled but appalled that you guys are still vibing with me 3 hours and 45 minutes into this. There's been a pretty good amount of people. There's been a double-digit amount of people in here this whole time. This is great. All right, here he is. You guys ready for the grand entrance? Yo, what is up, dude?
What's going on?
We're just in here vibing. We've been, we started talking about 49ers stuff, and then we went to, all kinds of things. We're talking about top 5 cereals, food, stuff like that. It's been a great time. And then Tony was like FaceTime, a 49ers content creator. And I'm like, well, I know Rich is up. So I appreciate you being a good sport and coming on. I don't know if you want to answer some of these questions, but I know they had some for you. This is a really good one because I know you've talked about this in the past.
Why do people blame the Falcons' collapse on Shanahan and not Dan Quinn? That's a good question. Probably because they just lost a Super Bowl and were kind of skeptical of the 49ers hiring him because the team on paper, looks like the offense collapsed, but it really wasn't Shanahan so much as it was a collective team effort. And Shanahan talked about this last summer, and I think on Twitter I broke down a lot of the plays that he mentioned, and it makes a lot of sense. And I'd even written something about that right when they hired him. But basically, the play calling I thought was right. Players didn't execute. Freeman missed a block that led to, I think it was a sack or something. And then they had a couple of penalties in there. Even Shanahan even said, dude, we ran the ball more in the second half than we did the first half. And, that's the frequent criticism you always hear of Shanahan. He doesn't run the ball enough to close out games or whatever, especially in big ones. And Dan Quinn's defense, I mean, how do you blow a 25-point lead when you're up 28-3? They dropped like 3 or 4 interceptions. They had that one that Edelman caught that the defender dropped at the end of the game. I mean, they just got he escaped all criticism from that game and continued to coach the Falcons for 3 more mediocre years after that. So I don't know. I think people, hear the hype about Shanahan and they naturally like, well, that guy's not that smart. He didn't win. His team collapsed in the Super Bowl, and then his team collapsed again in the Super Bowl 3 years later. Like, why does he get all this praise? And so I think it's just convenient, like without digging into the games themselves, to see why that happened.
That's a good answer. So shifting off of football, top 5 cereals right now. What are your 5 favorite cereals, Rich?
5 favorite cereals. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Honey Nut Cheerios, probably Captain Crunch. Something weird about it I really like.
It was number 2 for me.
Yeah, these aren't necessarily in order.
Did you say Cinnamon Toast Crunch yet while I was gone? I don't know why my computer keeps kicking me out of here, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the first one I said. So I got Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Honey Nut Cheerios, Captain Crunch. Oh man, I know there's a couple more.
We need the ball meme, but with cereal put into it. That would be so fire, dude. You got people hyped, bro. This is way better than the responses I got. You got people ready to go, man. Dude, but see, everybody always says that. Like, how do people eat Captain Crunch where they're just getting the roof of their mouth destroyed? Like, do you guys just like chew like maliciously? Like, I've never understood this argument. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I've never had the roof of my mouth destroyed by Captain Crunch. Maybe I'm just built different. I don't know. But I always see this get thrown around, and it's like so funny to me that like this is the argument that gets made. It's like, oh, it's good, but it destroys the roof of your mouth. Like, what are you like? Just like chewing with the like your tongue in your top of your mouth? Like, it makes no sense to me, dude.
I've never
I am too,
had
Tony.
that issue.
I eat like Tony Soprano. I like stab at my food a few times with a fork before I eat. Like when I'm eating pasta, I like play with it and then eat it. Like I totally understand.
I can't look, man. I know I gotta go right now. My kids don't really.
Is Rich cutting out? So you're cutting out on mine. Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just on my end? It's like Matrixy almost. It was like slowed down. Did that happen for anybody else? Can somebody in the comments help me so I can see if I need to drop him down or yeah? Let me see. All right, say something, Rich, real quick.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm gonna remove you real quick, or try leaving and joining again if you wouldn't mind, real fast, because I think it's just like. Yeah, it sounds like super. It made me like concerned. I'm like, Rich, you okay? Like, it like sounds like super. I'm like, damn, has this man been drinking or something? Like, oh, yeah, it sounds like a UFO, dude. Hey, honestly, the Rich Knows cereal comment had me cracking up. Oh, dude, Lala had the best. So I have to throw this out there. Lala, I'm on Twitter like all the time, and Lala had the best comment I've ever seen. I posted this like TikTok that Andrew had of Jim Harbaugh, like with like heat. It's still doing it. What happened? What the heck?
Man.
Oh no. It was fine when you first started though. Is it doing it for me too now?
For me too. Sound
Don't
fine.
Tell. What is happening? No, it's no. Is it still happening for me too? Or is it only Rich? It sounds like it's only Rich. Let's see what happens if I add him. It's like you're it's like Rich is like the Terminator. Like it goes away, and then if I start talking, it comes back. Oh my god, I don't know what to do, Rich.
I don't know.
Dude, can we get you to write lines from the Terminator right now? So good. Can you give us like an "I'll be back" and I can clip it later?
No. My stuff.
Say "Hasta la vista." God, this is incredible. All right, so we might have, maybe that's a sign that we have to wrap this up soon. I feel so bad because this has been so fun, but that was like one of the funniest things ever. But back to the story. Lalo literally had me like howling in my apartment at like 1 a.m. because I go and look. I don't know why this was so funny to me, but it just he responded and he's like, "Real men stay up at night thinking about Jim Harbaugh." So he's the one that drove that movement. Just so you guys know, that was literally like the best reply I've ever gotten ever on Twitter. Like I sat there and I'm just like cracking up, like, "Yes, dude!" Like this is like this one hit home. Like if you're a real human being, if you're a real down to earth person, sometimes you just stare at the ceiling and you think about Jim Harbaugh and wonder what could have been. What's he up to? What's he doing these days? I don't know, man. Miss him. It's kind of like that. Like you're staring out like the window. It's like raining. There's like raindrops going down. And I'm just like, what's Jim Harbaugh up to? And it sucks because Rich decided to turn into the Terminator right now because he's like the biggest Jim Harbaugh disciple I've ever known. He's the biggest Jim Harbaugh guy like on earth. So it would have been really fun to close this out. Hopefully he can come back. I sent him the link. I think he's going to restart and come back. So we'll see. For those of you who don't know, Tony asked me to FaceTime a random content creator. Naturally, I picked Rich Madrid. Here we are, and he decided to get abducted by a UFO halfway through the stream. So we're waiting to see what happens with him right now. he gave his cereal list for those of you that popped in and popped back, and it got great reception. The word on the street is that Rich knows cereal. So that's kind of where we are. I miss Jim Harbaugh so much. He was such a fun coach. I forget if it was on. I think I did with Brad. I think I told the story. Like John Harbaugh was super nice to us in Indianapolis too. Man, coming up on 4 hours. I was going to do this for like 30 minutes. I'm like, maybe people will want to watch this. Like maybe it's something. I'm trying to be good about just doing stuff every day, even if nobody watches. So if you guys had fun doing this, I don't know, turn notifications on or something. Cause I'm going to randomly just be doing streams, when I have time, probably at night most of the time, but this was pretty good. Oh my God. I still pick Jim Harbaugh, and I'm like one of the biggest, like, Kyle Shanahan guys like you'll come across. Like I really like Kyle Shanahan. Jim Harbaugh, like just he was different for me, and he was a guy that just like I think you can like Kyle Shanahan's really good at what he does, X's and O's. Is really good. Like he's great play designer, great play caller, but Jim Harbaugh just had that like leadership mentality. Not that Kyle isn't a good leader, but just like I never even, I never played for the team. I never was a part of that organization. He had me ready to run through walls. So I would say Jim Harbaugh. It's a really fun discussion to have, but like, man, like, yeah, that's true. But he also like, it was a culture thing. Like that roster wasn't all that different in 2011 to 2010. Like to me, it's a culture thing. Like he just, and I loved it. I literally have a shirt with Mike Singletary's face on it. And like that I bought like 15 years ago, 14 years ago, something like that. But like, yeah, dude, like, if somebody said Kyle, I wouldn't push back on them. I miss Jim Harbaugh. Sometimes I stare up at the ceiling at night wondering what Jim Harbaugh's up to. So it's a personal bias thing too. Excuse me. So I respect anybody's decision going either way. I like Kyle a lot too. He's a great coach. I think if you put them both on the same staff, like if you had Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan calling plays, like stonks, dude. Sky's the limit. I don't know, Derek. I mean, are you willing to put in the work? If you're willing to put in the work, then I think anything is possible. And I think that at worst, you could have a situation where you're getting traction as this guy who tried to make to the NFL but didn't. Like, hey, man, I'll put it to you like this. Andrew Pasquini put on a pro day last year, and he didn't get drafted or picked, but the memories lasted a lifetime. So if you put in the time, Derek, is it going to happen? Probably not. I don't think you will, but I would be remiss to not sit here and tell you to pursue your dreams and go be the greatest punter. Like maybe you end up joining the league at 35 and you lead the league in punting average, and we all sit here and cuck Jason Aponte because Derek Griffin's in here walking into the NFL and owning him as the best punter in the league. So we do have Rich back. I have another question for you, Rich. I don't think it's the robot sounds are going on. So top 5 candy bars right now.
Butterfingers, Snickers, Twix. It's like the top. Those are like the only 3 I eat.
That's fair. I had 2 of those 3, so I respect it. I had Butterfingers and Twix too, so I feel that.
Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth. Wow, that's what we haven't gotten yet. That's a good one. We have not gotten Baby Ruth yet tonight.
Yeah,
that's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't think there's a 5. I don't think there's a 5th one.
There's not a 5th one that's worthy. Then I respect the stance because some people will just throw in a 5th one to throw it in. I respect that. What about Almond Joys? How do you feel about Almond Joys? Oh my god, dude! I've been catching L's all night because I like Almond Joys, Peeps, and what's the other one? Candy corn.
Oh god, those are the 3 worst candies. 3 worst candies, man. Nerds is like the one I eat the most.
Because you are a nerd.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I'm a nerd too. It's okay, man. I have the glasses on, so I'm playing the part today. What about Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? I think I know where you're going to go with that, but just curious where you stand.
What's the question?
Who's the better coach in your opinion, Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan?
I mean, there's an argument for both. I like career in the NFL. I'd probably say Jim Harbaugh. But
what about if you were starting a team from scratch right now? Like, who would you want to like lead your franchise if you were like Rich Madrid, the owner?
I'd pick Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't expect that. That's interesting. Is it just because of like the offensive brilliance, or is there something there that's like driving it for you?
Yeah, I just think that he's more of an innovator than Harbaugh was. It's taken Harbaugh a little while to evolve his offense at Michigan. Shanahan's making adjustments every year.
That's surprising because you're like the biggest Harbaugh guy that I know. So that says a lot. For any of you guys that doubt Kyle Shanahan, Rich is a very smart man, and he said Kyle over Jim Harbaugh. Would John Harbaugh change things for you at all, or no?
No, I think the leader stuff is overblown with those kinds of guys.
Really? Wow. This is a good point too. He can develop coaches, but can he develop quarterbacks? That's the question that remains to be seen. Harbaugh got capped, man. I'm just saying he's kind of got a a
Yeah,
point.
I think Shanahan can. I mean, RG3 was Rookie of the Year.
This is not going how I expected it to. I thought that Rich would be very pro Jim and not like anti Kyle, but is he an analytics guy? I didn't know that. Is he a pro analytics guy like that? Oh, John Harbaugh. Sorry, I think I meant Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, John Harbaugh definitely is.
Yeah, I don't think
this. I don't need this slander, man. This is just I've been catching straight for 4 hours, Rich. I've been in here catching heat. All right, Rich, you need to explain yourself. Ashley said you need to explain yourself. I don't know what for, but you need to explain yourself.
Explain what?
Somebody, I think Javi asked me earlier. He came in here. He asked what Fangio was running, and I cooked him. Let me see if I can find how far back I have to go.
Ashley, what do you want me to explain?
God, getting owned by which, dude? This is not what I expected. Pop-Tart, dude, honestly, and again, I don't want to be that guy, but like the organic Pop-Tarts are so good. Rich, what's your opinion on Toy Story?
They're good movies.
Thank you. But so if you had to pick between Toy Story and Aladdin, what are you picking?
Toy Story.
Get cooked, Ashley. I'm sorry. Hate that it had to be you. Get cooked.
Some of the older Disney movies that came out when I was a kid, I don't know. I didn't care for a lot of them. They're a lot better now.
That's what I've heard. I had to watch Coco a while ago, and I was very impressed with the animation stuff. I'm glad this came a long way. I feels like is that technically that's Pixar. I don't know, dude. Christ, man.
You're talking about s'mores Pop-Tarts.
This is another interesting dude. I'm telling you, this went from like a 49ers free agent discussion to like an absolute free for all. We just started talking about food, and I'm not gonna lie, I was vibing with it. So I ended up here for 4 hours. I was gonna do this for 30 minutes at like 8:30, and it's like 12:30 now. So I'm happy that you joined. Payday as a candy bar is a very interesting one, John. That's one that doesn't get a lot of love. I love peanuts are good on like anything, dude. So I think that any candy bar that has peanut on it is pretty good. Tony, it sounds like you have a Pop-Tart addiction, my friend, and I don't eat them anymore. But when I see at the grocery store, there's like 75 different flavors. So I'm concerned that you might be a little out of hand with all of these Pop-Tart options, dude.
Who needs 75 different flavors of Pop-Tarts? You just need strawberry.
That's the best one by far, dude. Just try the best one. It's like the Valley Organic or Nature's Organic or whatever. The ones they make with the actual like cane sugar are so good, dude. I don't like corn syrup, man. Corn syrup is no good for you. Why should Terrell Edmonds replace Tart, Rich?
Because they need a safety. I don't know. He's good. He can do pretty much anything Tart can do. And if they're not going to bring him back, then they might as well go get somebody good. Oh, man.
That guy. I don't even. If I see his stuff, I just try to ignore it.
That's fair. I would also get to that point where if it was
My new thing is telling people they got to start actually watching the games.
not a new thing. You've been doing that the entire time I've known
No,
you.
it's the phrasing. It's the phrasing.
Oh, did you switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, it sounds a little classier that way.
I mean, there's a lot of assumptions people make out here, and I think we're all getting very sick of the highlight crowd dictating narratives when there's tape to be grinded and watched. So I definitely
his big thing is Lance is already a bust, and like he's played 2 games.
Yeah, he's also like a big Malik Willis guy, which blows my mind because I like Malik Willis a lot, but he clearly has like a lot of
He's got
like,
a lot of issues.
rawness. He's got a lot of things to work on. So
his arms, oh my god, his arm strength is.
It's great, dude. I got to see Malik Willis throw in a hallway at the Indiana Convention Center is massive, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Like literally insanely big. So when you say like hallway, like it's really big. His arm, dude, the way the ball pops, it's like, you know, you hear like a baseball like player warming up in the bullpen, you can hear the pop of the glove. Like that's what it was like when Malik Willis was throwing balls to receivers in this hallway. Like
once he gets drafted, he's probably a top 3 arm just in terms of strength.
Do you think that Kenny Pickett's hand size matters at all?
I mean, what did he measure at?
Like 8 1/4, I think. 8, and it was pretty noticeably small.
Fumble City, man.
You're worried about it? Yeah, because like I don't have like my hands are like 9 1/2. Like I can only imagine. Like I don't even have like that big of hands. I think, dude, his are like 8 1/4. That's like crazy, man.
Kenny Pick. People are getting so fooled by that guy. He is not a first round pick. I don't eat Subway, man. I eat better sandwiches than that. No.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw that commercial, it was during like a basketball game or something, and I'm like, was that Jimmy Garoppolo like on a Subway commercial? Like, did that really just
happen?
It
just came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, dude. Like this man's out here getting, you know, surgery. I don't know, it didn't happen like in the past 2 weeks, but like, oh man. Shout out to my guy Jesus. So I don't know if you knew this, Rich. Jesus was the 3rd subscriber to my channel. So he's the Trey Lance of this channel, this operation we're running now. So if you ever say Jesus, just know he's the franchise. He's the one that this is all riding on. You know, we've been here for 4 hours, but realistically, nothing really started until Jesus got here. So Jesus, my man, what is up? Thank you for coming by. Yeah, we've been live for 4 hours, my guy. We've been sitting here talking about 49ers, free agency, Pop-Tarts, Peeps, Twix. What else have we talked about? We're talking about Subway sandwiches now. Rich joined gracefully. He joined us within the past half hour. So yeah, dude, it's been don't let anybody ever tell you that I didn't grind out these watch hours because it's been quite a journey. And everybody who's still in here, like there's been steady like amount of people in here that have, you know, been watching this the whole time. So if you're watching still right now, like you're incredible. You're an MVP. I respect you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We've been out here, you know, just working, man.
Because he's Italian. pimping that new Italian sandwich they have. Whatever the hell it is, looks like shit.
I mean, no, based on the fact that I don't think that I think that hand injury was a lot worse than got let on, and I'd rather him take his lumps right away with a healthy throwing hand and like not injured. But if he was healthy, all things considered, like yeah, I think it would have been better to start him. But I'd rather him go out there and get that experience at 100%. I think that chip in his finger or whatever happened, like the throwing hand that happened when he hit his hand on the helmet of the Raiders player like that, like on his follow through. I think that was a much bigger deal than ever got let on. And especially when you consider like all the players pretty much echoed that like he got like the leap he took later in the season. Like sure, you get some experience, but like right around when he got healthy was right when you started hearing all these things about these incredible throws he's making during practice and stuff. So Rich probably has a different opinion. I'd love to hear what he says, but I think that all things considered, like they got within a few plays of the Super Bowl, and like it's hard to sit here and be like, upset at how things went. So maybe that's just I'm too optimistic. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this: would those first 8 games would have looked any different with Trey than Jimmy? Probably not. And they probably would have won about 3 of them and been right where they were at week 9. So, yeah, I'm gonna say they should have started Lance. I mean, who knows how it would have been, how it would have turned out. They may not have made the playoffs, but I think there's merit to both. Both guys starting. I just would have rather had Lance. I've been done with Jimmy since like 2018. So starting Jimmy got them to where they were. They could carry him to another NFC Championship game before the wheels fell apart or the wheels fell off. And that was it. I mean, and I also don't agree that it was like they were just a few plays from the Super Bowl, man. That entire game should have been a blowout. Rams.
No, but like objectively, they were like a few plays away, though. You know what I mean? Like
because McVay did his damnedest to like give the game away, and both. I mean, they also dropped a couple of TD passes and. Hey,
follow 49ers Red Zone. They're putting out fire content, dude. Go hit up my guy Marco. He's dropping nothing but facts, as you can see in the chat right here. So please go follow him and his work he's doing. It's fantastic. Yeah, I get it, man. And I don't know, like that's the thing too, is that how funny is it that like if Stafford doesn't bail out McVay, all this crap we hear about Kyle Shanahan in big games and stuff, it immediately would shift to McVay, who would have basically crapped the bed twice in the Super Bowl, or not twice in the Super Bowl, once in the Super Bowl, once in the NFC Championship game. He was awful, and he was awful in that Week 18 game too. He really just won. Like, dude, that ball he had, was it Week 18 or the NFC Championship game where he had Cooper Kupp throw a pass? The NFC Championship game, right, where he had Cooper Kupp throw a pass to Stafford. You remember that? It was like third and like
yeah.
Like who does that? Dude, if Kyle Shanahan did that, we'd still hear people complaining about that today. I would love to see this too. This would be so good. What's Earl? Somebody at Earl on Twitter and get him in here, and I'll get him on the screen. And Rich can go at it.
Debate about.
I mean, I feel like they're on the same page with a lot of stuff now. I feel like Earl isn't as much of the Jimmy guy that he once was.
I think he works like graveyard, man.
He's always welcome on the channel. If you guys ever want to, maybe I could mediate something between you guys. That'd be kind of fun.
I don't know what we would debate. What's
the best?
Ryan versus Jimmy Garoppolo.
The best Subway sandwich. Yeah, that's the point. Dude. They literally people talk about that drop pick all the time. The offense didn't get a single positive yard after that.
They had 2 drives, 3 drives after that. They didn't score. They didn't move the ball like more than 5 yards.
Terrible, and it was all on the ground. They got pushed back. That I think they didn't. No, I don't think they had a single positive play after that. After that dropped interception, they didn't have a single positive play from scrimmage. I'm pretty sure.
I think they did, but they got to like midfield, and that was it. I'm gonna look it up. Because I know they didn't do shit with it after.
Hey, Lalo said own Earl about Kirk Cousins. Did you see Kirk Cousins talking about QB wins?
No, what?
Who'd he go on with? Somebody remind me in the chat. I know somebody saw that. He went on a pretty decent size like podcast or platform and talked about it. Was it the Pat McAfee show? I think it was Pat McAfee he went on with, and he talked about how like some quarterbacks just get a bunch of attention because they win, even though they don't do shit. And then some quarterbacks do a lot and don't get credit because they don't win. And a lot of people take it as like a Jimmy thing.
Let's see.
Yeah, that was the position they were moving, because the possession before the pick was when Jimmy threw that screen pass into the ground to Ayuk. Remember that, where he threw that screen pass that was like behind the line of scrimmage without pressure?
All right, so
wow, unlike who? I would love to see the name that's there. I have a feeling I know who it is.
The next drive they've lost 5. The drive after that they lost 3. What a fucking...
It was bad.
They lost 8 yards. Minus 8 yards after that.
So I had a really funny story too. So I was joking about like people making jokes about like Jimmy going to like the CFL, and Rich is like, have you seen a CFL field? Like, because they're like bigger than an NFL field. It's like, if this guy can't make throws on an NFL field, what makes you think he can make one in the CFL? And I'm like, fuck, that's actually a really good point, dude. Like, I didn't even think about that.
It's like 110-yard field. They're like fucking 10 yards wider. 12. What they play with 12 guys, I think. That's just increases the odds that he's gonna find another defender to throw it to.
Oh man. This guy's just catching strays on the way out. This is just for the record. This is a pro Jimmy Garoppolo.
If Jimmy gets cut, where the hell does he play next season? Who cares? I don't care. Not for the 49ers.
Hey, should we FaceTime Jason and get him in here too, Rich?
Oh, he's probably like 4 a.m. almost.
4 a.m. Yeah. He went to Yard House today too. That man was drinking.
Damn.
Oh man, this would be a fun one. I don't know if we'd ever get this, but I would happily host it on my channel.
You have to be this tall to ride that one.
Oh man. I would happily host that here. That'd be great content.
No, I'm not fucking doing that. Short stack, small fry.
Who is your most what account on Twitter bugs you the most, Rich, that you see? Other than mine.
Nobody. I don't know. I feel like I see so many new. I posted a bunch of Kaepernick stuff today and just seen a bunch of new accounts I've never seen before.
Yeah, and they were made this month with no profile picture. Like, there's like a bot farm that like responds to Colin Kaepernick.
The bot farms are working overtime since the war in Ukraine started.
And that's just yeah, dude, those are the worst ones for sure. The people that like have no profile picture that come in like crying about stuff are definitely the worst.
I don't know. Who bugs me the most?
You don't have to call anyone out by name. I just thought you might have one off the top of your head.
I don't really think about it that hard.
You know what? Who's your favorite account? What account do you see on Twitter that makes you the most excited? It doesn't have to be like 49ers. It could be like snowboarding or something. Like what? Like when you see posts, you're like, damn, like this is.
Fuck, I don't even think about that, man. I don't know.
Here, you can explain yourself for this.
Rich, I was talking about you picking Kyle over Jim when I said explain yourself. Oh, come on. I love Jim Harbaugh. I just right now, if I were starting a team, I would pick Kyle, but I think Jim has had the better NFL career so far. Oh yeah, the PFF account.
Hey, Rich cooked Eric Eager like 2 years ago, like 3 years ago, and it's one of my favorite threads ever. If you look up like PFF Eric and then Rich's handle, you'll see it. It's so good. Dude, this is true too. I have to say this. Rich is literally one of the nicest people. I literally FaceTimed him at 12:30 and was like, "Hey, you mind just like hopping on this live?" And he like did it and was like happy to do it. I text Rich at like 2 a.m. and I'm like, "Hey, is this play? Are they doing this or that?" And he'll like respond and help me. Or if I'm like, "Hey, can you help me with this?" Like he always helps people. So just let it be known whenever people slander Rich's name, it's like usually from a place of like they don't know him. Because this dude has helped me so much in the last year and like always is willing to, even if he's like busy, like he'll come back to it later. Like he's a great person. So even if he's like a little abrasive on Twitter, like Rich the human being is actually like a very like nice person who does a lot of nice things for people. So I just have to throw that out there. What's up, Rocha? We got dude. Rocha's got 50,000 subs on YouTube. We have a real life celebrity in the chat right now. What's up, dude? I know you're hitting that pen right now, my guy. That's how it was. That's how it is all the time. When I cook Rich on Twitter, it's always no hard feelings after. I mean, he takes a lot of L's from me, but we make up after. It's okay.
I usually just tell you to shut up.
Shut up, man. A good one. This is definitely a good one for the people who need to watch the actual game crowd.
I mean, there was a few games early where he didn't play great. But like a lot of it was who he was playing next to. And I already caught strays for that last year. So
say his name. Say it. No, don't say it. It's okay. We know. Don't say it, actually.
Well, I mean, everybody knows who plays next to him, and he's not very good. So it looks like when something bad happens, it looks like all the linebackers are worthless, and it's really not. It's just one.
Would you say that? So this was my take on it too. Was that Fred Warner was so good in 2020 that like even if he's playing at like a decently high level, like 75% of what he played at in 2020 is still pretty good. Like people are going to look at it as him like taking a step back just because he was so good, like in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, his first 3 years, 18, 19, 20, I mean, he was elite. Like in preseason in 2018, he jumped off the screen in his limited snaps, and we didn't have all 22. We don't get all 22 for preseason, at least not that year. But then when he got into the first game of the season against Minnesota, it was like this dude was just flying around everywhere, like reading the play, plugging the gaps, and I was blown away by his first start against the Vikings. It was just incredible. And then just that whole season, his rookie year was phenomenal. I mean, he was covering receivers like Odell Beckham across the field, just insane. And he didn't like get a lot of recognition because they were just terrible, you know. In 2019 is like when he really broke out. 2020 was really good. So when he has he has a few of these bad plays in 21, you know, early on in the season, people were like, damn, Fred Warner's not playing very well. Like, well, that's not true. A lot of it is who he's playing next to. And then a lot of it is that, you know, some of the interior defensive line stuff wasn't great. I mean, you got, you know, Kinlaw, the jury's still out on that. And so when you have three really good defensive linemen and one defensive tackle that's not up to snuff, I guess. I mean, they were rotating it before Kinlaw stopped playing. They were rotating him, Street, and somebody else next to DJ Jones. I don't remember who else, but you know, Street wasn't very good in the interior. And so when that happens, it really falls on the linebackers to like have to plug gaps and make those plays. And, you know, so Fred Warner can't do everything. It happens. Contavious Street, man, he got blown up in the NFC Championship game. And Greenlaw wasn't that good. So
what about this? What are your top 5 current 49ers?
Warner, Bosa, Debo, Trent Williams. Trent Williams is number 1, honestly. Warner, Bosa, Debo, Williams, and Kittle, I think.
I would go Williams.
No, that's not an order. That's just the top.
I'd go in order. I would go Williams, Debo, Warner. Man, this is so hard. I didn't wait. No, sorry. I would go Williams, Bosa, Debo, Warner, Jimmy Ward, 5A, Eric Armstead, 5B. Either way, I think Armstead might be 5, actually. That's tough, though. It's really hard. That's what I was talking about earlier in the stream. The Niners have like a good amount of players. Like if you break down like 1 through 9, like on the top, like they have good players. And I feel like people overlook that they have like a lot of like pretty solid players. Like it's hard to generate a top 5 players list for them. If you're doing top 5 players for the Rams, like it's pretty easy to talk about their 5 best players. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah, but their 5 best might be a little better than the 49ers.
Yeah, so that's my thing is their 5 best might be better, but their top 8 might not be as good. Like the 5 through 8 for the Niners might be.
No, their top 5 use so much.
Exactly, and that's where. And this is a fun one.
Oh man, dude, he was in the Spaces tonight talking about Darren Sproles.
Was he really?
Because Earl was saying that he wanted to go back he's going back to junior college and wants to try to play a little bit of ball. And Tony kept saying, dude, you play like running back, man. You'd be like Darren Sproles.
Hey, Tony calmed himself to Patrick Mahomes in high school. He said that he would play like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I heard that. I think I was in there that night too. But he played at De La Salle, and it's hard to break out at De La Salle.
That's a good school, man. Wait, so how old is Earl? Isn't Earl like 30?
Yeah, he's 29.
Hey man, if he goes back and he can play, like, good for him. I respect that. I support the shit out of that, dude. Like, go Earl. If you're watching this, Earl, like, go. I'm gonna DM him on Twitter actually and be like, I believe in you. I think you could be Darren Sproles. Maybe like
Tell him that was your idea. Don't
say it was just on my own without mentioning Tony.
Yeah.
Hey man, I like Darren Sproles. So Tony was a Madden guy for a while. I used to cook on Madden 12, that one with Peyton Hillis on the cover as the Saints, Jimmy Graham and Darren Sproles in that game. It's unstoppable, dude.
Dude, I watched after the pandemic started, I watched a lot of Saints 2011 film. And Sproles, man, he was so good. Was it Sproles? Did he play in 2011? Am I thinking of somebody?
No, he did. No, he definitely did.
Yeah. He's
still so good. That Pierre Thomas was good too. They had some good backs. That whole team was really good. The Niners beating them was actually like, I was at that game. That was one of the best football games I've ever seen. This is a fun one because they don't know what they're talking about. Would be my answer.
We got to start actually watching the games. Because he doesn't get the flashy. It's just like every other defender that people think isn't good. He doesn't get the flashy stats, but how many sacks did Bosa have this year? 15.
Look it up. I want to say 15. That was the number that I had on the top of my head.
Year?
Like 10.
Yeah, like those numbers are going to fluctuate every year, even if you're really elite. So people look at Armstead, who racks up like 12 pressures a game and doesn't get any sacks, but those pressures are really important because you're just pushing the quarterback off his spot. He may not get the sack, but like that still matters. Like if you're forcing the quarterback to basically exit the pocket and scramble and run around, they don't like him because he doesn't put up all the fantasy stats.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is it's so funny, right? Was that like people mentioned that like Armstead didn't have, like, he gets all this money and he doesn't show up in big games. He literally had 3 sacks in that Week 18 game, and he had 3 sacks in the playoffs, like, and had like the sack that like did he get the sack before the possession? He got the sack right before the block punt, right? I'm pretty sure in Green Bay he was the sack on 3rd down that led to them punting, and then Jordan Willis blocked the punt.
Yeah, I think so.
He's really good. And so when I was at the combine, there was a few guys that when they asked, like, who do you watch to get better? These college guys coming out mentioned Eric Armstead by name. Like, it's the players and the people who actually play the game, I think, have a much more, they look at him in a much, like, I don't know the word, like they look at him like a much better player than fans do. And sometimes narratives get created where people think players aren't very good and they don't ever go away. Like, for the longest time, I remember a time when people thought Jimmy Ward wasn't very good. Now, all of a sudden, Jimmy Ward's
Yeah, well, people still don't think he's good because he doesn't ever have any interceptions.
It's just dumb. There's a lot of dumb narratives that get thrown around. But, hey, man, I'll happily spend time talking about Eric Armstead, even if it's 4.5 hours into this stream. And, hey, we've come a long way. We have Rich here answering questions. Like, come on, dude, it's 1 a.m. Where can you get Rich Madrid on tap at 1 a.m, answering any question you might have? Like, come on, man. Jamal's in the chat now, too. Zach's in the chat. Look at these guys, man. We got goats in the chat. We got Tony.
Zach's here.
We got Coach. Coach is in here. Oh, man. This is Coach, you're coming on soon. When you have free time, DM me. We're going to figure something out. I want you on here talking ball. We got some goats. We got Jesus in here. We got some heavy hitters over here. Hey, man, it's 4 a.m. and you got Rich Madrid in the chat answering anything, man. This is a fun time. So for those of you who just joined, I started the stream at like 8:30 Pacific. I was just going to do 30 minutes of a quick Q&A. I was having fun. People were still answering questions. We had, 15, 20 people pretty consistently in here that were watching, and I didn't want to just cut it off. And then Tony asked me to FaceTime a random 49ers content creator. So I FaceTime Rich, and he graciously was willing.
Yeah, I was like dozing off too.
And he came on. He's been here. So
I was like, is my phone vibrating? And I like woke up and I was like, oh shit.
So we've been in here vibing. Oh man, hey, that's a big deal. You get the Rich follow back. That's a big deal. I remember the day Rich followed me back. I felt like that's the day I became a made man when Rich Madrid followed me back on Twitter.
There was one day, like I think it was when did I start following you? Like sometime probably in 2020.
2020 for sure.
And I was DMing KP because we always like DM each other like funny tweets and like stupid shit. And I DM'd him one of your tweets, dude. It had me rolling, and KP goes, "Oh yeah, that dude just turned to follow back."
W, dude. W. And here I am, Niners Nation, side by side with Rich.
You had some like goofy ass profile pic at the time.
it was me like stoned out of my mind in my couch.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm gonna change it back. I don't think I have that picture saved anymore. I lost all my pictures on my old phone, but really, yes, I will get Coach on. I would love to have him on anytime. We're gonna find a time that works. This is also true. It's all about hype and who doesn't have it.
All they see when they watch Dre Greenlaw play is the hit from 2019. Mm-hmm. Every play he makes is that, and it's annoying because he doesn't do that.
Hey, Coach, I appreciate you. I'm just out here. I try to get everything out the mud. I don't expect anything to get handed to me, but I appreciate any and all support. You guys sitting here watching this, especially those of you who've been here for like 4 hours, it's helping my watch hours. It's helping me get exposure. So I'm just trying to build the channel, man. This is coming from nothing. We're all building this together. So I appreciate you, Coach. I'm out here working, man. I got the glasses on. Like, come on, dude. This has been it's been an eventful evening. Zach has a question for you, Rich.
Zach doesn't ask me anymore. So Andrew asked me this week and he didn't get back to me. So whatever. You guys don't want to talk to me, that's fine. I'll go on Jordan's show where more people are watching.
Hey, Rich is a pro Mac guy, actually. He may be an anti-Pickett guy. He's always been pretty consistent about Mac Jones for the most part.
Buns, man.
You don't think he's good anymore? Oh, so you did backtrack.
Kenny Pickett. No, I like Mac.
I was like, never mind.
I'm not. I don't understand. I don't think there is any Kenny Pickett hype. I think most of draft Twitter is not fooled by him like these teams are.
Jamal, don't even sweat it, dude. So if you guys do want notifications on, if you actually like are enjoying this and having fun, I'm gonna do a live like every day for as long as I can, so I can build up watch hours and get into the algorithm more. So if you have fun, you want to come in, appreciate it.
Zach's gonna give me shit, and I like drop what I'm doing at work to help him watch something.
He is. He's out here trying to throw dirt on your name, dude.
No, that's fine.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, Zach, he stopped watching.
Zach, I'm blocking you on Twitter right now.
Hey, let's go. Anti-Kenny Pickett chat. That's
right. No, Tony, stop. He is not gritty.
High motor. First guy in, last guy out. All right, Rich, let's hear your take on the offensive line. Where are you feeling about the offensive line right now? What are your thoughts?
Ooh, oh, man. They've got some work to do. There's no guarantee that McGlinchey is going to be 100% ready to play. It's a pretty bad injury when you separate your patellar tendon from the bone. The guys don't typically come back. The last one I remember that didn't come back, that was Victor Cruz, and he was a shell of himself. I can't imagine it's any better for an offensive lineman who's much bigger and uses a lot more force in his lower body. So they probably have a need. They probably have a need at right tackle. They definitely have one at right guard, and now they have one at left guard. So they've got some, and that's dependent on Banks and Moore. Who knows how those guys are going to develop and pan out.
What's the worst case, like disaster class, like awful outcome that you're watching? Like what would you say would be the worst case scenario for the offensive line?
If Colton McKivitz has to start.
Wow. Colton McKivitz catching strays after all he did on short notice during week 18. Wow.
Cares.
Hey man, this is why like you guys are getting
put a handful of good snaps on tape, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, they're fucking great. They can fill in." Trey is more athletic, better arm, bigger hands. Better in the pocket, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I do not see it with Kenny Pickett.
Is he your least favorite pick right now? Like out of every first round potential? Is he the one that you're like you're like just shut up everybody? I'm sick of this guy.
Who are the there are quarterbacks right
now? Desmond Ritter.
Ritter. I would take Ritter and fuck, what's his name? The kid from Liberty, Malik
Willis. Yeah, Malik Willis has been my QB1 for a while.
I take Ritter and Malik Willis. I pick it's a late day 3 quarterback, man. Come on.
Yeah, this QB class doesn't look very good.
I wouldn't take any of these quarterbacks on day 1, but like Ritter and Malik Willis are the most intriguing to me.
That's why I think the Niners.
And he's not getting enough recognition is Carson Strong. I really like that dude.
Yeah, he might be honestly the best quarterback in this class.
He's everything that they think Kenny Pickett is, man.
His arm is insane too. He made a throw against Cal week 1. Dude, he threw a pass to Romeo Doubs in week 1 that was like, I was like, all right, that's an NFL throw. Like this guy's like he's got it.
Like that's yeah, I think he's really good.
I did hear, and again, this is just like a rumor I heard at the combine. I don't want to be like acting like I heard it on good faith that it was like confirmed, but I heard he didn't do great with teams during interviews. So I wonder how much that'll factor into stuff if he slides.
He'll probably slide.
I think so. Yeah, this QB class. Would you take Trey Lance number 1 in this class if you had the first pick and you needed a quarterback?
Yeah.
Feels like a very underwhelming class at the top, but it's like very deep. Like Hutchinson and Neal and some of these guys at the top. Like
it's a great draft for anything but quarterbacks, really.
So I said that if I could pick any quarterback, like if I'm starting a team right now, like going forward, the quarterback I would take would be Justin Herbert. Do you think that's crazy? Like I would take Herbert over every single other quarterback in the league. Do you think that's crazy?
No, that's exactly who I'd take.
Hell yeah. Oh, let's go. Let's go. What about this? We have another Chargers question. I think I know the answer.
Coaches, I wanted to say something about vet camp releases, or we make the move for O-line. That'd be great. There's a guy right now that's available, Billy Turner from the Packers. Would be a great addition to the offensive line, especially if McGlinchey can't play because he can play right tackle.
Hey man, Coach be spitting. He's a smart guy. I'm gonna try and get him on here soon so we can talk with him. He knows his stuff. He's been in some spaces lately too. I see my guy out here making moves. But do you have any thoughts on this one too? That's an interesting question.
I think the Packers probably win more games. Well, I don't know. Packers probably win more games. They're probably a 12-win team. Chargers and 49ers are probably 10, 11-win teams again. I don't know. Chargers might surprise. You never know. I think they could easily be a 13-win team or as low as a 10 or 11.
I agree. What do you think about the chance that the Dolphins win more games than the 49ers next year? Because I thought that was a super interesting talking point.
No, I don't think so.
I have a feeling you're not a big Tua guy, so maybe you don't.
No, not really. I like as a rookie, I thought he was okay, and last year, I don't know.
Broncos signed Billy Turner too. I didn't even know that.
Oh, they did. Oh,
Broncos been making some moves, man.
Yeah, the Broncos brought some Packers staff over when they hired
Hackett.
Yeah.
Let's see. 800 is overrated. Yeah,
that had to have just happened then.
Willis trade differences.
And in college, I think Trey was a more accurate passer, better in the pocket for sure than Willis. Willis just his arm just, dude. I mean, I bet if you gave him a chance, he could throw it 90 yards downfield. His arm is so strong, but he didn't read the field that well compared to Lance. Those are, I think, are the biggest differences. I think he's gonna be at least a 2-year project for someone.
This receiver out of Texas Tech.
I haven't watched any draft stuff until tonight. I started watching earlier this week. I started watching Michigan running back. Is about the only thing I've watched.
Haskins is nice, man. He'd be a good fit for the Niners. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Hassan
nice.
Haskins.
But I didn't know Billy Turner went to NDSU. That's funny. Yeah, they've. I mean, they're the Alabama of FCS. So, wow, thank you, Zach. I think they look pretty. They make me feel smarter and look smarter than I really am. So I like them. Do you think the 49ers are a playoff team next year, Rich?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Are there? Even if they're the third best team in the NFC, who are there 4 teams after that that could be better than them?
I don't see it. Trey Lance would have to be like a train wreck, and I don't think he's going to be. I think he's going to be good. So it doesn't. That's the only scenario I see them missing the playoffs is if he gets like hurt or is a train wreck.
The 4 we know for sure: the Rams, 49ers, Bucks, and Packers. After that, like who? I
maybe
don't know.
Maybe New Orleans. Maybe like Dallas. I would say Dallas. Somebody has to make it out of the NFC. So Dallas. I don't think.
Yeah, but they're not. It's not. They're not better than the Niners.
Oh no, not better. I'm just saying like for like playoff teams.
Yeah,
like,
and then yeah, the NFC East makes it by default, and then you know what happens to them after that. I don't know. I just don't think like out of the 7, who are the 5 teams better than the 49ers in the top 8, 7 or 8? I don't think there are any.
I don't think there are either. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like I said, it would have to be like a train wreck for
Cardinals.
I don't believe in them. Dude, some guy in the spaces yesterday, I forget who it was. I have to look up his name, but it was a former offensive lineman who, for the Cardinals, was like roasting Cliff Kingsbury in there. Like he did not like Cliff at all. And was talking about how like he was saying some stuff about Kyler Murray. I'll see if I can find it. I think it was one of Ashley Baker's spaces, and she always records them. But I was sitting there like eating my food, like wow, like this is some tea, man. He's going in on Kyler and Cliff. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
No, they haven't. They've been a disappointment. Finally make the playoffs and they get fucking ran out of the stadium by the Rams.
Anti-Jimmy G. He has a strong arm and he's scared to throw over the middle. The anti-Jimmy G. Oh, this is a W. I don't know if we're talking about slot corners again, but I wrote about Dante Dion. I think he'd be good. Have you seen him, Rich? The guy that the Rams called up off the practice squad who started like 10 games for them at slot corner.
Oh, I didn't know his name. I've noticed him, but
I think he'd be a good fit for them to bring in as a slot corner. I'd way rather have him than this like nonsense about kicking Emmanuel Mosley inside. Like I think that's dumb. But we'll see. I just saw that name pop out and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Vikings with Kirk Cousins, yeah, they're probably a playoff team. Get out of here, man. Christ.
that is an intriguing. They made some moves this free agency. I don't know. Jalen Hurts, dude. If they put it together and he has a decent year, they're easily, I think, right up there.
I'll let you answer this, Rich. Who did you want at 3? I think you wanted Fields, right?
Sunshine and Wilson slated to go at 1 and 2. No, I wanted Fields at 3. I was either Fields or Lance. I just didn't think Mac was the right pick at 3, even though I liked him. He's kind of closer to his ceiling than Fields or Lance is. So I was definitely Fields, and then I was more than happy that it was Lance.
I have to pull my article up for the exact number, but Dante DeAyon filled in for like 10 games, and he played more slot than anybody on the Rams last year. So there was a stretch where he was kind of holding it down for them. Let me see. I think people are going to be mad no matter what if this happens. I mean, if they make the playoffs, people expect a Super Bowl every year. And it's the guy's first year starting. They won't care. They're still going to like, it wasn't a Super Bowl. We don't play for playoff losses and all that. So unfortunately, I think people are going to be
I mean, I'm sure we'll all be pissed about it. Most of us will be pissed about it for a day or two and then go on with our lives.
I'm going to do a Vikings channel now. This is all about Vikings now. This is a Kirk Cousins channel.
Don't be fooled by the Vikings. Their defense is not good. People always say that Kirk benefited from a really good defense or couldn't do anything with a good defense. And I don't think people really realize how bad those defenses were. They had one really good year, and that was the year they went to the playoffs where they were like a top 5 defense.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's
after that 2019 year, they haven't been good.
I think it's a good point too. I think Fields is doomed as long as he's in Chicago. I don't think that they don't know how to groom quarterbacks there and put them in a position to succeed. So
who's their head coach?
Eberflus, the Colts defensive coordinator. I didn't like that hire either. Why would you not bring in an offensive guy? Stupid to me.
Really fucking that kid.
I could be wrong, and they could end up looking really good. But yeah, they let him go. They didn't bring Allen Robinson back. Like it's just kind of Darnell Mooney to the moon, though. Darnell Mooney's gonna be good, but I don't know, man.
Chick-fil-A, get out of here.
Hey, I'll be honest.
What if I want a chicken sandwich on a Sunday?
I gave up Chick-fil-A for the month of March. I have a bet with somebody, so I can't eat Chick-fil-A, and I haven't had it in like 3 weeks, and I missed it. I'm not missing it. Like I don't miss it, and I'm very surprised how little I actually do miss it. I thought it was going to be like this horrible travesty because that's where I go when I'm like lazy and don't want to cook. Don't really miss it that much. I could go without it. I don't really care. Popeyes is just like Popeyes has like the culture, man. Like, come on. Like, what if you've watched Little Nicky? Like, is he eating Chick-fil-A? No, dude, he's eating Popeyes. Like, I think that it's Popeyes for sure. But it's a tough one. So, I have a good night, Zach. Good to see you. Come on, Tony. Tony's out here
goofing. From behind the block, Zach.
Y'all think that Croc will help Earl work on his back pedal if he wants to go play DB?
Okay, whatever, Zach.
Oh man, Coach just out here stacking W's. You're going to be Rich's favorite person pretty soon, Coach.
That's pretty sick. Yeah. What they have to address it. They can't be content with Hufanga. Ain't no way.
I'm assuming the Oats is the Pats. I'm going to guess that either auto-corrected or you hit O instead of Pats. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I like Elam a lot. I think everybody's going to talk about Stingley and Gardner, but I like Elam. I think Elam could end up being the best corner in this class. I really liked what I saw. I watched him. I didn't watch that much college football this past year. Didn't watch nearly as much as I normally do. And I started watching Alabama because I wanted to watch Mechie and Williamson. And I was watching them against Florida's defense. I'm like, yo, this guy from Florida is like clamping Mechie. Like, he's like solid. Who is this? And I posted about it, and I'm like, yo, this guy's pretty good. Like, Jamal's like, yeah, dude, he's going to be a first-round pick. He's been a good player for a long time. And I felt good that my own evaluation brought me to that. But I'm like, damn, dude, I feel like an idiot. I'm like posting about this guy. Like, damn, who's this? And he's like, yeah, this is like a top 30 pick, like easily. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I eat spinach. Spinach is delicious. I put spinach in my pasta all the time, dude. Spinach is fantastic. Are you kidding me? There will be no spinach. You can slander, like, peeps and candy corn and stuff, but spinach, come on, man, grow up. Leon O'Neal, yeah. See, dude, Coach, I've never seen Coach post an L before. I've never seen him take an L. I've never seen him post something I disagree with. Like, it's bound to happen at some point, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm very excited to get him on. You guys better tune in when I get Coach on the channel. I talked to somebody at the combine about this who's very smart, and I don't know if if I'm at liberty to like say who it was, but they've been doing film study for a very long time. And he said his only concern with Trey Lance was that he had a little bit of a hitch in his throwing motion, but he didn't think that it was something that was going to be so detrimental that he wouldn't be able to work out of it. He thought that it would be something that he could work through, get over, and, just kind of change. But that hitch was something that they were concerned with. I thought that was interesting. I don't know if you have thoughts on that, Rich.
No, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I know exactly what you're talking about and who you talked with. He doesn't do a lot of the weird things he used to do at North Dakota State, where like he'd drop his hips, like load up his hips before throwing, where he did that little hip dip. His issue was like in the Cardinals game, like he's okay. So quarterbacks like him, like if he's got a cannon for an arm, the release point or when he releases it doesn't matter as much. It will sometimes. So if he can shorten his throwing motion a little bit, it should be fine. But the issue a lot of quarterbacks run into and why he had so many passes batted down is because of where he's looking. And then the defensive linemen, if they know they're not going to get there, they're just going to throw their hands up if they see him looking at them or in their area. So it's not so much the throwing motion that gives the defensive lineman a chance to jump up and bat it down. It's just where he's looking. He might, he'll tend to overstride on a throw and with his feet. Not anything I would worry about. I mean, he looked night and day different from week 5 to week 17 or whatever it was too. So I do think probably a lot of it had to do with his hurt hand and trying to just compensate for that. I don't think it'll be much. I might go back and look at his mechanics in week 17 again just to see, but I don't think it'll be an issue.
I think so too. I also misinterpreted that. My apologies. I thought you were saying like who eats spinach, as if like who does. Spinach is fire. Just throwing that out there. You throw a little bit of baby spinach in with your pasta when you're cooking it. Fire. Some bell peppers, a little olive oil, some garlic cloves. Grow up, Rich. Grow up, man.
Eat it raw. Don't eat it fucking cooked.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, spinach is good on literally like anything. If you put spinach on some toast with some like avocado
Put spinach
or something,
I'll eat like spinach in my salad, but I won't cook it. I think greens like that taste like shit. You
don't like it like that? So that's like when I make pasta a lot of times, dude, I'll literally just throw it in to a pot with like some peppers, some olive oil, some garlic, and dude, to me it tastes good. Super easy to make. It tastes good.
Let's go get one of those subs.
We're coming up on. Hey, I don't appreciate the anti-Italian discrimination on this channel. There will be no. I'm going to make Tony a moderator just to like weed out the anti-Italian comments in the comments. Oh man, Rich's favorite person. Yeah. Oh, real quick. Sorry. No, real quick. Yeah, Farfalle is by far the best one. Yeah, Farfalle is the best one. We'll come back to best pastas later. I have a hot take with that, Tony, but we'll do it where we won't be judged by these Italian hating bozos. So
they all taste the same.
They don't. Texture matters. The consistency does. Some are better al dente than others. Come on, man. Get out of here.
Eat your bow tie pasta somewhere else, man. Angel hair is where it's at.
Oh, what are you, 5 years old? Grow up, man. So we are at 4 hours and 51 minutes. I'm trying to get it to just past 5 just because we've come this far and I want to get it to 5. But then I'm probably going to cut it off because I know it's late. Rich has to go soon. I'm happy that he's stayed with us this long. So we have about 9 minutes. If you have questions about the 49ers, Capicola sandwiches at Subway, Pop-Tarts, whatever's on your mind, it's 1:30 in the morning. We're vibing. We're cooking out here. If you have a question for Rich, a question for me, a question for somebody in the chat, let us hear it, man. We've been here for almost 5 hours. So I have to at least get to the 5-hour mark. But after that, I have to cut it off because I'm tired. I have things to do, and I'm hungry, to be honest. I need to go eat something. I thought I was going to be doing this for like 30 minutes, and we're here 5 hours later. So we'll go through a couple questions, and if that's good with you, Rich, you obviously can go at any time. I don't want to keep you, but if you're good, I figure we'll wrap this up in about 7
man, I'm good.
So. Okay, let's
Press
see.
on.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Coach. Yeah, he definitely has. There's stuff that I've noticed from his tape, even from the Arizona game to the Houston game, where he looked a lot better, and he's only going to get better with reps. So I think that's a great point. This is a good question, too. What are your thoughts? I know Rich has very strong opinions about both of these guys that you're going to want to hear.
I think Anthony Lynn was a great hire, and then it's kind of underwhelmed. I don't get the Brian Greasy thing, man. Dude hasn't been in the league for, 10 years or more? 12 years maybe? Hasn't coached. I just don't know, man. This franchise, since in the last 12 years, has had a really weird string of quarterback coaches. Jeep Christ wasn't that good. Then the doofus they hired right after him, Steve Logan. Well, Ryan Day. I mean, everybody knows Ryan Day. I think a lot of people forget Ryan Day was a quarterback coach for a season. And then Scangarello and now Greasy. I don't know. Maybe he'll surprise us and coach up Trey really well. I know that Scangarello wasn't the guy that they wanted in there to coach Trey. So
what makes Rich Madrid excited about Trey Lance?
Oh, man, if you saw the Kaepernick plays I posted today, that's why. I think he's got the same big play ability that this offense needs. That's why I wanted them to keep Kaepernick in 2017. I just think a quarterback like that elevates what Shanahan wants to do so much more than Jimmy Garoppolo. Get this guy out of here. It's just he's the quarterback that they need, that they've needed for a long time.
That's good. That's good to hear because I know Rich wasn't exactly sold immediately. I know he wanted Fields, and it took a while for him to come around, but that's encouraging to hear. This is a good question, too. Rich is a Big Ten guy, so he can answer this for you.
Of what? I don't know. Why? Don't know. Can't answer. I don't know.
Also, Jamal, Marco, if you're still in here, Jesus, all these people who joined late, I want to see your top 5 cereals in the chat right now. This is judgment hours. We are at each other's throats for these cereal lists, and we need to see who's where. Because if you leave Cinnamon Toast Crunch off the list, or you put some dumb stuff on there, people are going to come at you, and I think that would be very fun to fill these last few minutes. So, if you haven't posted them yet in the comments, top 5 cereals. I need to know where everybody stands on this whole Cinnamon Toast Crunch thing because I've seen some ridiculous Cinnamon Toast Crunch takes on Twitter. I don't know if you saw them, Rich, but there was people saying that Cinnamon Toast Crunch wasn't good cereal and that it sucks. Yeah. That was my face. That was my face, too.
Have you had the Cinnamon Toast Crunch popcorn?
No, but I was telling them, dude, there's this like powder you can get that's like like salt basically in a salt shaker. That's the Cinnamon Toast Crunch powder that you can put on popcorn or toast or anything. Dude, oh my God. It's like I did have though that Smart Food popcorn or whatever. They make popcorn with crunch berries in it, and it's so good, dude. It's literally just popcorn and like crunch berries. Like
I can't buy that stuff, man, because if I buy a bag of the white cheddar, I just crush the whole thing in one sitting.
I'm with you on there. I think that's something that maybe I'm gonna do if you guys would be interested in, because it actually we had some momentum cooking for like 40 minutes probably just talking about cereal. And like it went from fucking 49ers stuff to like cereal talk. And I think there's so many people doing 49ers content. Like you're gonna get the same takes a bunch of times. How many people are giving you cereal content? Like maybe this is the lane I need to carve. Like we're just in here taste testing cereals, eating cereals, goofing, messing around. So maybe I'll pivot to that. We have 3 more minutes I'm trying to kill because I can't. If I cut this off at 4:57, I'm going to be so mad that I didn't get to 5. Like the 5. I can't like tell people that it was 5-hour stream.
They can go on and look at the time thing and it says under.
Yeah,
5.
I'm going to be a liar when people are like, "Why are you so tired?" or "Why are you being hella lazy and sitting home and not doing anything anymore?" I'm like, "Well, I streamed for 5 hours last night. If I say 5 hours, it has to be actually 5 hours." We value integrity and honor in these parts, so I don't want to have to like filibuster 2 minutes. So somebody please in the comments give us one last topic to go out on. Pupusas 100%. Pupusas are one of my favorite foods on earth, and if they're cooked properly, it's hard to beat them from anything. Yeah, pupusas win for me by like it's pretty broad margin too. To me, like if I'm gonna eat pizza, I like that like New York style, like just cheese. Like people are like, oh, cheese isn't a topping. Like cheese is absolutely a topping. If you get good thin crust New York style cheese pizza, that's like it's better than all this other goofy shit that people put on pizzas. So just throwing that out there, Rich. I'd love to hear your answer.
I could get down on some pupusas. Pizza, like, yeah, I mean, the less toppings, the better. I enjoy thin crust more than anything, so I can eat more pizza that way. Kick this guy out of here, dude. Just get him out.
Hey, deep dish isn't even pizza. That shit's like a lasagna or like a pie. It's not a pizza, dude.
I mean, I'll eat any pizza, really. It's just for me, it's about the toppings. Although I do prefer thin crust. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Also throw some bacon on there. Pepperoni,
cook them,
olives.
Own them, dude.
Lots and lots of pepperoni. The occasional jalapeno, and that's really it.
What do you think about Coach's cereal list? I think that's pretty solid because I had 3 of those. I had Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops, and CTC. I think if I remember correctly, or maybe did I have? I forget, but I definitely had at least 2. Count Chocula is super underrated. Count Chocula is fucking awesome, dude. And people never talk about Count Chocula enough.
Yeah, I like the Fruity Pebbles and Frosted Flakes. Not a big fan of the Fruit Loops, although I will eat them if my kids have them. Count Chocula, I never really ate. I'm not a big chocolate person.
Hey, those cereals that you can get at like the store where they come in like the giant bag that's like the size of a trash bag. Those are some of the best cereals out there, and people just sleep on them because they come in like different packaging, and you can get like a giant bag. But some of those are fire, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I will buy Life. Oh, fucking Life cereal, the regular. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like that with Rice Chex. It's good. Like it doesn't need like just the texture is like
yeah.
It's good. All right, I like that. I am getting Vish on here sometime soon. I'm gonna wait until in between draft and free agency, so we have some stuff to talk about. But I've already talked to him about it. He will be coming on, so I'm stoked about that. Let's see. If we lose 3-0, people freak out. Yeah, they absolutely. If they lose one game, people are gonna freak out. This fan base is very emotional and sensitive to things going on. No, sorry, no. Like just no. Because it's 1:30 and I don't feel like cooking, I'm actually going to eat. Funny enough, I'm going to eat. I have these like vegan chicken patties, the like Morningstar ones. I don't know if you've had those, but they're hella good. They're like breaded chicken patties, but it's not chicken. It's vegan, so obviously it's not chicken. But the Morningstar ones, they're like super good. So I just eat those and maybe some like rice and veggies or something. I don't know. I'm super lazy, so I don't want to cook. Damn, well, dude, you're just taking like L after L, man. You started so strong tonight. Pineapple absolutely belongs on pineapple belongs on anything. It's like coconut. It's good on literally anything, dude. People hate these like tropical island fruits. Like
coconut is not good on anything.
Anything. I would put coconut on pizza right now, dude.
Yeah.
All right. What about Jesus's list? Honey Bunches of Oats is a good one.
Yeah. Nah, Cocoa Puffs. Nah, not for me.
Let's see what else. Yeah, I biscuits and gravy is really good. I vibe with anybody that makes good biscuits, especially if the gravy is like homemade and made from scratch. I can get down with that. So I used to work at Black Bear Diner. I don't know if you guys have those in Washington, right?
What?
Black Bear Diner.
I have no clue.
Okay, so for those of you who know Black Bear Diner, like it's the food's pretty good, the portions are big. I used to work there, and the cooks, we got along great. We looked out for each other, so I would eat there for pretty much free every day, and I ate biscuits and gravy like every single day. And dude, I gained like 25 pounds in like 3 months. I'm not even kidding you. Just eating biscuits and gravy. I was like husky for that winter because of strictly biscuits and gravy at Black Bear Diner every single day. So I don't eat it anymore. I kind of cut it out. I lost the weight.
We do have one right by.
Yeah, it's good, dude. It's a good spot to bring the family. Like the portions are really good, the food's good, and especially like the little kids will like it. They have like bears and stuff that they can like these like stuff.
I knew it sounded familiar, man.
Yeah, no, it's a good spot, dude. The only thing I did wear like suspenders, dude, when I worked there. It was awful, but other than that,
I've been intrigued by that place for a long time because I live down the street from one.
Oh man, yeah, they're franchised, dude. So some of them aren't as good as others. I apologize. I'm not like too big on it, but like there's so many good breakfast spots around here in the Bay that I try not to eat there anymore. But dude, I legit gained like
I don't know what happened there.
It kicks you out, and it did the same thing to me.
No, I accidentally closed the tab. I was
okay.
I was trying to click on the menu, and I clicked on the X.
Dude, pineapple on pizza is so I don't know how people don't like pineapple on pizza. Let's see how many. Oh man, we got divided. It's like civil war in these comments, man. Some people are about it, some people aren't. Dude, this is a poll. Maybe we should do a live on just pineapple on pizza. I'm gonna try to branch out and not just keep it to strictly 49er stuff. Maybe we'll see if we can get any traction with that. I don't know if this counts. If we're talking just like whole cuisine, I love Thai food. Thai food's probably like one of my favorite foods, like in general. So if that counts, if I can say Thai food, like a good green curry for me, like, oh, dude, like there's this place in Santa Clara down here that's a really good Thai place that I go to. So
I love Thai food. I love Indian food. Jeez. Eating Thai food in Thailand was a different experience.
It's super good. I went to Thailand too. You can eat like a king for like $5 US, man. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, you just point to the menu and tell them that looks good. I'll have that.
Ball is the deciding factor. Yeah, dude, garlic naan is fantastic. They sell this naan at like Costco that's super good. That's hella cheap that I get all the time. You can make it from scratch too, but like who has time to do that shit? Honestly, there's like people that go jogging at like 6 a.m. on the weekend. Like you're just making everybody else feel bad. Like who actually sits there and makes bread from scratch? Like I don't like that, man. Be normal like the rest of us.
I was in a Middle Eastern country a long time ago and walking down the street and just like buying several different shawarmas from different places, just roasting meat on the side of the street.
Oh god, it's so good, dude. That's one of the best parts about living, especially in like the South Bay and the Bay Area. There's such a diverse range of like food down here. So if you guys ever come down here for 49ers games, don't eat at like somewhere where you can just eat wherever. There's like so many different options, dude.
Yard House.
All right, let me see. We got 49er Media's cereal list. Where is it? I don't see it. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Okay, I had Frosty Mini
Arms, baby.
That's a good list. Rich had Honey Nut Cheerios too. Solid list. I vibe with that. I think it's good. Lucky Charms didn't get that much love. I'm surprised. A lot of people in the comments didn't really say they like Lucky Charms that much. If you're gonna get Safeway bread, don't get like the Safeway brand. Get the Alfaro's or whatever, the artisanal, like the I think it's like white bread, but they have like a golden wheat one too. It's like if you're gonna make grilled cheese, it's the best grilled cheese bread you could possibly make. So Just throwing that out there. Yeah, that might be what this turns into. Honestly, I love food so much, and everybody else talks about like you got. I didn't start this. Somebody else started this. I think it was Derek. Derek started talking about food, and then he just like left, and he like got me on this hype, and it's making me like super hungry. Corned beef hash, good corned beef hash is undefeated. Not that canned crap. Like when people actually make it from scratch. To me, corned beef hash and eggs.
I eat a lot of the canned stuff. I usually fry it up in the pan and cook 3 eggs over it.
I
don't know what the fucking style eggs where the yolk is runny.
Dude, there's sunny side up.
Yeah,
that's the best. Hey man, I'm just saying these food discussions are at least like we're having civil dialogue and people aren't just like yelling and screaming and being super.
We don't threaten to beat each other up.
Yeah, this is like the dude. Oh my god, this app, dude. I can't with it sometimes. Let's see, honey bunches, mini wheats, Fruit Loops, cookie crisp is honestly like is always like blowing my mind because it's literally just like mini chocolate chip cookies, but it's like cereal. Like I remember when I was a kid, I used to always want it, and my mom would always be like, "No, it's like just pure sugar. I'm not gonna give you just a bowl of pure sugar." And I was an adult. I'm like, all right, well, this makes sense. It literally is just like a bowl of fucking cookies. Like I wouldn't want to give this to a 7-year-old either. It'd be fucking annoying and bouncing around a bunch. Rich's Twitter. I'm late to the party. Rich, I think it's just at Rich J Madrid.
Yeah, it's if my name is showing on there, that's what it is. Crips.
I used to cook all the time. I got super lazy lately. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't want to sit here and just act like, oh, it's not good to like cook and make your own food. I'm just too lazy to do it now. And then I feel like a jabroni when I'm eating like store-bought bread and like store-bought like pre-made pasta and stuff like that. I used to make all that stuff from scratch. I'd cook every day. I'd eat ground turkey like 3 or 4 nights. I was on a nice regimen for a while, and then I got lazy and I just realized like I could just eat out and it's like easy. I don't have to cook. So I'm really the one catching strays. I'm just projecting and making it seem like people who actually take time to make their food from scratch are the real jerks when it's actually me. So just throwing that out there. This is Rich's Twitter. If you want it, you definitely want to follow him. He's my favorite account on Twitter. When I see Rich Madrid tweeting, he didn't have a favorite. I have a favorite. It's Rich. Sorry to everybody else. I love you all. When Rich tweets, like I get some of the most entertaining. And like when I read his tweets and he tells somebody like, "Oh, shut up, man," or "Christ, man," what are we doing here? Like I like read it in his voice. I can hear it in my head. Like, so just throwing that out there. So we're at 5 hours and 10 minutes. Rich, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
No, I'm starting to fade pretty quick here.
Me too. That's what I'm thinking. Is there anything else? Any last comments? Any last words? I'll let you guys in the comments. You can lead this exit. What is the last thing that you want to have this part on? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna exit this out and oh.
No, Tony's a good man, dude. I'd seen him around Twitter for a while, and then I started listening to him in some spaces. I'm like, why don't I follow this guy?
Hey, man, his fake fucking Adam Schefter tweet was so good, dude. Like, it was top tier. Like, a lot of these, like, fake accounts.
Crying, man. They were like, people that make fake accounts of other people are a special kind of evil and shit. I was like, shut up.
Rich versus PFF is an agenda and that's the other thing too. So these players in the league, they can't stand these PFF guys too. So it's like so funny to me, this like dynamic. It's not just like people like Rich, like the players like hate PFF. So
that reminded me of my least favorite Twitter account.
Is it Eric?
No, it's David Lombardi.
Oh Christ, man!
Jason's
all right.
Boy.
We're wrapping this up before this goes downhill. I don't want Lombardi slander in here. It's going to get out of control. You guys are going to all go wild. So I'm going to end this. Thank you for everybody who stayed this long. You guys are so awesome. I'm going to try to do more of these. So if you have notifications on, if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see it.
Pineapple belongs on pizza, Lalo.
It does, Lalo. Don't take this L. We don't want this. We want better for you. So Thank you, Jesus. This was super fun. I'm going to do something again tomorrow and again probably the next day. It'll probably be shorter and probably be more 489er related. I don't think I will be going live for 5 hours and 11 minutes again, but this was a tremendous amount of fun. And you guys made this super fun. Again, we've had a pretty consistent amount of people
game show
this
during
whole
the
time.
season.
Oh, we're doing pre and post too. There's going to be this. I'm hoping by this time that this channel has left its mark, whether people like it or not. Hopefully, get some traction. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I'm also going to thank Rich. Rich gave us like over an hour of his time after me just randomly FaceTiming him. So please give Rich a follow if you're not following him on Twitter. I know he definitely deserves his flowers. I hope you guys all have a fantastic night. Again, thank you so much. And thank you for all the support. This has been super fun. And even if this doesn't get anywhere, this is super fun for me just having this time to sit here and do this. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off and say goodnight to you guys. And I will be back doing something probably tomorrow night. I have an interview with a player tomorrow that I have to do, but I think that's going to be off camera because I'm going to like record it and write a piece for it. So I'll maybe do something when I'm done with that in the afternoon. So if you're not doing anything, tap in and we'll figure it out. So thank you guys so much. Have a good one. Appreciate everyone who stopped by. Coach, I'm serious. We're going to talk. We're going to get you on here soon to talk about some stuff. So anytime you want to come on, you're always welcome. Tony, thank you for holding it down for our beautiful boot-shaped peninsula, my friend. And Lalo, thanks for everything. Thanks for coming by. Everybody, again, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and end it. So have a good night, you guys. Thanks again.
See ya.